Hey guys, how are you all? Welcome to Let's Start Story on What If Ginny Traveled Back in Time for Harry. So do 4 blue hearts comment. Be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video, and please share with your friends and watch till end. Also check out Patreon for I have upload Harry x Ginny uncensored spicy version, link in description. He's dead. Ginny Weasley sat up in bed clutching her pillow tightly and rocking back and forth. The bad dreams feeling drew her like a magnet, though her reason claimed it false. She fumbled at her throat, found what was there, and now her head was nodding firmly in conflict with the pitching of her body. He's alive. She swung herself out of bed and walked to the window, discarding the nightmare in her pillow on the way. There was just enough moonlight to see the orchard where they had played Quidditch together. Twisting around, she stared at the empty place on the carpet where they had stood and kissed. He was right there. Her medallion was next. Out it came on the slender chain around her neck. While it was there, she knew he lived. It was too dark to read, but she knew his last message by heart, 3 OK. Later, when he had to leave her, the grown-up self had known what was sensible and performed it well for his sake, but now the little baby self was hurting unbearably. Dying by his side would only be frightening, it would not ache inside like this. She couldn't lie down. She couldn't stand up. She couldn't go downstairs. She couldn't look out the window. There was no escaping the pain. There was a sound, a footstep on the landing outside. The door opened silently and she knew the person coming in was her mother. No use hiding. The figure stared at her standing there in the darkness for just a few moments, then came forward and held her for a long, long time. "Did you think I didn't know?" whispered Mrs. Weasley. "What can I do, Mum?" Ginny whimpered, her voice conveyed the misery that her dark standing figure had only implied. "Only wait, Ginny. All we women can ever do." Her arms tightened a little around the young girl. She had never referred to her daughter as a woman before. Ginny wanted to be just a little girl with a grazed elbow to be kissed better. Now she was aware of her mother's own sorrow, so she returned her squeeze. "Come on, cup of tea and a chat," whispered Mrs. Weasley, guiding Ginny to the door. "There are a few tricks you learn about waiting." Did they help? No. They sat in the kitchen and talked about events, not directly about Harry. The only light was the flickering glow of a coal fire above which a large iron kettle happily swung, quietly whistling to itself. Ginny was pouring them both a second cup when she yelped and slopped tea on the tablecloth. "Ah, ah, ah." Ginny thrust down the teapot and got up, excitedly waving her arms, trying to control herself. "Ginny, what is it?" "Nothing." Ginny turned, thinking hard. "Just gotta go to the loo, Mum." She dashed off. "Thinking of you." Ginny had lit a candle in her room and was staring at her medallion, reading the tiny silver disc over and over, then holding it to her face like a lover's hand. The ornament stopped its trembling, seemingly satisfied its magical message had been conveyed. "He's thinking about me right now." Ginny stayed as long as she dare, but she had a secret to keep. The long red hair was pushed aside while she touched the emblem with her lips. "Me too." Then once the kiss was sent, Ginny went back downstairs. Her mother had charmed away the spilt tea and was sitting there again, waiting in the semi-darkness. "Sorry, Mom, I'll make some more." Ginny took the teapot to the kettle, trying to hide both her face from the fireglow and a beating heart from her mother. When she sat down again, she could see her mother was still holding her wand. "Lumos." Ginny lowered her head, but she knew the game was up. The teapot was forgotten where it lay on the table. "You're in touch with him, aren't you?" said Mrs. Weasley, searching every inch of Ginny's radiant expression. "Can't say, Mum." She still held her head down, unable to suppress her rapture. After a while Mrs. Weasley spoke again. "Ron. Okay, they're all right." Ginny looked up when she heard her mother take a deep breath. Her mum was crying. Ginny got up and put an arm around her shoulder. "Ron'll be fine." Reckless. Mrs. Weasley wiped the tears from her face with the side of her hand. "Ron?" queried Ginny. "Harry," exclaimed Mrs. Weasley. "Don't you realize they'd hurt you to get anything you might know?" Quote. There was a slight noise upstairs and they both looked to the ceiling, but it was no more than a moan from the ghoul in Ron's room. "Listen, you must not tell anyone else, not even your father." "But, yes," Harry said, "no one must know." Mrs. Weasley's expression clouded again when she heard Harry's name. She got up and paced the kitchen as far as Arthur's chair near the mantelshelf. She stood there muttering now and again, rash. Reckless. And then came back. Ginny, I have to. I'm going to do something. You'll have to trust me. Don't be silly, Mum, of course I trust you. Mrs. Weasley paced back to the chair. We need to hide when something happens. You're a dead giveaway. You can't go acting like that when you get back to Hogwarts. Mrs. Weasley absent-mindedly adjusted the chair's rotation to the angle her husband preferred. How? Not obliviate, Mum, please Mum. No, not that. What then? I need to fix. It's your feelings, Ginny. Let me think a while. No Mum, please, I'd rather hurt. I'd rather hurt than not feel what I feel for him. Mrs. Weasley stared at her daughter who was looking distraught. She shook her head and came back smiling to Ginny at the table. It's only about showing excitement at the wrong moment. It's something we did during the First War. It won't stop a powerfew. Wizard searching your mind, but at least you won't wet yourself every time you hear something. She leaned over and raised her wand towards Ginny. Look at me Ginny. Legilimens. Ginny stared at her mother. There was no effect she could detect except a sense of great familiarity. She waited. It's done. That's it. You won't react when it happens. Mrs. Weasley paused. You've got your. Ginny saw the direction of her mother's gaze, nodded, and raised her wand. You have to obliviate me, Ginny. No Mum. Ginny jumped to her feet. What? You have to do it, Ginny, then go back to bed. Leave me here. Pour me a cup of tea first, love. Shame to waste it. Do it good, Gin. Ginny hesitated, then, I will. Afterwards, she left Mrs. Weasley there and made her why back up to her room wondering if there would ever be a day when she could tell her mum about their little nighttime chat. Mrs. Weasley sipped her tea. She was wondering why she had got up in the middle of the night and why there were 2 cups. Then she started worrying about Ron again, if he was safe. Hermione's sacrifice. Harry. It's me. Hermione tapped gently on the door to Sirius' bedroom at 12 Grimmauld Place. It opened a crack and Hermione pushed her way in. Oh yeah, I'm decent. Just come in, why don't you? Said Harry in his shorts. How long do you think he'll take? Creature. Who knows? Seems to me that Dung is not the kind of person anyone might find easily, said Harry. Why? Oh, nothing. Look, that's not the reason you're here, is it, Hermione? No, I just wanted to make sure the medallion is. You said never to speak of it again. You were the one who nagged me, remember? I know, that's what I want to talk about. Hermione hesitated. You must obliviate me, Harry. We have to be absolutely sure. Hermione, you'd never. We can't trust that. If I were under duress, nobody knows what I'd do. Or if my mind was searched. Harry sank down and onto the edge of his bed at the thought of Hermione being in the hands of the enemy. The reason I came here. I want to know it's working all right first. Has Ginny got the hang of it now, you think? She dragged the only chair in the room across and sat down nearer to Harry. Oh yes, it took a while to explain just using short messages, but it was all I could do, Harry. There's no. I know. I'm not complaining. It's great, Hermione. You did a great job. Just saying. And you see Ginny's image engraved on it. Yes, and she sees mine. They both have a house on the back. Not always, Harry. There's a ship to show when someone's traveling, a marquee for temporary shelter, a castle if you're a guest, and a portcullis means. I thought it would be. It's a nice touch, Hermione, said Harry. Pity you can't. What do you see again, exactly? Harry, you're supposed to remember. Roman soldier and bowl of flowers on Gin's uke. No wonder it slipped my mind, said Harry. Still, main thing is, it works. And it comes through like it should. Harry grinned. Oh yeah. Hermione punched him playfully on the arm. So, I thought it might just be symbolic. From the book, I mean. They say things that, it's a kiss all right, Hermione, said Harry. Hermione folded her arms in her lap and stared silently at Harry. She altered a quizzical expression that was forming on her face and asked casually, so? What's it feel like, you mean? Smirked Harry. Hermione's offhand expression flushed slightly. Well, just so. Just for academic reasons, you understand, so I know I got it right. She tried to look around the room, but her eyes riveted back onto Harry's face as soon as he began to speak. Well, you just think what you want to say then. It's just like a kiss, Hermione, but without the physical, if you know what I mean, said Harry. His expression turned more serious. It's that EP feeling you feel inside when you kiss the one you love, except no lips, no soft fingers caressing your face, no. Harry stopped. Hermione was lost in his description, hanging on his every word. RRY thought of offering her a handkerchief to wipe away some imaginary drool, but instead he said kindly, "Bless you, Hermione Granger, for saving me from going completely mental. I don't think I could carry on without." Hermione blinked and broke away. "Oh, it was nothing." She stood up. "And it won't. You'd have to make your own," smiled Harry. "Me?" huffed Hermione. "What would I need one for?" She walked to the door, then stopped and turned around. "How'd you get it to her anyway?" "Put it in her bed, just before the wedding," said Harry, "with a message on it, kiss and wait." Hermione smiled and her head tilted to one side for a while, then she turned a sigh into a shrug and turned back to the door. "Hermione." "Yes." Hermione spun round again. "Aren't you forgetting something?" Harry jiggled his wand in the air. "Obliviate." "Oh, yes. Well, you can hardly do it here, can you?" said Hermione. "I mean, if I suddenly found myself in your room, I'd probably run screaming." "Oh, thanks. You have to. You have to wipe everything I know about charming a lover's medallion," said Hermione, slightly tearfully. "I've already destroyed the book. It might be." She paused for a long time. "I think. It might be. It was, possibly the only one in existence." Harry stared silently. He could see she felt some deep sense of loss from her expression. "Can you wait till I'm asleep? Please, Harry." Harry looked at her. Sure I will. Oh, and make sure Ron doesn't see you or he'll go mental." "What's it got to do with him?" said Harry with a grin. "Oh, nothing. Night, Hermione." "Night, Harry." Ginny stared gloomily at the seat opposite, waiting for the train to start its somber journey. In years past she would have been glad to find a vacant carriage she could share with her friends, but now the emptiness of the Hogwarts Express signaled the end of an era. This was the start of her 6th year at Hogwarts, and it would be without Harry. She fingered the slim medallion at her throat but knew she ought not to overuse it. She released it quickly as more students passed by in the corridor. With a shrug of her shoulders, she resolved for the umpteenth time not to mope. She reminded herself how fortunate she was to share a connection with Harry, so never should she feel completely alone. He was thinking of her as often as she of him, always, or rather. There was always a place, a sentinel at the center of her thoughts, around which her feelings revolved. The carriage door slid noisily open, coinciding with a dreamy voice. "Wait, Neville. I just need to let out a glumbumble. Poor thing must be buzzing around trapped in here with the window closed." "Nothing there, come on, just push on in," said Neville. "Oh, I'm sure the must be, or there wouldn't be such a frown, I'm sure." Ginny was by now grinning despite herself. "Luna." "Neville. There, you see. It must have flown out now," said Luna. "Hello, Ginny, good holiday." Without hesitation, Ginny dismissed the question with a, "Fine, thanks, you. We were a little sad at the beginning with the funeral and all, but Professor Dumbledore wouldn't want us to lose heart now, would he? And poor Fleur's wedding reception was spoiled by those terrible people." Luna answered wistfully. "I told Neville what happened." Neville glanced at Ginny to see her reaction, then turned away. He hoisted his own and Luna's bags up onto the luggage rack above the seat opposite Ginny, and there they both sat down, smiling at, but really examining, Ginny's expression. "He's not coming back, is he?" said Neville finally. "Thought he wouldn't, he'd be crazy too. I knew Hermione couldn't." "Poor Hermione must be very frightened," said Luna. "How did you? What do you mean?" asked Ginny, with a puzzled look on her face. "Daily Prophet," said Neville. "She's in the list of Muggle-borns wanted for interrogation. You must have seen it, Ginny." "Oh, yes, of course." Luna looked at Ginny with a curious expression, and Ginny dare not directly look back. She knew the Ravenclaw girl had a sharp, intuitive mind and could deduce a world of meaning from a few innocent words. Fortunately, the train lurched into motion at that moment and Neville spoke. "Where's Ron, though?" "Oh, He's very sick, said Ginny in a carefully measured tone, looking out of the window as they passed few white-faced parents that were waving goodbye to their loved ones. There were two strange men in dark robes, one scruffy with long hair and the other short and thin, staring straight at her as the train sped away, but Ginny continued. Spattergroit. Nasty. Expect he'd picked up a fungus or something in the garden. Neville looked at Luna, but she did not exchange his look. Ginny had the feeling EY had been discussing Harry's friends before they came aboard, but Luna did not challenge Ginny. Instead, she said brightly, "Don't use toad liver, I'm sure that won't work." Too unbelievable. So, your last year, Neville, said Ginny to change the subject. You'll be busy with your newts. Oh, do you think things will be normal at Hogwarts? Asked Luna. You know Professor Snape is headmaster, don't you? Yes, but Professor McGonagall will keep things running smoothly, won't she? Said Ginny. There was a trembling at her throat, but she continued without even a blink. Headmasters sort of work in the background, don't they, so we should see less of Snape, not more. Those people at King's Cross, Ministry people and Death Eaters, said Neville. Though platform 9 3/4 was out of sight. Ginny twisted around to look out of the window, pretending to look back down the track so as to obscure herself from the others. She raised one sleeved arm to rub at the window to hide herself still further. Neville continued, we can expect they'll be interfering at Hogwarts too. It'll probably be like it was with Umbridge. That's a curious amulet, said Luna, looking at the reflection in the window as Ginny tried to read its message. Oh, it's a medallion, got it when we were out shopping. Ginny said casually. She turned back, but she didn't look directly at Luna. Would you like to read my quibbler? Said Luna. I find people like to read when they don't want to make conversation. Yes, all right, no. Sorry Luna, I didn't mean to. Ginny looked at Luna, unsure what to say. Luna had a knack of penetrating right to the heart of things sometimes. Oh, now I can see it properly. It's not really a very good picture though, is it? Said Luna, forthright as ever. I could charm it to something nice if you want. No, that's all right. I like the bowl of flowers. Oh, is that what it is? Ginny dare not look at the Ravenclaw girl. She could not detect why sarcasm in Luna's voice, nor was that Luna's way, but was it possible she had seen through the charm? More likely she had just sensed there was something more going on than was apparent. Ginny wondered if she, herself, was just overreacting and Luna was but innocently interested in the unusual ornament. After all, she often wore strange jewelry herself. Neville looked back and forth between the two, bemused by the conversation, but Luna spoke again, looking directly at Ginny in a reassuring manner. It's all right with me, Ginny, truly. Ginny stared at Luna. She knew she wasn't talking about the bowl of flowers. Luna now appeared to dismiss the medallion from her thoughts and turned to Neville. There's an article in here that might interest you, Neville, Luna said, flipping through her magazine. But out of the corner of her eye she was watching Ginny stand up. We were very happy she did this, she's a trusted friend. Ginny was aware of the other two discussing something in Quibbler as she opened the door to the corridor. Won't be long. She went to the end of the swaying carriage, but the door was flagged engaged. The corridor twisted around the toilet, so there was a private corner where she had a minute to herself, but she only needed a few seconds to read the edge of the silver disc. With you. Ginny smiled, kissed the medallion, I know, and returned to the carriage. That was quick, piped Luna. Glancing up at Ginny, then she turned back to Neville. Look, you can have this copy if you like, I've got more. It's sensible advice, don't you think? Thanks, Luna. Yes, it's very interesting, said Neville, as he took the quibbler, but he was looking at Ginny as she carefully closed the carriage door. The train lurched and began to slow down. Ginny swayed about as she refound her seat, then patted her neckline to make sure her medallion was below it. This did not go unnoticed, and Luna was looking at her when she spoke. It's just practice, really. I'd practice and get into a routine if it were me, so it's less noticeable. No need to ask awkward questions of her. Neville had his head down as he folded the magazine open at a diagram of a rather ugly-looking bush. Yes, Emmeline Mortimer's very complete. Pruning seems easy enough, but it looks much neater the more you get the hang of it. I'll show this to Professor Sprout next chance I get. Ginny was GLA. Luna didn't work for the Ministry's intelligence department. Again she tried to change the direction of the conversation. Why are we stopping, I wonder? I expect they think Harry's going back to school, said Luna coolly. Neville snorted. The train ground to a halt with a long, sustained screech. Then after a while they could hear doors slamming and the train jolted into forward motion again. Ginny was ready this time when footsteps stopped at their compartment and the door was slid open. She needed to be. It was the two men from the platform. They must have apparated ahead. He's not here, said Neville nervously, standing up to confront them and thankfully obscuring Ginny from their stares. He'd have to be as stupid as the Death Eater, wouldn't he? Ginny could sense the men were still there from Neville's stance, but they remained silent, then eventually moved on. Neville slammed the door shut. You're very brave, Neville, said Luna, examining his face closely as if she had found some great treasure. His cheeks colored with astonishment, but Luna did not seem to notice. She turned away to gaze out of the window. Oh look, there's a white horse. Did you see it? I'd love to ride a white horse. Wouldn't you? They're very gentle creatures mostly, but they can be very fierce when they're protecting the females. Ooh. Accio Prophet, murmured Harry Potter very softly. It slid neatly out from under the arm of the wizard who was about to enter the ministry building and under Harry's cloak without the worker being any the wiser. Harry pulled back into an unused doorway, then stared in disbelief at the headline. Severus Snape confirmed as Hogwarts headmaster. He felt sick with anger as he read the article and almost threw the newspaper down onto the pavement in disgust. Perhaps he should warn Ginny. Likely she would already know. The paper was the morning edition. He looked at his watch, then at his medallion. It showed a three-masted schooner, but Rhea. Di knew she'd be on the Hogwarts Express. He pictured her there as he had several times during the last few minutes. She'd be with Neville and Luna for sure. Yes, they would all know about Snape. But now he was thinking directly of her again. He wanted so much to have a reason to contact her. He knew he ought not, because she might not be able to get away for a while and so worry in case something was wrong. The more he resisted, the harder it became. What could he say, anyway? Guess you know a murderer is now headmaster. He shook himself firmly and resolved to do the right thing and give his full attention to his surveillance of the ministry. Yet he did not. He sighed, then smiled in resignation. The pull was too great. Why should I need a reason? He put his medallion to his lips. With you. He waited, but there was no immediate response and he suddenly regretted being so impulsive. Ginny had told him that Mrs. Weasley had given her protection against showing any emotion when he reached out to her, but still. After a few more minutes he cursed himself for a fool. Ginny might not be able to. There was a tremor from the little disc in his hands and he felt her kiss. The message appeared straight away. I know. Ooh. The tunnel into which dashed the Hogwarts Express added no security, but somehow it inspired conspiracy. As the dim lights came on, Ginny leaned forward to the other two. I need your help. Neville answered first and in a very serious manner, though he had trouble hiding his excitement. Anything, Ginny, it's Dumbledore's army, isn't it? Getting it going again. We have to find some way of fighting back, doing our bit, doing what we can to resist them, said Ginny. Luna. It must be wonderful to be in love, said Luna dreamily. Inspires you to do great things, I expect. Luna. We're talking about the DA, said Ginny. Yes, of course we are, said Luna. I was just thinking we need an inspired leader, someone who thinks like Harry, who's close to him. Will you help? Asked Ginny, somewhat perplexed. Oh, I'd love to. It will be exciting, and we'll be meeting with everyone again. Luna, it'll be dangerous, said Neville. Oh yes, isn't that what I said? Ginny and Neville exchanged glances. Luna, don't you ever get scared? Asked Neville. Of course. I was very timid at the ministry when the Death Eaters attacked us. I'm not a Gryffindor. Timid. Laughed Neville. Well, if that's timid, then I hope I don't get attacked by lots of timid people anytime soon. We need to organize, work out a plan of action, said Ginny. Neville. Will you take Harry's place, be leader? Neville and Luna looked wide-eyed at one another and virtually spoke together. But you're the leader, Ginny, said Neville. Yes, I thought we'd just agreed that, said Luna. Ginny stared. She had not expected this. But Neville, you're the oldest. Everybody looks up to you, Gin. I'd be useless, said Neville. I'm sure that's not true, Neville, said Luna kindly. You'd make a wonderful leader, but right now we need Ginny. That's settled then, said Neville, sounding relieved that he wasn't to be the new, chosen one. First thing is to arrange a meeting. See who's interested, said Ginny. Have you both got your galleons? Oh yes, said Luna, and Neville pulled his out of his pocket and held it up proudly. Luna continued, but we'll need more because I think the DA will be even more popular now, don't you think? That will be difficult, said Neville. It's fine, said Ginny, Hermione showed me how to do the protean charm so. You've seen Hermione since the wedding, said Neville excitedly. Well, no, early in the holidays she. It's all right, Ginny, said Luna. We know Hermione and Ron must be with Harry, well it's obvious really isn't it? Quote. Ginny looked dumbstruck. Where else could they possibly be? Luna added. Of course, if Death Eaters are too stupid to realize, well, we shan't be telling anyone, shall we, Neville? Neville was shaking his head because his answer was made inaudible by the train's whistle shrieking, and a few moments later the express hurtled out of the tunnel and daylight flooded back into the carriage. You're not on your own, Ginny, said Luna softly, when the train whistle had fallen silent again. Our friendship ties us all together. Ginny became as quiet as the whistle for a while. So, what's the first step, Ginny? Said Neville. What will you tell the first meeting? Need to prepare. First, we determine the situation at Hogwarts. Then we listen to everyone's ideas. Then we act. The three looked resolutely at each other, drawing comfort from themselves and conviction that they were not helpless and they would find some way of helping the fight against the Dark Wizard. But as they would find out, it would not be easy. There was something unpleasant about the look of the Carrows when Snape introduced them at the opening banquet in the Great Hall. Whereas Snape himself seemed merely devious, mysterious, heartless and cold, Alecto and Amicus Carrow both seemed to actually exude dark evil. Their eyes were empty of all but cruel, pitiless awe. Ants and Ginny loathed the new teachers on sight. Learning that they would be in charge of discipline at Hogwarts was very worrying, but that was not all that was disturbing Ginny. She looked again with dismay at the message on her medallion, avoid Snape's stare. He may see within. Ginny was at the Gryffindor table in the position Harry usually occupied. Perhaps there was some comfort in clinging to every reminder of him, or possibly she satisfied a sense of duty within herself, as if keeping his place for him. She was holding her class schedule up high to cradle and conceal the silver disc. It was not herself she was concerned about, but Neville, who was seated next to her. Neville had a newfound courage that was still immature, even reckless at times. His anger at Snape for murdering Professor Dumbledore overrode his fear of the former potions and dark arts master when fright might have been the safer state of mind. Right now Neville was returning the headmaster's gaze with a cold hatter. That would have unnerved anyone of less mental fortitude. Neville, hissed Ginny, hiding her medallion within her grasp, look at me. Neville, startled, turned to Ginny. Ginny thrust her schedule under his face and with a forced smile intended to allay any suspicions of the headmaster, said, don't look at Snape. Pretend to read my schedule. Why not, Ginny? Said Neville. I'm not scared of him anymore. I know you're not, but perhaps you should be. He's expert at legilimens, you know. Harry's told me this before, I almost forgot. Neville's eyes widened. But it helps him if he has eye contact. Don't give him any advantage. Ah. Right, but I wasn't thinking about. It's not only what you're thinking about. Perhaps he can get deeper, see what we know in our memories, said Ginny. She felt Harry's kiss again, and the silver medallion, still clutched in her hand, trembled once more. I don't think he can go too deep without us feeling it, but still, we need to be careful, warn the others. Right. Neville struggled to avoid glancing back at the headmaster, seated at the head of the Great Hall in Dumbledore's old seat. How do we? What do we? We'll have to work something out. Look at my ears or something instead of my eyes, said Ginny. Hair's too long. Can't see you're right. Look elsewhere. Neville fixed his gaze on the side of Ginny's head. How's this? Looks odd, said Ginny. Try moving around over my nose, forehead, anywhere but my eyes. Right. And around the room, you don't have to stare at my nose all the time. No nose, it's a bit awkward, Ginny. Ginny sighed. We just need to practice so it doesn't look too unnatural. She pulled her schedule back from Neville and used it again to shield her medallion while she read it. Me. Danger tomorrow. Do not worry. Ginny looked around. Luna was engrossed with pouring custard over a jam sponge at the Ravenclaw table, but there were plenty of other people gazing about who would thin. It ought if it looked like she was kissing her schedule. She would have to be patient before she could answer Harry's message, but she could not help but be anxious and fret over what he might be planning. Was he intending to kill Voldemort the very next day? Why was he telling her now? Ginny, said Neville, when we get back to the common room I want us to start asking around the old DA members, who's with us tonight. We've not even unpacked. Neville nearly dropped his dessert spoon. No point in waiting. I want to get going. Yes, of course. Yes, Harry wouldn't wait. So Ing banged heavily on a table at the front of the hall and they became aware that everyone but themselves had fallen silent. Let me make one thing quite clear. Snape was on his feet addressing the entire hall, but glaring in particular at Neville and Ginny. Discipline at Hogwarts has been very lax these last few years. Snape paused. This will not continue. In particular, anyone found consorting, or conspiring, with known criminals will be heavily punished. It is known, I repeat, known, that Harry Potter was seen running from the scene of the murder of our former headmaster, Professor Dumbledore, who was much loved by us all, not least, by myself. An angry murmuring and muttering flew around the entire gathering, including the teachers. Neville stirred in his seat, almost as if he was about to leap to his feet, but Ginny grabbed his arm. She herself felt Neville's revulsion of Snape, but they needed to think carefully before doing anything foolish. Silence. Snape's command was not as authoritative as Dumbledore's had been, but nevertheless, everyone quietened down. If anyone knows of the whereabouts of the criminal, Harry Potter, they must report this immediately to me. No doubt, there are those amongst you who might wish to take the law into their own hands. This is understandable, given the enormity of his crime. But this will not be tolerated. We are a peaceful, law-abiding community, and Potter must and will face a fair and just trial. Therefore, resist your own impulses and report to me any information you might have about the boy. Or any information you might have about anyone else's knowledge about him. Ginny felt sure he was looking directly at her, but she stared only at the Carrows. While Snape was dangerously sharp-witted, Ginny felt the two Death Eaters looked rather dull and ignorant. They did not look the type to be able to penetrate anyone's mind very successfully. Perhaps they might be a better target for the DA resistance. Snape continued standing for a few seconds, glaring around the hall at everyone before finally sweeping away towards the exit doors, followed by his deputies, the Carrows. A general muttering broke out and rapidly grew into a hubbub as students discussed what had been said. The remaining teachers did not quell it, indeed, were part of it as they debated the situation amongst themselves. But when some students prepared to leave, Professor McGonagall stood up and called for attention. Hogwarts students, this will be a difficult year for many of you. Your heads of house will be available if any of you need advice, but things will not be the same as before, and I would advise caution. She paused for a few seconds before continuing. Many students will not be able to attend this year. To make up class numbers, you will notice that some years are merged into the same lessons. We, the teachers of Hogwarts, expect senior students to look out for those younger than themselves. There was silence throughout the hall until McGonagall finished. Merlin's good fortune be with you all. She sounds worried, said Neville. With good reason, said Ginny. Seamus, who was sitting next to them and talking with Parvati and Lavender, turned to Ginny. Why'd Snape want to protect Harry from vigilantes? Because, said Ginny, in a matter-of-fact manner. You know who wants to murder Harry himself. He needs to prove himself to his followers. He'll have to find him first, said Neville grimly. Why, where is he then? Asked Parvati. Nobody knows, said Ginny. He's smart. Gone into hiding where no one can hunt him down, said Seamus, nodding his head. I don't think he's on the run, said Neville. I reckon he's up to something. Like what? Said Seamus. Don't know, but something, said Neville thoughtfully. He won't just lie low, not Harry Potter. Ginny felt a thrill at the admiration she sensed in Neville's voice, but she remained silent, dwelling only on the message she had received from Harry. Harry will be in danger tomorrow. How can I support him? One thing I can do is not distract him with any unnecessary messages while he's at risk. Ron is the same, said Lavender, wistfully. He's a fighter. Ron is sick in bed. Snapped Ginny, then, in a more controlled manner, he's very ill and I'm really worried about him. I don't think he'll be back at Hogwarts for weeks, perhaps not this term. Lavender stared. So, he'll be back next. But what about Hermione? Supplied Ginny, not showing any surprise at all. She's Muggle-born. She must have gone into hiding with her parents. So she's not, they're not. Ginny could see Lavender was digesting this information before she could ask any further questions. Ginny got up abruptly and was surprised to notice a cluster of Gryffindors rose with her. She was suddenly aware that all those within earshot had been listening in on every word she had exchanged with Neville and Seamus. There was something different from previous years. There was an eagerness in the way they were looking at her, looking up to her. Did they think she had some great plan worked out? Could they possibly suspect she was in touch with Harry? Looking to Harry through her. To lead them from darkness into light. She shrugged and marched back to the common room with them all following. It felt very odd. Get started, Neville, said Ginny, when they had all entered their common room. I'll join you in a minute. Me, said Neville. Why don't you? Right, me. Ginny turned into the reading room and hid herself behind a tall shelf where she pulled out a huge dusty volume to obscure herself and the medallion further. She gazed at the disc and the message it still showed around its perimeter. Me. Danger tomorrow. Do not worry. For a long minute she tried to think what to say, considering what might be helpful or useful to Harry. Neville could be heard talking loudly around the corner and she knew he'd be drawing the few remaining DA members together again to gauge their attitudes and seeing if there might be any new recruits. She turned her attention back to what she was doing. What to say? Finally, Ginny kissed the disc and sent it with the message. Safe till prophecy. Tell me after. As Ginny went back into the common room, the talking fell silent and she could see everyone's eyes on her, including Neville's. Romilda Vane spoke first. So, is Harry not? This is not about Harry. Snorted Ginny, then she steadied herself. We're sure Harry will be out there, doing something. Nobody knows. But we know Harry and we know how strongly he feels. We can be sure he won't be lying back doing nothing. The thing is, Harry is not here. It's just us. It's up to us to do anything we can. We know Harry would if he were here. But what can we do anyway? Snape's in control and Death Eaters for teachers, said Seamus. Death Eaters, exclaimed Parvati. What do you mean? The Carrows. Didn't you see them? They, said Neville. I didn't know they were Death Eaters. Cried Parvati. How can we fight Death Eaters? Well, obviously. We're not going to attack them in class, are we? Said Neville. Anyway, why do you think you joined Dumbledore's army? To play tiddlywinks. We were learning defense against the dark arts. Learning how to defend ourselves. Said Parvati. We can take them, said Cormac McLaggen. They're spineless cowards all of them. McLaggen, what you doing here? Said Ginny. Thought you'd left. Yes, well, I decided to do more studies. Advance myself, that sort of thing. You failed your newts, didn't you? Roared Seamus. You've got to redo your 7th year. McLaggen quickly became red-faced. I wanted to anyway. Yeah, course you did. Smirked Seamus. Enough. Cried Ginny. Does this mean you're in, McLaggen? I'm considering it, he said. Well, consider this while you're at it. I won't stand for any of last year's Quidditch nonsense, said Ginny firmly. No bossing people around. I'm in charge and Neville here and Luna are my seconds in command, that's it. Nev. Il looked sideways at Ginny at this last remark but he didn't get a chance to say anything. Loony Lovegood, cried Romilda. How can she be? Because she's 10 times smarter than you is why. Cried Ginny. And she fought Death Eaters at the Ministry, and last year when they murdered Professor Dumbledore. Anyone else here think they're good enough to step into her shoes? Hands up anyone who's fought Death Eaters. There was silence for a while. Thought not, added Ginny. How can they both be second? Scoffed McLaggen. Only one person can be. Because I say so, stormed Ginny. They are co-equal deputies, all right. Listen, we're not talking about fighting, continued Ginny. We want to set up a meeting to find out exactly what we can do to resist Snape, to raise morale and wipe those stupid smirks off their faces. In practice, broke in Neville, again looking sideways at Ginny and being reassured by her nods he continued, we'll be carrying on dueling practice, earning new spells, so we can defend ourselves if we have to. He looked squarely at Parvati when he said this. Remember how it was when Umbridge was here, said Ginny. It's bound to be at least as bad and probably worse. Do you want that? So think about it till tomorrow. We'll arrange the first meeting to discuss things properly. It's not just Gryffindors, there's Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs too. Then you make your decision. Ooh. What is it, Harry? Said Hermione. Is it your scar? Again. Nothing. No, not this time. It's nothing. Just thinking. Harry thought hard. Somehow he had to control his reactions when he felt Ginny's kiss. He sighed and went to the mantelpiece where he fiddled with some old metal ornaments. Hermione exchanged looks with Ron but said nothing. Harry managed to sneak out his medallion and read it while pretending to look at a little brass goblin with a tiny bell inside. The ornament glared and squirmed a little as if to say, well, are you going to ring me or not? And Harry hastily dropped it back on the shelf and turned to the other two. They had been discussing their plan for tomorrow and just finished Creature's treacle tart. They were physically well fed but still felt empty inside. Are you absolutely sure about this, Harry? Tomorrow, said Hermione. Safe till prophecy. Harry was thinking about Ginny's message. Somehow it was reassuring, as if the prophecy was too big and too important to be intended for an escapade in some ministerial office. He knew that made little sense, and yet why did the prophecy not say, only one can survive but by the way he has 7 lives? Why was there no prophecy for all the other people that Voldemort killed? He marked me as his equal. So let's level the playing field so it really is equal. Maybe that's intended. Harry smiled. He felt a little more confident about the next day. Yes, Hermione, tomorrow we steal back the locket from Umbridge. Ginny had spent every spare minute looking at the portcullis displayed on her medallion. It had begun as a small gateway but now it was huge. Harry had told her that signified increased danger near or within an enemy hold, but only when it showed a dungeon did it mean capture. At least the spiked gate was still partly open. She hoped that meant there was a way out for Harry wherever he was. Her eye was distracted by an image in the book in which she was shielding the disc. A fat muggle had been screaming silently at a child cowering in the corner. Now he had taken off his leather belt and gone over to the boy. Ginny lifted her eyes away from the book but not to pay attention to anything that the teacher was saying. It's no surprise that muggles are continuously at war with one another somewhere in the world when they all raise their children in such a brutal fashion, smirked Electo Caro. She was a short, stocky woman with dark hair severely tied back and an almost continuous expression of contempt. The first 10 minutes of this Muggles studies class had been shocking. Muggles were being portrayed as ignorant, stupid, and disgustingly unhygienic. After that, Ginny had just resigned herself to letting the nonsense wash harmlessly over her. Now was not the time for action, but she could see Seamus was looking furiously at the teacher. "Me dad never beats me," cried Seamus. He looked outraged. Quote, "He's less strict than me, ma'am, if anything. It is sickening when a witch or wizard mates with a muggle, but at least they keep them under control," said Caro. It sounded as if she had rehearsed the response. Seamus was on his feet in an instant. He was furious. "Me dad doesn't need controlling," he shouted. Neville, sitting next to him, dragged him back down to his chair. 10 points from Gryffindor, smirked Caro. "Any more outbursts like that, Mr. Finnegan, and it will be detention." She muttered something as if to herself, but she did it loudly enough that everyone could hear. "I suppose this bad temper is understandable. What's that supposed to mean? Because I'm half-blood I get annoyed when someone insults me family," roared Finnegan. "Detention, Mr. Finnegan. 7 o'clock sharp. Don't bring your temper, it will not be tolerated." Caro glared at him and there was something sinister in the way she continued, "If you cannot control yourself, then you will find we have ways of doing it for you." Neville and Ginny exchanged glances but decided to remain silent for the rest of the lesson. When the lunch bell went, they were glad to get out. At lunchtime in the Great Hall, air had initially been the usual chatter, but Snape had ordered silence again. This lasted less than a minute, then students were whispering to each other under cover of a sandwich or a pie. What do you reckon, Ginny? Blood quill, said Neville out of the corner of his mouth. What? Ginny looked up. She had not been following the Gryffindor's conversations but had spent most of the time with her face buried in a large, slim volume called 20 Charms You Should Know. It was ideal for hiding her medallion yet not heavy. Seamus detention. What do you think he'll get? Probably start with a big soapy scrub up, then 10 hot showers, and then he'll have to take a pledge of peace and swear he'll never go to war. Not funny, snapped Finnegan. Perhaps not, whispered Ginny, but it's all ruddy stupid anyway. I just ignored her. She returned her gaze to the silver disc concealed within her book. She was concerned that the portcullis image was now immense and fully closed. Great chains cr. Ossed it from side to side to make it clear that it was locked. You're turning into a regular Hermione Granger, Ginny, murmured Neville. It's me what's taking newts this year. Ginny slipped her medallion back below her neckline and closed her book. Just doing a refresher. Last term seems ages ago. So much has. Where do you think you are going, Lovegood? Barked Snape so loudly that Severell students near the front visibly recoiled. Oh, I've finished eating, I'm just going to talk to some friends, replied Luna chirpily and continued walking over to the Gryffindor table. If you've finished then you may leave or return to your own table, snarled Snape. He raised his voice a notch to indicate he was addressing everyone. Students will not fraternize with members of other houses in the Great Hall. But should we not encourage cooperation between the houses in these troubled times? Asked Luna innocently. Sit down, or go, said Snape, or Ravenclaw will be cooperating with the other houses by forfeiting 5 house points. I shall not warn you again. Luna started to turn but waved at Ginny as she did so, then went back and sat down at the Ravenclaw table. The wave was not lost on Ginny. 3 fingers, 3 definites, said Ginny. She looked across to Ernie Macmillan at the Hufflepuff table. He had not missed Luna's wave either, he was holding up 4 fingers. Ginny smiled and nodded. 4 huffs. 3 raves, plus Luna and Ernie is 9. What about this evening for the first meeting, then? Said Neville. No, well, Seamus has detention for one thing, said Ginny. She didn't like to say she wanted to be free to keep watch when Harry was safe again. Let's make it tomorrow at 7:30. I'll set the galleons, then Luna and Ernie can pass the message to those who've not yet got them. It was early afternoon in Charms before Ginny was finally relieved to see a sailing ship had replaced the portcullis on her medallion, yet no message from Harry. She fretted through the remaining lessons of the day. What if he's sick, or unconscious? It was evening in the common room as she and Neville and others waited for Seamus to return from his detention that a tremble at her throat and the sense of Harry's presence and his warm affection touched her. I'm in, snapped Finnegan as he entered the Gryffindor common room. Count me in. His face was dark as thunder and his eyes were red and sore. In, said Neville. You mean the DA? Thought you were already in. No, well, I'd been thinking about it. So, what happened? Said Ginny. Shish. He was already on her feet ready to go and find a corner where she could read Harry's message, so she was slightly annoyed that Seamus had arrived at that very moment. Blood quill, banned from Hogsmeade this weekend. And a nasty little spell called Itchy Squirms. Hogsmeade, squealed Remilda and Lavender, it's a Hogsmeade weekend. Yeah, and I'm sure they only did it so they could ban me from it, grumbled Seamus, rubbing the back of his hand. Not as bad as I'd feared, said Neville. Not bad, snapped Seamus, you want to try it. See how long you last. What is it? Itching powder kind of thing, said Ginny. Fred and George might be. Your skin crawls all over. It's like being crawled over by a million bugs. Seamus shuddered. Even my eyes. But that's not all. Oh no, I hate creeping things, said Remilda. She brushed some imaginary insect off her sleeve and hugged herself as if she had suddenly gone cold. What else? Said Ginny. Amicus. Amicus was there as well, said Neville. Both of them. Electo, she casts the squirmy thing. I don't know what it's called. I call it Itchy Squirms because that's what it feels like. Seamus hesitated before continuing. He gets into your mind. You see things. Dark, it's like they're all over you. You can't. I gave in to them. Seamus threw himself down in an armchair and buried his face in his hands. There was stunned silence throughout the common room. Ginny spoke first. What did you tell them, Seamus? Seamus looked up, startled. Nothing. What do you? His face flushed as he struggled to tell them. I apologized, to Electo. I begged her forgiveness. I told them, me dad was a. He hid his face in his hands again and turned away, ashamed. Ginny went over and put a hand on his shoulder. They've shamed themselves, not you. You can't be. Don't feel badly about yourself if you couldn't stand the spell any longer. Spell? Me. It wasn't me that time. Seamus looked at everyone again. He realized he'd not explained himself very well. It wasn't me. They did it to me first, but I wouldn't give in. Then they did it to A. First, no, second year he is now. The little Huff with the big ears, you know. Davy something. He was crying. They wouldn't stop till I gave in. Ginny sank down into the chair next to Seamus. Your dad would be so proud of you, Seamus. Seamus turned to look at her. His eyes were shining, but he had managed to fight back his tears. He didn't speak, but Ginny hoped that what she saw in his expression was a little relief from his inner torment. They can't do that, said Romilda. They shouldn't be allowed. You see what we're up against, don't you? Shouted Neville at everyone in the room. He was furious. They're evil. We have to fight them. Anyone who doesn't stand up to them is as bad they are. You don't need to fight them in a duel, but everyone needs to do their bit. We have to find ways to deal with this. Think about it. Think about tomorrow night's meeting. If you're not with us then, well, you have to live with that for the rest of your life. Ginny suddenly remembered Harry's message and she stood up. What Neville said. Think about it overnight. Make sure everyone you speak to knows about it. You lose nothing by coming to the meeting and discussing what action we can take. Think on it. She left Hem and went upstairs to the girls' dormitory and sat on her bed, face glowing with a mixture of emotions. She was alone. Everyone had crammed into the common room to listen to what had happened in S. He could hear raised voices down there still. She took out her medallion and looked at it. 3 safe. Ron hurt. Recovering. I need you bad. Wish this was over. Be with you. Ginny could feel Harry's misery lick. A stone in her heart, and her brother's courage slapped her in the face as she realized he might have died while she had hardly thought of him. She burst into tears but suppressed her sobs so no one could hear her. She struggled to bring herself under control and dried her eyes in case anyone came upstairs and saw her. She sat for many minutes distracted by the heated discussions that were taking place down in the common room. What to do? A fragment of what someone was saying downstairs caught her attention and she straightened up, her eyes widened. She did not hesitate for long before her kiss was on its way to Harry. Hogsmeade this weekend. Style. 11 a.m. Ginny could feel her heart beating rapidly with excitement as she approached the entrance hall on Saturday morning. Luna greeted her. Hi, Ginny. Isn't Neville coming to Hogsmeade? She looked hopefully over Ginny's shoulder. He'll be here in a minute, said Ginny. Professor McGonagall is having a quick word with him. Oh, he's not in trouble, is he? No, she spoke to me earlier as well. Told me about the owls being monitored, but I think she knew we'd already heard. Just cautioned me to be careful, really, then nodded and smiled. I can't imagine what she thinks an innocent little girl like myself needs to be careful about. Ginny grinned. She was positively beaming with anticipation of meeting Harry. Her only concern was how to get away from the others to meet Harry. Luna looked closely at her, studying her face. That's a very pretty dress. What colors are those? Said Luna. Oh, it's fawn and saffron, said Ginny, pulling her light travel cloak more closely around her. The weather was slightly cool but not unpleasant, and the cloak was not essential. Ginny, would you do something for me? Asked Luna. Ginny looked startled. Of course, Luna. What's wrong? Oh, nothing wrong, said Luna. It's just that, this is very rude of me, but would it be possible for me to have some time with Neville? On our own, I mean. Ginny stared. You and Neville? Has he? No. But I'm hoping that if you're not there he might. Luna smiled and took out the Spectraspecs from her bag and started to put them on. He's very sweet, don't you think? Yes, well, I can't say I really. Yes, I suppose he is. Yes, of course he is. I thought so, said Luna, nodding and putting away her Spectraspecs. Raxperts. Do you all sort of fuzzy and warm and confused and excited all at the same time. Well, yes I do actually. Oh, hello, Neville. Luna waved excitedly past Ginny. Hello, Luna. Everything all right? Said Neville, brightly. Well, Ginny's mum is meeting her later to get any messages. Parents do worry so much when they don't get an all every 5 minutes, don't they? Said Luna chirpily. How long do you think you'll be, Ginny? Well, Ginny struggled not to look astonished at Luna's fabricated story. Don't fret if you can't get away quickly. I know what parents are like, you'll be able to catch us up later. We've got all day, said Luna. She turned to Neville, who looked crestfallen. He had been looking forward to an outing with friends. Sorry, Neville, you'll be stuck with just me for a while, but perhaps we might take tea together or a butterbeer, what do you think? Well, It took Neville a few seconds for this turn of events to sink in. No, that's fine. I mean, yes. I'm sorry, Neville, said Luna, looking closely at his confused and enthusiastic expression. It's a shame that Seamus is not allowed out, isn't it? It will just be you and me on our own, together. Sorry. Neville's face suddenly brightened. No need to be sorry, Luna. It will be nice. Better actually. We can talk later anyway, Ginny, right? The three linked arms and strolled down to the village together. It was difficult to tell who was the happiest, Ginny, Luna, or Neville. It was pleasantly sunny, but the road out of Hogsmeade was deserted when Ginny reached the stile. She folded up her travel cloak and shrunk it into her bag, then tugged it and straightened her dress, hoping she was presentable. She looked around anxiously, then at her watch. 5 to 11. He'll really be here any minute. She looked back to Hogsmeade as she had several times on her walk, but no one had followed her. You look wonderful. Ginny spun around. Harry was near the stile, sliding off his invisibility cloak. Ginny shrieked and flung herself at him. They stopped kissing only when the distant bark of a dog reminded them their paradise was earthly. Walk with me, smiled Ginny. Harry helped her over the stile, but he did not release her hand when she alighted close to him. They strolled along, fingers entwined, away from Hogsmeade, away from worries and responsibilities, in soaring freedom together and, for once, oblivious of all but themselves. Their words were few while they laughed and giggled together at their blissful escape. I've got a confession, said Harry lightheartedly. Tell me, said Ginny. I walked along with you for a bit before you even got to the stile. No, yes, couldn't speak. Just wanted to watch you. Couldn't believe you were real. Right, I've got a confession then too, said Ginny, squeezing his hand a little tighter. You're not Remilda with a dose of polyjuice, are you? When I snogged Dean that time in the corridor, I knew you always took that shortcut. I was trying to make you jealous. Harry stared at Ginny for several seconds before he recovered. You hussy. Fine, how about this then? That last time Dean pushed you going through the portrait hole. Ginny's eyes widened like saucers and her mouth gaped. How? That was me and Liquid Luck, grinned Harry. He pulled out a corner of the invisibility cloak from High's rucksack to indicate how he had done it. While Ginny was still staring with astonishment, Harry continued. When we played Quidditch in the orchard with Ron and Hermione that time when you thought I'd broken my wrist, I was just trying to impress you with my dive. How could you? You didn't even like me then. I always liked you, Ginny. I mean, you didn't fancy me then, so. No, I only thought I didn't, said Harry. I mean, I didn't know I did. What's that mean? Laughed Ginny. I mean, it was only recently I was thinking of that and I remembered. I just did it. I didn't really hurt my wrist much at all, but when you looked so concerned I kind of liked it. Without knowing why, I mean. So I went along with it. Then Hermione spoilt it by mending my not broken wrist, said Harry, then he added hastily. Don't tell her I was pretending. Ginny became silent for a while. Harry waited. I did some pretending myself, she said eventually. Sometimes when I snogged Dean I pretended it was you. Yuck. Harry poked a finger in his mouth and mimed vomiting. Only sometimes. Then, sensing Ginny's seriousness, he became thoughtful himself. Harry, that time when you were kissing him. Afterwards I tried to imagine it was me. Oh, Harry, I wish I'd never. So you owe me big time, grinned Harry. Well, you owe me for the wrist thing. Not only the wrist, when you crashed, for a second I didn't fake the crash. That really was an accident. I'm not going to deliberately dive into the ground just to impress a hussy who likes to make boys jealous, am I? You didn't know I was a hussy then, laughed Ginny. And anyway, you crashed because you were showing off to impress me. Did it work? Ginny grinned. Did it work? Harry persisted with a laugh. Of course it did. You always did. For the next hour they walked leisurely along, their chatter punctuated with noisy laughter and silent kisses, but as midday came and went their thoughts were inevitably drawn to when their time together would end. When do you have to go back, Harry? Another hour. I told Hermione and Ron I needed some time to myself. They think I've gone for a walk through the Gone for a Walk. You have to be careful where you go, well, you know that. You were right about Hogsmeade, it's not safe. Wish we could go back for a pasty or something. Oh don't, moaned Harry, clutching his empty stomach. Why? You hungry? Oh, Harry, you're hungry. What are you? Wait. Ginny dived into her bag. I was in Honeydukes earlier with Luna and Neville. Here's a monster chocolate bar, here. Tuck in, but don't eat the eyeballs, they're gross. Thanks, Ginny. This'll be appreciated. Perhaps I can arrange. Harry hesitated then offered the chocolate back. I can't take it, Ginny. Course you can. I can get more. No, I can't. I simply can't. Not while. I couldn't face. It's Ron and Hermione, isn't it? And you can't share it with them. How would I explain it? They can't know about us being in touch. Ron would kill me. Nobody should know anyway. It would put you at great risk. Harry felt something grand stir within himself. Like a majestic stag on a harsh street. Only slope it struggled to climb to the surface of his attention. He let it fall back into the darkness. But Hermione knows. Not now, she doesn't. Ginny stared at Harry then slowly put the chocolate bar back in her bag. The other day, whatever you did, just tell me. Was it successful? She said. Harry nodded emphatically but remained silent. Good. Be encouraged by that, said Ginny firmly. And what about Ron? He'll be all right. Splinched, but he'll be okay. Ginny raised her medallion, sailing ship uppermost. You're on the move, last few days. Will you be able to find food? We'll manage. Harry looked up and smiled earnestly. We really will make do. We're finding our way. Don't worry, Ginny. They came at last to a fast stream that flowed from the hills and they sat on its bank. Quietly watching the water twinkle and flash by, spraying up gentle droplets as it leapt and dodged the softened rocks strewn along its bed. Harry, did you manage to get? Harry looked at Ginny, then remembered. Sorry, Ginny. There's no way I can get my picture taken where I am now, but I brought you some other things, look. I brought what I could. He drew a few small items out of his rucksack, inconsequential things. A tiny bottle, a small, weathered book, a piece of old parchment, not his precious image which she wanted so dearly. He held them up, about to explain, earnestly seeking her approval. For a few moments, Ginny's eyes seemed to capture the bright sparkles of the nearby waters, but she blinked several times then reached down for her bag lying on the ground where she sat. I went in Wisages earlier. She took an envelope out of her bag and pulled out a photograph which she handed to Harry. She watched him intently as he studied the portrait, saw him smile when her picture did, tilt his head with hers. You look glorious, you look just like you do now, which is great. Well, since I only had the photo taken an hour or so ago, that's not surprising. Laughed Ginny. Here, let me put it away to keep it clean, it's getting spots of water on it. How come Colin couldn't do it? Said Harry, as he handed it back. He's Muggle-born, Harry, him and Dennis. They're probably on the run. I hope they are anyway. Harry stared into the racing waters, lost for words. He was thinking of the prisoners he had seen at the ministry. How many other Muggles-born were in hiding? Ginny, seeing him deep in his reverie, slid the picture back into its envelope and carefully put it away in his rucksack. Harry was still holding his pitiful bits and pieces, too caring about her feelings to either offer them or put them away. What did you bring, Harry? Oh, might be of use, there's a polyjuice, we had loads but anyway, doubt we'll need it again, we can spare one easily. Ginny took the small bottle and feigned pleasure which did not deceive Harry for a moment. And I duplicated this storybook of Hermione's. She seems to like it but, well anyway, I wanted to bring you something but we're miles from anywhere really. He felt rather small now as he offered the book. It's great. And a souvenir, to remind me of. Ginny knew the book, had read it hundreds of times. Every witch child knew the tales of Beetle the Bard, but she thought probably Harry would not know that. She opened it. It was written in runes, totally obscure to her, so she lost it quickly before he noticed, but she saw the flash of recognition in his eyes. Thanks. It's lovely. And this should be helpful. No use to me now. He opened up the parchment and Ginny knew before he activated it that it was the Marauder's map. No, Harry, she said firmly. I won't take it. You already told me you like to see me safe on it. But, you still do, don't you? With all my heart, said Harry miserably. I just thought. Ginny saw then what he had tried to give up. I'm happy knowing sometimes you are seeing me on it, Harry. That's more important than using it for some escapade, isn't it? Harry smiled and nodded and folded the map away in his rucksack. You just take extra care though, moving around Hogwarts and, Harry stopped, caught by some thought, then continued, what about you now? What's it like with Snape as head? Horrendous. We've organized the DA again, starting. Well, not a lot we can do yet, but we're making protests, graffiti and such like. We're practicing again. Neville's great. He's teaching dueling to the younger ones. We both are, and Luna too. We have to be careful though. What did they do, Ginny? Are they doing that blood quill thing again? Ginny remained silent. Ginny. Worse. Punishment spells in detention. Different things. Oh, Ginny. Ginny looked into the flowing waters, but she knew he was searching her face with his eyes. Speak to McGonagall, what's she say? There's not much the other teachers can do. Nothing really. She's warned us to be extra careful. Ask Flitwick. Same. No, I mean, he's a good sort. Ask him if there are any charms that might offset what they do. And Madame Pomfrey. Ask her if there are any. What about potions? Who's teaching that now? Is it Slughorn still? Yes, but, ask him if they're. Tell the teachers exactly what's happening. Ask if they can provide any spells, charms, potions, anything too. You see, it might be possible. I'm thin. King of like a sedative or a pain suppressant or. Depends what they do. Ginny gazed with admiration at Harry. That's a great idea. We might be able to fake it. In detention, I mean. Pretend the punishment is worse than it really is. There are no feeling charms and daydream spells, and there's loads of things we might try. She became quite elated as she pondered the suggestion. Why didn't we think of this before? I wish I could tell them about you, Harry. The DA would be so thrilled if they knew you were still behind us. Well, anyway, she sighed. Ooh. They parted sadly, yet each uplifted by the other's support. Harry was so grateful that Ginny didn't pester him with questions he could not answer nor become all weepy and inconsolable. Ginny for her part relied stoically on her own interpretation of the prophecy. She felt sure her man was destined to win through. Yet she hoped fervently she might find some way to help him carry that burden. When Ginny, on her lonely walk back towards Hogsmeade, crouched down beside a scruffy thorn hedge and wept bitterly, she did not know Harry had invisibly followed her to make sure she was safe. She did not know he smothered his own sobs when he saw her suffering. She did not see the pride in his eyes when she finally struggled to her feet, dried her eyes and said aloud to herself. Okay, Weasley. Finished, have you? Right, let's get on with it then. And marched off, head high, to join Luna and Neville. As Harry prepared to apparate back to Ron and Hermione, he pushed his invisibility cloak deeply into his rucksack and felt something very large and hard at the bottom. It was the photograph envelope, and beneath it was a bar of monster chocolate. Happy now being in love with you. Ginny was now cleverly cloaking the metal ion with a flow of her hair so she could daydream over Harry's messages. To know she made him happy brought light to the days that now darkened Hogwarts. His affectionate kiss still lingered within her, and she felt a contentment she could turn to when trouble stirred around her. Neville gave her a gentle nudge to draw her attention back to their lesson. Ginny sighed. She wished she could respond to Harry's message immediately, but she knew she should wait until she could be alone. Looking was one thing, but kissing something in her hair several times a day before an audience of curious students would hardly go unnoticed. To really get the dark arts, you've got to have a wide variety of hexes, jinxes, and curses. Amicus Caro paused for effect, watching his class closely, then added, Unforgivables is not the only dark stuff. He was standing at the top of the short flight of steps that led up to his office as if to dominate his students from on high. One hand grasped the stone rail and The other clutched the edge of his robe as he gazed proudly outwards like a Roman emperor addressing his legions from a palace balcony. Yet as soon as he spoke, his uncouth manner contradicted his lofty stance. You see, you can deform the fool to get him out your way. Busted fingers means he ain't going to handle his wand no more, and he can't dodge your next curse if his feet or knees is twisted. Not everyone gets it, this curse is hard to learn. But that's good, likely your victim can't do it back at you. But when you've got the hang of it, then it's dead easy and real quick. And they see. And get rid of it, it's tough to counter this curse. Only the best wizards got the knack, right? So you're one up, right from the start. The idiot can't hang about waiting for it to wear off, can he? And usually it hurts, so that's a ruddy distraction for, I am right there. He's yours for the taking. He gave a nasty wheezy giggle. Right, let's have a volunteer. Caros gazed around the classroom. He seemed to relish the sight of students avoiding his eye contact, cringing down into their seats, hoping they would not be noticed. His attention finally alighted on Luna, who was gazing out of the window, unconcernedly watching a cloud pass by. Lovegood, get yourself over, air. Sorry, said Luna. I was distracted for a while. Yeah, well, I'll sort out your dozy daydreamin' soon enough, and your attitude. Get here, now, Luna said serenely. I'm happy with both, thank you. Would anyone else like to volunteer instead? Neville's hand went up. Ginny, sitting beside him, tried to drag down his arm, but she knew it was too late. Several Slytherins sneered, including Crabbe and Goyle, who were making comments to one another. Draco Malfoy seemed withdrawn and nervous, however, and he looked away. Even better, smirked Caro at Neville and Luna. Here, now, both of you. Caro turned and walked down the curving steps to meet them. While he was not looking directly, Luna whispered, Sorry, Neville. Caro gloated over his victims while he thought for a moment. You do too much stargazing, Lovegood, get ready to defend yourself. He had already pointed his wand at Luna's face and now gave a subtle turning motion ending with a wide pull away. Detorqueo. Luna's eyes closed up like peas. She cried out and reached blindly in front of herself. Always in the dark, ain't you? Sniggered Caro. The Slytherin crowd roared with laughter. Your victim's a sitting duck, so you can do what? Caro raised his wand, but he never had a chance to use it, for Luna had, unnoticed, turned her own wand in the direction of Caro's voice. Expelliarmus, said Luna as quietly and casually as she could, and Caro's wand was plucked out of his hand and fell at his feet with a clatter. You little whelp, bellowed Caro. He glared angrily at Luna and stepped forward as if to strike the blind girl, but then seemed to think better of it and brought himself under control. Yeah, well, if it were for real, you'd be quick and stealthy, not tell him what you're gonna do, would you? He picked up his wand and, stepping silently to one side, he cast a nonverbal tripping spell. Luna went down in a heap and Caro sniggered. As she tried to get up, he pointed his wand again. Down she went again. You're sick, you know that, said Neville to Caro. He helped Luna to her feet and placed her hand on his arm. Hang on, Luna. 5 points off Gryffindor for that wisecrack, snarled Caro. You got a big mouth, Longbottom, Detorqueo. Neville's lips bloated out like a bright red bicycle inner tube and he staggered back, feeling his face. Blue obble go do bell, burbled Neville angrily. Most of the Slytherins erupted into applause and howled their approval. Eve. Ryan else remained silent, impotent to help and glad it wasn't them. His fun over, Caro frowned at the unfortunate couple. Right, back to your seats, and maybe if you don't cause no trouble I might use the counter curse. Neville guided Luna back to her seat next to Terry Boot. Wob babes, Bebby, babbled Neville. Swap babes. What do you mean? Said Terry, confused. Babes. I wob bu bib wib bubba. Sit down, Longbottom. In your own chair. A curse hit Neville from Caro's wand and his left leg twisted like a stick of barley sugar. He tumbled headlong into the aisle between the desks. He clambered back to his own seat next to Ginny, wincing in pain and falling several times along the way. Now everyone's gonna do this on the one next to you, said Caro. The students groaned. You won't get it at first, but I'll come round and set you right till you do. Look at me wand carefully, but it's not just how you shift it about. How you feel matters as well, you got to be nasty with it. He repeated the wand movements several times for everyone to observe, then he walked around checking the students' attempts. Neville contented himself with aiming his wand ineffectively at Ginny and mumbling, "Be blurbly oh." Ginny, in turn, rotated her wand in every direction but that which Caro had demonstrated and muttered viciously to herself. None of the students succeeded to so much as turn a pimple, but Ginny took careful note of the counter-curses that Caro used on Neville and Luna near the end of the lesson when the teacher made a final threat. "For homework you've gotta learn it proper. Anyone who don't, you'll be volunteers next lesson, so I'll keep doing you till you get it." Ooh. Harry fell silent and flung himself down on a stool in a corner of the tent. E3 had been arguing for half an hour, going round in circles and getting nowhere. "But why don't we?" Ron began, but shut up immediately when he saw Hermione shaking her head ominously. "Me as usual. Always me, they expect to have all the answers," thought Harry miserably. He was bitterly disappointed in everyone, especially Ginny. For over 2 hours he had awaited her response. He dug out his Marauders map again. He could see she was in a class, but that seemed no excuse. "Damn you. You might think of me once in a while." If only he could go back there and see. "Doesn't she realize how hurtful it is to keep me waiting?" His scar began to prickle and he turned from the other two and braced himself for the expected pain. He grimaced at the bland tent canvas wall. It was as meaningless and empty as his entire life seemed to have been. He felt oppressed and confined. Things were not going well. He did not hear Hermione quietly approaching. "It's Ginny, isn't it?" she said very softly so Ron would not hear. "That's the real reason you want to go to Hogwarts." "No, it's not," snapped Harry. "You know who went back." "But he didn't get the job, did he?" said Hermione. "So he never got the chance to hide a Horcrux there. We've been through this over and over." "All right, fine then," said Harry, "forget Hogwarts." Hermione's face twisted in anxiety. She could see Harry's pain, but to give into him and return to Hogwarts seemed suicidal. "Might as well try the orphanage then," said Ron. "Ron," raged Harry, leaping angrily up from his seat, "for the last time I tell you he wouldn't." "Take it off, Harry," said Hermione. "Take the locket off, now." Harry stared at her. "I've only had it on an hour. Nearly 2. I'm not." "Why should?" Harry muttered incoherently. "It's affecting you more though, isn't it?" said Hermione. "Give it to me. Give it to me while we go to the orphanage. Just for a few hours, see how you feel." "Oh, take the damn thing then," spat Harry. He almost flung the locket at Hermione. She held it for a while, looking at him. Better. It seemed almost as if a great black stone had been lifted from him, and Harry nodded groggily like a man waking up from a bad dream. His hand clutched at his throat, seeking his medallion, but he stopped himself. The other two were looking at him strangely. "Fresh air, give me a minute." He dashed out of the tent, sought his silver disc, and sagged to the ground with relief when he saw his last message to Ginny, "Happy now being in love with you." Waves of emotion swept through him and remorse tore at his heart. Though he knew the Horcrux had made him do it, he was sickened that he had thought badly of Ginny. He hated the evil locket more than ever. It had only been chance that he put it on after using his medallion and not before. He must warn Ginny. "No, when I wear the locket I must first tell Ginny I won't be able to." "Harry." It was Hermione from the tent. The medallion trembled. Right there in his shocky hand it trembled, and Ginny's gentleness kissed his soul. Hot tears spilled down his cheeks. "My love always supports you. Only ask." "Harry." Hermione again. There was concern in her voice. "We ought to go." "Minute," said Harry weakly. He kissed the medallion. "Ginny. Need your strength. Badly. Often. Cannot answer yet." He regretted his message immediately. The burden he placed on her was too much, but he let it go. He wiped his face with his sleeve, gritted his teeth and went back to the others. "I'm all right now," he said. "I'll take it back, I'll take my turn." "No, Harry," said Hermione. "Yes, I have to." "Hermione. Give it back, please." Hermione reluctantly handed over the locket. Harry put it on, grasped Hermione's arm, and looked across at Ron expectantly. The apparition to London was a waste of time. Harry had known it would be, but at least they eliminated the orphanage from their list of possible sites that might contain a Horcrux. Perhaps Ron and Hermione would stop nagging him now. He felt irritable for the whole trip, even worse when they returned. Yet he found if he grasped both locket and medallion he could read Ginny's words freely because Ron and Hermione thought he was inspecting the Horcrux. Her simple words comforted him and helped foil the anxieties of the dark object, they kept him sane and focused. I am with you. How she was doing it he did not know. What risks she took through the day he dare not think. He lived in her kisses. We shall come through this together. He did not analyze but absorbed their meaning like a prayer. He would not answer while he wore the Horcrux, though he seemed not so irritable as before. Their medallions were sacred to them. It would be a blasphemy to risk a harsh word to fester in her thoughts. Think you can open it then? Said Ron, as he watched Harry's endless preoccupation with the locket in his grasp. I reckon so, I think maybe Parseltongue should do it, said Harry as he read between his fingers, the love between us cannot end. I'm not that bothered to be honest. We'll figure it out once we find out how to destroy it. Ron looked at Hermione in surprise and she rolled her eyes and shook her head. He gave a wry smile and wolfed down the last of his egg sandwich. Yes, that really is the end of the eggs, said Hermione, worriedly. There's half a loaf but we'll need to scavenge again tomorrow. Harry suddenly tumbled off his chair impulsively and dived for his rucksack. I just remembered something. I got some chocolate ages ago, you know, for emergencies. I'd forgotten. He handed it over to Hermione who looked a little puzzled but said nothing. She turned to Ron whose eyes were bulging. This is to be rationed, one square at a time, to supplement what we have, and only then when we've not got enough. She ignored his protests, tucked the chocolate away in her beaded bag and looked at her watch. It's time, Harry, she said. That's all right. I can manage a bit longer if you like. It's 12 hours. Stick to the plan. My turn. Hand it over. Harry took off the locket and felt a welcome relief. He handed it over. Apart from his scar prickling now and again, Harry felt better than he had for some time. I'm just going for a stroll for 10 minutes, get some fresh air, he said. After he had stepped out into the fresh evening air, he could hear them talking as he stood just outside the tent for a while breathing in the woodland scents. Have you noticed he's acting a bit strange, Hermione? I think he's just handling the Horcrux better, that's all. It affects different people different ways. Even so. Harry smiled to himself. He looked at Ginny's previous message then pondered what he might tell her. Finally, he knew. Back with you. You carried me. Thank you. Love you. He sent his tenderest kiss and smiled up at the friendly stars as he wondered what she might be doing in this shared moment. Sweet Ginny. Gentle Ginny. Ooh. We've got to make those rat filth pay. Roared Ginny, banging her hand on the only table in the room of requirement and making everyone jump. What Caro did to Luna and Neville was just plain evil. She looked angrily around at the gathering before her then sat back down. All the old DA members were there who could still be at Hogwarts and there were some new, eager faces. They knew this would be a serious discussion because all were provided with chairs in classroom formation. Neville had thought up this room and made it more secure and with extra exits. Leanne, you said you had an idea, said Ginny, talkin'. G out her notebook and a go-anywhere quill. Oh, and Luna and Neville also have come up with a really good plan, let's do that first. Hope it's nothing to do with changing parts of the body, laughed Harry. Well, it is to do with deflating someone's ego, said Luna, joining Ginny at the front of the room to face the others. She dumped her school bag on the table and pulled out a round cosmetic case which opened up like a flower at her touch. Behold, she lifted out the powder puff and held it up dramatically for all to see. So, this disguises the effects of giant noses and twisted ears, said Ernie. You definitely don't want to use it on your face, said Neville, getting up and joining Luna. You see, Luna had this terrific idea too. I got Daddy to print out these posters. She dived again into her school bag and dragged out a pile of large paper sheets. She held one up. Neville handed round a few. It's Snape, laughed Seamus. How'd you smuggle these in? Inside Daily Prophets, said Luna. Nobody thinks to check inside them. Ginny remained stone-faced as Harry's longed-for kiss touched her heart. Perhaps her quill trembled just a little as she looked around for an opportunity to read his message. But otherwise she showed no indication of the euphoria that swept through her. It's a wanted poster, said Anthony. Wanted for the cowardly murder of Professor Dumbledore, read out Parvati. Severus Snape. Quote, "We'll never get away with this," said Anthony. "That's where Neville's part comes in," said Luna excitedly. "Neville, you explain it." "Well, it was Luna's inspiration really," said Neville. "I would never have thought of it Get on with it, Neville," grinned Seamus. "Right, there's a bookworm called Liberina, it's really microscopic, more like algae or mold. You sometimes find decay and overprinting in books in old bookshops. That's Liberina, it messes up the print something horrible," said Neville, excitedly. "What use is that then?" said Parvati, "if it ruins the posters." "Wait, years ago they used it to digest newsprint from unsold daily profits so they could reuse the paper. Only it didn't work very well because although it absorbs the print it really feeds on the paper, anything organic really, dirt, slime." Neville laughed. "You might say it has a snack while it's reading the news." "You must be joking, surely," said Anthony. Yes, that was a joke," said Neville, flushing slightly, "but the thing is it also absorbs the print. I don't mean just the ink, I mean the shapes of the letters and all that as well as the paper. At the profit it kept regurgitating the news over and over so they finished up with different days all over one page. It's not really any good for that. Anyway, if you scrape it off after it's had a good meal you can use it to get the page back. It's very hardy and I've dried out some to form a convenient powder. It's going to snape onto posters," said Padma, wide-eyed. "Awesome. Sort of," said Neville. "Only you don't even need the actual posters. That's the best bit." Ginny looked at all the puzzled faces. "It's easier if you show them, Neville." "Yes, well, watch," said Neville. "I've made up lots of powder already." Luna skipped eagerly to the wall. She tickled an area with the fluffy brush, then after a last grand flourish, stepped back with a little giggle to admire her invisible work. Neville tried to monitor the results carefully but found himself diverted. He had noticed an appealing freshness in the way Luna did the most mundane tasks. Here she was merely looking at a drab gray wall, yet one foot was tilted neatly against her opposite ankle, her head was turned just so, betraying the cusp of a precious smile, and honey hair bedraggled. The line of her neck and shoulder like playful surf frozen in a golden sun. It suddenly struck him that she did not know this, she had not learned to pose like the other girls. Neville blinked and tried to think about black mold. Ginny had been shown the demonstration before. While everyone's attention was diverted, she slipped away to the equipment shelving and pretended to busy herself finding something while she read Harry's message. "Back with you. You carried me today. Grateful always. Love you." She stood there half hearing the others talk behind her. Ginny's eyes were unseeingly upon the shelf paraphernalia, a dummy wand, a broken target charm, an old whistle, but she was dwelling inwardly on Harry's words and his lingering kiss. It was sheer joy to know she had supported her man, had been of use to him. "Nothing's happened," said Ernie, after they had waited half a minute. Neville chuckled. "That's the best bit, gives you ages to get away. Keep watching." Another half a minute passed with no visible effect and several of the group were becoming restless. "It'll work, just give it time," said Neville anxiously. "You see the mold needs damp, not much, everywheres. Got a tiny amount of moisture even in a desert, but it just takes longer for the mold to grow if it's a fairly dry place. We tried it in a steamy bathroom and it was nearly instant." "It's working," squeaked Hannah, pointing at the wall. An area of the wall was becoming lighter and lighter. There was no detail for a while, but gradually a clear white rectangle emerged smothered in dark patches. Wick H gradually sharpened into large black letters and an unflattering picture of Professor Snape. Everyone gaped at what was clearly a wanted poster apparently painted straight onto the wall. "Merlin's hat," said Ernie. So, we don't need to carry around incriminating posters," said Luna. "All the girls can put one of these brushes in their makeup and daub a wall here and there." "That's not all," said Neville. "It's really hard to get rid of this stuff even with cleansing charms, and even when you do, it spreads itself. It's like mold after all. It's really hard to get rid of magical mold, you can't just scrub it off. Once we've got plenty of it spread around, then as fast as they try to remove it, the next day there'll be more without us even adding it." "You are totally brilliant," said Hannah, beaming admiringly at Neville. Ginny absent-mindedly came back with the whistle. It had seemed familiar somehow. The joy on her face fortunately mingled with the excited faces and General enthusiasm in the room as Luna used the transforming spell to duplicate the cosmetic boxes and handed them around to the girls. Just remember to get far away from the area as soon as you've used it, said Luna. Don't want to sound negative, but what exactly is the point of all this? Said Ernie. The point is they want to oppress us, control us, and intimidate us, said Neville. We're not going to let them. We're going to show them they can never, ever break us. It keeps us together in a fellowship and helps to organize in case we're needed. Needed? For what? Said Zacharias. To help Harry, of course, you Wally. Said Ginny. Why don't you face it? Harry's abandoned us, he's looking out for himself, replied Zacharias. Luna spoke up, if you really think that's true then you should go and join the Death Eaters because without Harry, we're all lost. Luna's right, said Neville. Harry is planning something, I'm sure of it. We need to be ready. Every little bit we do now prepares us, or would you rather we all split up and do nothing? Each be one separate, frightened little child. Together, we support one another, who knows what we might achieve. We're only just starting really, finding our way. Still looking for new suggestions we can try. There was a stirring amongst the group as they pondered these thoughts. Nobody protested. There were a few puzzled faces but there were many nods and positive expressions of encouragement. Leanne, what was your idea? Said Ginny, trying to keep things moving. Well, not much really. She began to redden. Seems silly now, after Luna and Neville's plan. Well, let's hear it anyway, said Seamus. Burping powder, said Leanne almost inaudibly. Belch powder, smirked Seamus. That old thing. Been in Zonkos for years. Fred and George do it now. No. Let's hear Leanne, said Ginny. How did you plan on using it? I just thought it would be fun, make the Caros looks ridiculous, said Leanne. You know, put it on their food. There was silence. How? Said Michael Corner. More silence. Leanne fidgeted in her seat. Are you going to walk up to them at breakfast in the Great Hall and sprinkle it on their cornflakes? Smirked Seamus. Before that, offered Leanne timidly, wishing she had never mentioned the idea. Nobody can get in the kitchen, can they? Said Anthony. And anyway, they'd know who'd done it. Crab's always getting in there, said Leanne. That's why I thought it wouldn't be difficult. He's pretty stupid so. Well, the Slytherins have their common room down there so they're practically next door. So do we, said Leanne meekly. So, said Ginny. I think it's a wonderful idea, said Luna. It's perfect. What is? Said Ginny. Well, what Leanne said Luna serenely. Looking around as if puzzled at everyone's lack of comprehension. Well, don't you see? Leanne's idea is to use Polyjuice Potion to imitate Crab, then charm the powder with his wand and go down into the kitchen and tell the house elves that the headmaster and his deputies want this magical security pudding on all their food in future so they don't get poisoned. Everyone stared, including Leanne. I knew that, said McLagan. Parvati squealed with laughter which set everyone shrieking and joking loudly. Can you imagine Snape's expression when they start burping in the Great Hall? What about Crabbe when they check his wand? Said Ginny. Leanne, you're a genius, cried Michael. Ginny fumbled with her notes while the yelling and shouting continued, then she looked at her watch. Next on the agenda, as some of you know, I'm going to. The excited voices were drowning her words. She suddenly noticed the whistle in her hand. It was Harry's whistle, the one he had used when he led the DA 2 years before. Ginny blew it long and hard, then continued in the ensuing stunned silence. I'm going to speak to Professor McGonagall and Luna is going to ask Flitwick and Neville's asking Slew, Gorn and Sprout, oh and Madame Pomfrey of course, about things we can use during detention. Like what? Said Zacharias. Yeah, wondered why you'd turned up, Smith, said Ginny with no attempt to conceal her disdain. You decided yet whether you're going to sign up? Depends what else the DA gets up to. No point in risking one's neck recklessly, is there? Or at all, according to you, said Ginny. But okay to come and see what you can get out of it, right? Were you thinking of shields, Ginny? Said Ernie. Well, maybe if there's an invisible one. I wondered about painkillers and I know there's a daydream spell and there's a hex that causes a numbing sensation. Said Lavender. I remember reading about it in the library last year when I was looking for something for, hyperactivity. Was that so you snogged Ron less, or more? Sniggered Seamus. Lavender glared at him. Probably so Ron snogged better, said Ginny. She instantly regretted saying it. Last year's jib. Now seemed mean considering the dangers Ron was braving. Ron's a perfectly good kisser, thank you for very much, said Lavender scornfully, but she noticed a flicker of worry passing over Ginny's face. Well, he's had enough practice, laughed Romilda. Sorry, Lavender, see if you can find that numbing thing again and we'll try it out, said Ginny. Lavender stared for a few seconds at Ginny's unexpected courtesy, then wailed. He's dying, isn't he? She began sobbing. It seemed half the others were asking what it was all about and half were explaining Ron's illness. No, he'll be fine, I'm sure, said Ginny, wondering how best to restore order, then blurted out, I'll mention you asked when I go home at Christmas. Oh, would you? Blubbered Lavender, big eyes shining. Tell him I miss him, still. Ginny nodded. Wished she had not taken this route. Tell them about that pollen I mentioned, said Neville. Oh yes, Neville thinks there's some pollen that causes a feeling of detachment. Ginny was glad of the chance to get the meeting back on the rails. No, it's definite, but I'm not certain how it works, said Neville. I think it makes you feel like you're out of your body. So when they're hurting your body it's like watching someone else. What about when you go back inside your body afterwards? Asked Ernie. Say you'd had to use that blood quill. Not sure. I'd think it's probably still as sore as hell. Laughed Neville. I guess your mind could stay out for a day or two until the body has healed. But wouldn't people notice? Said Zacharias. Not in your case, no, laughed Hannah. Anyway, well, there must be all sorts of possibilities for relieving the punishments, but we need to make sure they're not obvious so we can use them over and over. We'll know better when we talk to the teachers. Ginny shuffled through her notes. Right, any other suggestions? She waited for a while then continued, if there's nothing else to discuss I want you to practice Caro's distortion curse so. What? Said Zacharias, loudly. Thought we weren't. If we don't then we'll be in for more demonstrations, said Ginny. I'd rather we choose our own ing rather than let Caro do it. How about curling hair or big eyebrows? That shouldn't hurt. Finger nails, said Romilda. I always wanted long nails but mine split so easily. I know what I want, smirked Zacharias. How about shrinking Smith's foul mouth? Said Parvati. Watch it, Pottle, said Zacharias. Save it for the Caros, you lot, said Neville. The chairs were quickly whisked away, and the group split into pairs to practice the distortion curse. Ginny was showing Luna, who had only seen the wand movements once. Hannah had asked Neville for help because she said she felt unsure about the incantation itself. Padma and Parvati were squabbling about their eyelashes and Michael was trying to impress Romilda with an excessive flourish of his wand that nearly hit her in the face. After 20 minutes though, they were all rather discouraged. Only Susan Bones and Zacharias Smith had managed even slight changes on each other. Zacharias' skin was now a sallow yellow while Susan had become noticeably more shapely. He was right about one thing, it's difficult, said Seamus. Difficult to master, he said, but easy when you know how, said Ernie. We don't hate each other enough, said Luna abruptly and rather loudly. She and Ginny had stopped trying to curse each other and everyone else soon joined them. Don't you see? This is why he's set this assignment. He wants to divide us, make us hurt one another. Make us more like them. There was a shocked silence as they all digested this suggestion. We need to practice on someone we don't like then, said Hannah, looking at Zacharias. There was an outburst of suggestions and a mix of laughter and anger, but Neville called a halt. You're all forgetting, this is the room of requirement. If we really need something then it provides it. I thought up this room so I only have to think about what we really need. Someone pointed at the magical training dummies in the far corner of the room. They're transfiguring, cried Parvati. Into the Caros and, quote, Snape. Bagsy a Snape, squealed Romilda. They all found it easy to think hateful thoughts at the training dummies and soon succeeded in producing jug ears and fat butts on them. Once they had begun to get the feel of casting the spell, most of them found they could cast it on each other by thinking up hateful thoughts. It's rather like making a Patronus only backwards, said Luna after she had finally managed to increase Ginny's height by a few inches. Getting rid of the effects was not so easy and most of them set out for their common rooms with Str. Angely altered appearances which might not fade for hours. Ginny had only managed to counter-curse the spell once when she transformed Seamus' long fangs back into normal teeth. Ginny could sense something was wrong as soon as she saw the expression on the fat lady's face. "Next week's password will be cumulonimbus," said the portrait. She gave a huge, melodramatic wink. "Thundercloud, Plan B," whispered Neville, "Seamus, Ginny, me. Remilda, we go in, rest of you, scatter and return." They braced themselves for that which awaited them within the Gryffindor common room. It could not be good. Seamus, Neville, and Remilda paused behind Ginny at the threshold of the Gryffindor common room. A heated argument was taking place within. "Let me remind you, Professor Caro, that I am head of this house and—" "Oh, leave it out, will you? I'm deputy headmaster and I'll go where I ruddy well want." Caro glared at McGonagall. "Where the bludgeoning L are they then?" "How should I know? It's W.L. before curfew and they are free to study, use the library, consult other teachers, walk in the grounds." "All of them, though." "All of them. As you can see, it is not all of them. There are several Gryffindor students who—" "Most of them then. I want to know what they're up to. I want to know where they are." "Well, why don't you ask them yourself?" McGonagall gestured towards the entrance where Seamus, Ginny and her friends were just strolling in. Caro spun around. "Where you been?" he thundered. He looked over their shoulders. "Where's the others?" "What others?" said Ginny, "as four've been doing our homework together." "Oh yeah, you've a reading room for that. Or in here." "What's wrong with here?" bellowed Caro. "Well, we didn't want to damage anything," said Neville. "Magic. You been doing magic." "Of course," sneered Seamus, "this is a school of magic, they teach magic here." "Don't get smart with me, lad," said Caro, raising his voice a notch. "What you been up to?" "What magic?" "Why, the homework you set us." "Professor," said Ginny. "Professor Caro," protested McGonagall, "you mean to say you've set these children?" "Where?" demanded Caro. "Where you been?" "Fourth floor corridor," said Neville. "It was empty, seemed a safe place. We didn't want anyone to get hurt." "Liar," said Caro. "I went everywhere." "You weren't up there." "You mean you saw the pulverized vase?" said Ginny. "We're really sorry about that. We left a note. We'll pay for it, of course." "You've broken that old vase on the fourth floor," said McGonagall. "It's worthless. Good riddance, I say." "Well, I think that settles it. Professor Caro doesn't it? Unless you want to go up there and check." Ginny had moved closer to Caro. He had never noticed before, but she was appreciably taller than he was and did not behave guiltily at all, nor did she seem afraid. He looked around. He was closely surrounded by Gryffindors. Longbottom was broader and stockier than he remembered. Caro was not intimidated, but he felt wrong-footed. "Well, maybe I missed the fourth floor." Caro hesitated. "Where's the others then?" Ginny and Remilda looked at each other and shrugged. Neville looked Caro squarely in the eye. "I think I saw Lavender with McLaggen heading for the library earlier. She said she had to return a book. You might still find them in there, those two read a lot." "Leave it," muttered Caro. He didn't finish because as he swept away towards the exit, Lavender and Cormac McLaggen burst over the threshold. "Oh, Remilda," squealed Lavender. "I've found this lovely old book about, She looked at the tatty book she held up. "It's about fungus, and, yes, fungus." "Outta my way, you." Caro pushed past and disappeared into the corridors outside. "Well," said McGonagall, folding her arms sternly. "That was quite a performance. I do hope you all know what you're doing." She looked around at the students gathered around her. She spoke as sternly as ever, but Ginny thought she heard a note of concern in her tone. "I don't know what you're up to, but you must realize this is not a game. They are utterly ruthless, you know." She paused for a few seconds. "That graffiti the other day, Dumbledore's army, still recruiting, it was sheer dumb luck that Professor Snape did not recognize the handwriting before it was removed." She stared hard at Ginny, who looked innocently back at her. "And the stink pod outside the headmaster's office." She shook her head slowly in disapproval. "It's not everyone that knows Putredinum virgultum remains ripe or only 2 or 3 days at the end of September." She exposed the full force of her glare onto Neville, who blanched and took a step back. "You do understand what I'm saying?" She looked back and forth amongst them all. "If the people responsible, whoever they may be, continue making these foolish mistakes, then it's just a matter of time." Don't worry, Professor, said Ginny. If we find out who's behind this, we'll make sure they don't do it anymore. Thank you, Miss Weasley, said McGonagall. She looked at the top of Ginny's head, now slightly above her own. You seem to have grown up all of a sudden. McGonagall turned to Romilda. Really, Miss Vane, don't you think you're wearing rather too much makeup than is appropriate for this school? False eyelashes and lip gloss are not considered. I'm not wearing any cosmetics at all, Professor, beamed Romilda, flashing a smile full of perfectly polished white teeth. I see. She took a second look at Neville's pullover, which was stretched to bursting over his massive chest. Homework. Yes, Professor, came the happy chorus from all sides. As she walked back to her office, McGonagall thought deeply about the exchange. She ought to be pleased her students had given in, yet she could not suppress a sense of disappointment that they had done it so readily. Her stride slowed almost to a stop and a grim smile spread across her face as she remembered what was actually said. Foolish mistakes, they won't make them anymore. She shook her head and continued on her way. Ginny and Neville waited nervously at the top of the stairs leading down to the basement. The distortion curses had worn off overnight and they were both their normal size again, but they might yet attract the attention of suspicious Slytherins. Only 10 minutes remained of their lunch hour. Ginny fingered the whistle that hung from a thin cord around her neck. One soft pipe would signal danger to their friends below. Ginny was wondering if she would regret trusting McLaggen with a quarter of her one precious polyjuice potion. She didn't doubt his courage or his ambition, but he could be a bit of a prat at times. Still, he had been the most eager to volunteer for Leanne's burp powder plan, and Ginny was reluctant to demotivate anyone in the DA. He was also the nearest in size to Crabbe, which meant he only needed to swap robes after changing. It seemed an awful risk though, for what seemed more and more like a silly, childish prank. She pulled a face and slowly shook her head. Neville seemed to read her thoughts. Snape's a murderer, remember? He killed Professor Dumbledore. It's not just for a joke, we're telling him we're here. He'll never crush us, never. Ginny nodded and smiled. She couldn't manage without Neville and Luna's support. All the DA needed one another. She slowed her thoughts and listened. Footsteps. Leanne and what looked like Crabbe were coming up the stairs towards them. Was it all right? How'd it go? Whispered Neville. No problem, but 15 minutes was cutting it a bit fine. McLaggen gave a lopsided grin. He still appeared mostly like Crabbe, but his face was twisting oddly as the effect of the polyjuice potion started to wear off. I left the whole pouch full of belch powder with one of the elves, and you know how they're. He was eager to help. And you used Crabbe's wand on it first? Asked Neville. Of course, said the crab-like McLaggen. Leanne did it before, like you said. Where's the real Crabbe now? Asked Ginny. Still sleeping like a baby, said Leanne happily. He had a row with Goyle out near the lake, and Goyle got annoyed and went off towards the greenhouses. Crabbe was sat against a tree chucking stones at the water. I hexed him from behind the tree. Hen he wakes up, he'll just think he dozed off. I grabbed a hair from his head and I stuffed one of yesterday's fudge cakes down at the bottom of his bag below his books. I doubt he'll even notice it before supper. And I just nicked one from the kitchen in front of half a dozen elf witnesses and put it in my own bag, Crabbe McLaggen boasted as he pulled out a fudge cake, then promptly started to stuff it into what remained of Crabbe's copious mouth. By the time he had pushed the last morsel in, he was completely McLaggen again and started switching his Slytherin robe for a Gryffindor one. That is revolting, said Ginny. Watching someone eat while they are transfiguring from a big mouth to a normal mouth is now on my list of things never to watch again. I woe, unri, spluttered McLaggen. Ehiwai, ha-ee-ha-ee Ebbins. He swallowed hard, then pulled a face. I think the caramel taste got left behind in Crabbe's mouth. All I got was stodge and calories. Good job, you two, said Neville. The evening meal should be interesting. There was an almighty crash echoing from a distant corridor. They could faintly hear Filch yelling, I'll flay her. See if I don't. That'll be the first of the wanted posters, said Ginny with a smile. Ginny stared moodily at her medallion in her most recent message to Harry, thinking of you. Stay strong. She was worried about him. Over the last week there had been several occasions when he had been unable to communicate for hours but relied on her moral support. She was glad to do that with encouraging words at those times. He praised her for helping him to get through his day, but it troubled her that he might be depressed or suffering so often, and she did not know why, nor would she ask. He wasn't in serious danger. The sailing vessel on her medallion told her that, but she worked hard to think how to raise his spirits. If only she could give him more concrete help, but she had no idea what he was doing or what he might need. Likely there would be at least 1 or 2 more Hogsmeade weekends before Christmas. Perhaps she might at least ask him if there was anything else he could use, like a book from the Hogwarts library or more food or. She glanced across at Luna. Though 6th and 7th year students were sharing the same charms class, Flitwick had improvised different lessons for each. Luna was EPLY absorbed in a little box which she had successfully charmed to have a lid on each of its 6 faces. Every lid gave access to completely different contents. Neville was next to her, trying to study Volume 3 of Charms, Principles and Practice in preparation for his Newt's exams at the end of the school year, but Ginny could see his attention kept wavering to the girl at his side. Ginny sighed. Neville always seemed to sit with Luna now, so she often couldn't sit with either of them. Seamus was all right, but she knew he only sat with her because Dean could not be here, and anyway, he was also read in his Principles and Practice book. Everything was mixed up. Why couldn't she be sitting with Harry? Ginny glared at her own box, which stubbornly resisted having anything more than 3 lids. And the 6 contents kept getting muddled up. Stupid box, she muttered to herself. She tipped out her test pieces: a thimble, an old peppermint, 2 buttons, 1 blue and 1 red, a piece of broke-end snitch that had got bludgered during Quidditch practice, and a curtain ring she used to pretend Harry had given her when she was little. Why was she carrying that old thing about? She reread the instructions on the blackboard once again and threatened the box with her wand. There was a sudden commotion and the classroom door flew open with a crash. "Mr. Filch," squeaked Professor Flitwick. "WOULD please refrain from disturbing my students while they are studying?" "Sorry, Professor," said Filch, somewhat chastened. "I'm here for Miss Lovegood. Headmaster wants to see her right away." An evil sneer spread across his face as he looked around the class. "Urgent," he said. "Very well," said Flitwick. "Wait outside, I'll bring her out." He gestured to Luna to join him at the side of the class. "Miss Lovegood, what's this about? Are you in trouble?" "I don't think that's possible, sir," said Luna. "I've done nothing wrong." Flitwick considered her carefully. "You realize there is very little I can do if you—" He paused. "Miss Lovegood, is there anything at all you would, that Professor Snape should not know?" "I'm sure there must be many things, Professor." Luna looked Flitwick unflinchingly in the eye. "Professor." It was Filch from the doorway. Flitwick looked at Luna for a few seconds. Finally he made a few subtle movements with his wand in her direction, then said, "So be it. May I suggest that? Some might consider it confrontational to return someone's stare. It is not always wise." "Thank you, Professor, I do understand," said Luna. "I'm sure everything will be fine." "Off you go then." Luna looked back from the doorway at Ginny and Neville's anxious faces. She gave them a smile and went off with Filch. Come. When Luna entered the headmaster's office, she was not surprised to see Professor Snape was flanked by the 2 Carrows standing on either side of his desk. All 3 were trying to look imposing. "They must be afraid of me." Luna smiled to try to reassure them. "Sit down," Snape said curtly, indicating the chair in front of his desk. Luna sat and tried to shrink herself down as low as possible. She thought it might make them feel more comfortable. "You know why you're here?" demanded Snape. "Yes, sir, I think I do," said Luna brightly. Snape looked puzzled for a moment. "Well, is it for the award?" "Award? What are you talking about?" Professor Flitwick said the first student who accomplished the full 6 lids charm would be awarded 20 house points, said Luna. "I think he's over-generous, don't you? Miss Lovegood, are you trying to be impertinent?" "Oh no, sir. I like Professor Flitwick. I did not wish to be rude about him, but—" Snape held up his hand to silence Luna. A shadow fell across his face. He had known this interrogation would not be easy with this quirky young Ravenclaw. "Is it not true that your father is a publisher?" Luna opened her mouth to answer, but Snape raised his hand again and continued. "And is it not true that he is able to print posters?" Again he silenced Luna before she could speak. They had not been questions, he had been making a point. Bag. Now, snarled Snape. Empty it out on my desk. I don't think I should really. Miss Lovegood, said Snape icily, if you continue to annoy me then perhaps a month of detentions might teach you better behavior. Empty out your bag. Now. Luna tipped out her bag. It had contained a great many things including an open custard powder pack, one of Fred's uncatchable clown jokers that promptly bounced around. The office shrieking with laughter and reciting dirty jokes, a couple of pungent Gertie roots, several hundred magical paperclips that searched around and clipped themselves to anything they could find, a bottle that promptly smashed. Spreading black ink all over the desktop, a super expanding glue sachet which burst and sprayed instant drying paste everywhere, and some tiny little winged snap beat. Less that scurried to the desk edge then launched themselves to every corner of the room where they proceeded to loudly snap their wing cases. Why you little guttersnipe, said Electo, raising her wand. Just give me 5 minutes to elasticate her backbone. Snape stared hard at Luna but she avoided his gaze by focusing her eyes past his curtain of black, greasy hair onto the more friendly sorting hat and the cabinets and shelves behind him. She remembered having a really long chat with the hat while it was trying to sort her into Gryffindor. Poor thing knows every student who ever came to Hogwarts, yet he must be dreadfully lonely up there. They should get a nice little lady's bonnet to sit with him. She gave the hat a friendly smile. Snape blinked. He could make no sense of her thinking all nor find any way through the jungle of strange ideas that seemed to infect the surface of her mind. The headmaster made slight movements of his wand in her direction and his puzzled expression deepened. There was something woven into her mind that made progress impossible without alerting the girl, or even causing damage, and he had no wish to do either. After a few seconds he gave up and said, "You might suppose that you are being clever but let me tell you that are on very thin ice indeed." He turned his wand to the pile of items spilled upon his desk and began to probe them magically. This. He picked up an inky, custardy, scrap of parchment between the tips of his thumb and forefinger. Luna looked startled. "That's private. I often write down my thoughts, things I think about." Snape's lips curled into a sneer. He flipped his wand and the parchment unwrapped itself in midair. It appeared to be blank except for a heading that Snape read out with increasing revulsion and decreasing speed as though it was slowly dawning on him that he had a slug in his sandwich. Weasley's Wizard. Wheezes. Wacky. Wit. Waffler. Snape touched his wand to the document. "Reveal your secret." "It only talks to me," said Luna. "It likes me, I think." "Perhaps," said Snape, "you could enlighten us." He floated it across under Luna's nose. "Reveal it." Luna raised her wand. "Loki add me." Nothing happened. "Well," said Snape. "That never works," said Luna, then seeing Snape's eyes flare she added, "Utter all utterances utterly." The parchment seemed to take a deep breath. Expanding into a screwed-up ball then spoke in a voice that sounded remarkably like George Weasley yet was very Luna-like in manner. "I wonder what all those silly Death Eaters will do once Harry has killed you-know-who. I expect they'll be glad not to be slaves anymore. Poor things look so scared all the time." "Stop that prattling," shouted Amicus. "Stop it now." But there was no stopping the parchment. In fact it seemed to swell up with enthusiasm as it warmed to its task, but if they were free they wouldn't really know what to do with themselves. Of course, most of them will. They'll finish up in Azkaban amongst all those horrible dementors. But the rest won't. Make her stop it. The rest won't have any purpose to their lives at all. All they do all day is feel unhappy because say they haven't got any real friends or anyone they can trust. I wonder why they want to always be so unhappy. I wouldn't if it were me. I'd want to stop doing silly things all the time. And they're pooh. Our children turn out the same too, take Slytherins for instance. Destroy it, I say, said Amicus. He raised his wand. Doesn't matter what they threaten because their pranks always go pear-shaped. Ha ha. That's really funny. A crabapple going pear-shaped. Ha ha. The parchment fluttered and convulsed with prolonged laughter. Amicus' wand flashed something rather bright and ominously orange towards it. The sheet flared and curled briefly then its ashes fluttered to the desktop. Snape glared at Amicus then he turned back to Luna. "Wand," he snapped. He held out his hand. Luna gave him her wand. And Snape touched its tip with his own wand. Prior Incantato. Something like a faint, glowing shadow in the shape of a small cube flowed out from Luna's wand. Its 6 sides flipped open together, aving nothing but 6 different types of ghostly nut that hovered after the seemingly boxless lids. "Nuts," said Luna happily and clapped her hands with delight. "I can see what they are, Miss Lovegood." "What on earth are they for?" said Snape. "Well, squirrels eat them for one thing. I mean, why are they in this box?" "Oh, that's simple. I put them in there." "But why did, oh forget it." Snape gave up trying to understand. "Before that, see what she done before that," said Electo. Prior Incantato. Something much larger was coming out from the wand, large, dark, and bat-like. It bloated into a full-size hazy replica of Professor Snape himself, but with a huge nose that overbalanced it, causing it to lean over comically then rock back repeatedly. "Deletrius!" shouted Snape hurriedly, and the fake Snape disappeared. He repeated the prior Incantato charm over and over, but each time another big-nosed Snape came out. "What is this?" he demanded. "How many more?" "Oh, I'm sure there are hundreds, Professor. It's homework, you see. Professor Caro set us this to practice. I think it's rather good, don't you?" Snape had had enough. "Out! Get out!" he yelled, thrusting Luna's wand back at her. "Accio, my bag and everything in it except the ink and the glue," said Luna as she walked backwards to the door. "Oh, and the custard." "Out." Luna listened outside the door for a while. "I told you. She's a menace, like her father," said Amicus. "They oughta be locked up. That curse should be put down," shrieked Electo. "I'll do it." Snape raised his hand to calm things down. "She is extremely irritating, wildly eccentric, unfocused, scatterbrained, nitwit, incapable of stringing together any serious, logical thoughts, but she is harmless." "Harmless? That's a bit unfair," thought Luna as she skipped down the stairs. The last thing she heard from above was a high-pitched, squeaky voice saying, as the actress said to the bishop. Ooh. Harry lay back happily on his bunk, lazily digesting the early evening meal. The meager scraps he was fed during his early childhood made him appreciate the generous helping of rabbit stew all the more, and while Ron was wearing the Horcrux, he could relax completely. He was gazing dreamily at Ginny's picture and thinking how fortunate he was. His eyes roamed every square inch of the photograph, only departing the image occasionally to look upon his medallion and Ginny's most recent message. "Wherever the day sends us, we come back to each other." As he filled his mind with the thought, Ginny smiled at him. He knew she was smiling just for him, and that made it special. His daydreaming was shattered when a quarrel flared up around the bend of canvas that led to the kitchen area. Harry swung his legs over he sighed of the bunk and sat up to listen. "Why me again? Why can't Harry did it yesterday? Oh, for heaven's sake, Ronald. If you knew the trouble that Muggles went to when washing dishes, you wouldn't grumble so much." Harry visualized himself leaping like a knight in shining armor to help Ginny wash a mountain of dishes. He would never hesitate, never complain. She would reward him with kisses. Everything would be wonderful. He laughed softly to himself. His thoughts of Ginny lifted his spirits so that these daily domestic tiffs seemed of little concern. "Yes, but I summoned the bloomin' rabbits, didn't I? I spent over an hour first though, searching for them. And who skinned and gutted them? That's only a spell. Anyone can do that. I was on watch last night. I only got 4 hours sleep." Harry sighed and went round to them. "Fine. I'll do them. I'll do the dishes. Ron, go and get some rest, you've earned it." Ron looked annoyed that his quarrel had somehow been sidestepped without him gaining any satisfaction. He muttered something and went off to the sleeping area. Hermione watched him go. She looked troubled. "It's just the Horcrux, Hermione," said Harry, trying to find some words to comfort her. "Ron can be a prat at times, but he's not that." "I know." Hermione sighed, gave Harry a faint smile, and turned to the dishes. Harry dragged up a chair. "Here, milady. Rest you. Thine humble squire will carry out his duties." He started hovering pots and pans and cutlery from different directions into the tub. Hermione smiled and sat down. "A squire is not that sort of servant, Harry. Anyway, what's got into you lately?" "I'll tell you what," stormed Ron, bursting back into the kitchen. He was holding up Ginny's photograph. "What the hell is this?" "Hey, that's mine," shouted Harry, striding forward and trying to snatch the picture from Ron's grasp. A stew bowl, halfway through its flight to the washtub, fell with a crash to the ground. Ron pushed Harry away and swore at him. "I thought we'd agreed you'd have nothing more to do with my sister." "It's just a photo, Ron," said Harry. "Give it here." "Just a photo. It could be Ginny's death sentence if you're caught with this. What in Merlin's darkest curse do you think you're doing?" "Give it back, Ron," said Harry, more fiercely, now. Ron gripped the edge of the picture with two hands as if to tear it up, but hesitated when he saw Harry's wand pointing at him. "Harry, no," cried Hermione. "Ron, let's all calm down, talk this through." "What's to talk?" Ron looked across at Hermione. "You think it's all right to have this?" He waved the photograph angrily at Hermione. "I didn't say that, but what?" "Let's hear it then." Ron paused. "Oh, I get it. You want to side with Harry as usual. Who cares about Ron?" "No. Then what?" Ron held up the picture. "The photograph, Hermione, Ginny's fate, you decide." "Well, Hermione looked very distressed. Her eyes turned to Harry. "I'm sorry. I think Ron's right. You shouldn't have brought this along. I think you should destroy it." Harry stared in disbelief. His happy mood was over. Despite the recent dinner he felt a day-perate emptiness opening up deep within him. He held out his hand towards Ron, who stepped forward uncertainly and gave Harry the picture. Harry looked one last time at Ginny's photograph. She smiled her brown eyes seemed to search his face. There was no accusation in those eyes, only love and trust. He paused, then said softly, "Best not to look, Ginny." Those same eyes widened in fear, then they closed and she nodded her agreement. "I can't," he said. His voice was flat, lifeless. "Harry, you have to," said Hermione. I mean I can't, myself," said Harry. "One of you two do it." He dropped the photograph and walked out of the tent just as the weak daylight gave up trying to struggle through the clouds and the weary sun sank below the rock face against which they had camped. He strode away, but not quickly enough. He heard Ron's incantation, Incendio, and had a mental image of Ginny's face curling up horribly in the heat, then no more. He found himself descending a stepped, well-worn sandy path outlined by coarse grass. It led to an ugly shoreline of broken rocks and a fat pebble beach spoilt by lines of concrete blocks and tangled wires. Further along this shore, a young Muggle couple, clearly lovers, strolled arm in arm as if they walked the streets of paradise. They did not seem to see the despairing twilight mist starting to gather as a death shroud upon the bleak landscape, nor the vicious seabirds tearing like vultures at discarded trash for their last meal before darkness set in. Were they completely blind to the flat gray sky and high gusts that whipped the sea crests to angry spittle? Harry turned in the opposite direction from the foolish pair and sat himself upon a rotted wooden post, remnant of some old breakwater, and took out his medallion. Here was an engraving of Ginny that no man, no magic, could ever see or take from him. As he stared at it, his imagination colored through the silvery metal. It saw her smiling brown eyes looking back, the long flaming hair resting softly against her creamy countenance, the red lips that could smile only at him and none else. They were right. He had known it all along, had known at the mom. And that Ginny had given him her likeness to carry with him, that it endangered her. Why had he not rejected it immediately? Were his feelings for her so selfish, so unconcerned for her welfare? He had been as blind as those Muggle lovers. He picked up a cracked stone and flung it towards the surging tide, but it fell far short and clattered sharply along until it was lost forever among the pebbles. Ooh. The evening meal was a memorable occasion. To begin with, there were additional large blank banners along the walls, but all the students knew there were wanted posters behind them that Filch had not yet managed to remove. The banners, being blank, stood out starkly like a proclamation and drew attention in their own right. Furthermore, they were definitely becoming discolored, and Neville grinned. "By breakfast they'll all be overrun by Liberina," he said. He looked at Seamus and Ginny and the others and grinned. "They'll turn into giant wanted posters. They'll have to cover them with even bigger banners. Can't wait to see this place in a few days' time." He paused. Luna had caught his eye from the Ravenclaw table. She pointed at her watch. Neville looked at his own watch and nodded. During charms, Luna had explained a supplement to Leanne's burp plan, and it ought to be triggering any time now. A sudden loud and prolonged belch from the Hufflepuff's table signified it had started. A faint apology was drowned by an even louder burp from the Ravenclaw table. Silence. bellowed Snape without getting up. But the vulgar sounds seemed unstoppable, and every half a minute or so from either the Hufflepuffs, Ravenclaws, or Gryffindors they erupted. Only the Slytherins seemed untroubled by wind, but they were now laughing so hard at the other three houses they were almost drowning out the unwanted sounds. Crabbe and Goyle in particular had tears streaming down their faces, and their sides shook so violently they had to stop eating for a while. Snape stood up and put his wand to this throat to amplify his voice. "This will not continue. If anyone, I repeat, anyone," he did not finish what he was saying because he, himself suddenly erupted and amplified belched tea. Hat threatened to lift the roof of the Great Hall. His eyes bulged and he clutched at his mouth as a lengthy series of burps prevented him voicing the counterspell to his sonorous charm, and the mighty burps echoed around the hall like cannon shots. Alecto and Amicus Carrow joined in the fusillade almost immediately and were quickly running around like headless chickens, so painfully violent were the belches. The chaos that ensued only came to an end when the headmaster and his deputies gave up and made an undignified exit back to their own quarters. The sounds of their departure was heard throughout the Hogwarts corridors for some time. McGonagall smiled at Flitwick. They had both noticed that none of the remaining students were afflicted anymore. "Strange that, don't you think, Phileas? It doesn't surprise me in the least." "Minerva," squeaked Flitwick with a grin. After the meal, Ginny, Neville, and Seamus met up with Luna in the entrance hall. "That went well," said Neville. "We're having a little celebration for Leanne later if you fancy a sneaky visit to the Gryffindors' common room, Luna." "Oh, that will be fun." "Yes, I'd love to. Business first though, don't you think?" "Yes, but what's this all about, Luna?" said Ginny. "We got your message." "Why just us four?" "Can't talk here," said Luna. "Let's split up and meet at the room of requirement in say, 10 minutes. Ooh. Ginny, Neville, and Seamus dragged together a few chairs in a rough circle with Luna. They looked at her expectantly. "The DA is for uniting us together, raising morale, resisting Snape and his Death Eaters, and practice and training," began Luna. "And supporting Harry," said Ginny, firmly. "Yes, and supporting Harry," repeated Luna. "Ginny, tell the others what you told me at Bill and Fleur's wedding while we were dancing, about Harry's birthday I mean." Ginny looked startled. "Well, Scrimgeour was there." "I thought it." "Scrimgeour. He's dead," said Seamus. "You don't believe that story about him resigning to you?" "No. Before that, it was the day before, on Harry's birthday. The Minister for Magic was invited to Harry's birthday party," said Neville incredulously. "Not invited, he just turned up." "What did he want with Harry?" said Seamus. "Well, he brought Dumbledore's will. Professor Dumbledore left something each for Harry, Hermione, and Ron. We were all looking at them just before dinner. We couldn't think why he left them anything." "What were they?" said Neville. "There was a snitch for Harry, a book for Hermione, and a thing to put out the lights for Ron." "That's all," said Seamus. "Were they special or something?" "We thought they might be," said Ginny. She hesitated. "I wasn't really told anything, so I—" "Go on, Ginny," said Luna. "We're all trusted friends here. I was worried about Harry. I knew late that night, they thought." "Who?" said Neville. "Harry, Hermione, and Ron, they went up to our attic. They thought the rest of us were asleep, but I knew they were up to something. I crept up and listened at the door." "Ginny," grinned Seamus. "Ginny the spy." Ginny smiled. "Yeah, I had to counterspell a muffaliato so I could hear, that only raised my suspicions." "So what did they say?" said Neville. "Well, I didn't find out anything much. I think Hermione's book might have a secret message. But the snitch had some words on it, I opened at the close. But they couldn't figure out what it meant. We could search the Hogwarts library," said Neville. "Maybe it's a spell or something." "I never thought of that," said Ginny. She stood up. "I'll go now. It might be important. I've wanted desperately for something to help Harry." "Ginny, wait," said Luna quietly, "there was something else, wasn't there?" Ginny paused in mid-stride. "No. There was Gryffindor's sword, but Harry never got that. The Ministry kept it, I think." "They've got no right. The Ministry haven't got it, Ginny," said Luna. Ginny stared at Luna, then sat down again. "You know where it is." "Merlin's hat, Luna. You know where it is. Professor Snape has it. I saw it in his office." Ginny was thunderstruck as she digested this information. At that very moment, she felt a tremor at her throat and the sense of Harry's kiss. She stood up once again and began to pace up and down. At the furthest extent of her walk she paused as if in deep thought. She iced her whistle visibly to the others, but she was looking at her medallion behind the curtain of her hair. "So sorry, Ginny." She was startled for only a moment. She sensed his true feelings from the kiss and she did not care what he might have done, only that he was hurting. She kissed her medallion. "Harry, it's all right, Ginny," said Neville. Luna cautioned him to wait. "She's thinking. Give her time." After half a minute, Ginny dabbed her eyes and gave a little cough. She knew her mum's spell only hid her immediate dramatic reaction to Harry's kiss, not ongoing feelings. Now she felt sure her face showed her mixed emotions. As she turned, she shouted out excitedly, "This is wonderful." She rejoined the others. "I've figured it all out. Professor Dumbledore left Harry the sword for a reason. I think it's to kill you-know-who. We're going to get it for him." There was absolute silence for several seconds. A wall torch flickered and crackled. The shadows of the four friends danced around them on the room's stone-slabbed floor. "Impossible," snorted Seamus. "Are you serious? It's in Snape's office. You can't just walk in and get it. And after that, even if you got it, then what? We don't know where Harry is, and even if we did, we can't get out of Hogwarts." The other three remained quiet, looking at one another. "Oh, come on," said Seamus. He sounded exasperated. "You're not really thinking of. It's simple." "Really," said Luna. "We want to help Harry. Professor Dumbledore wanted to help Harry. Professor Dumbledore left Harry the sword. We get the sword. We give it to Harry." "Yes, but it will be very dangerous, of course," mused Neville. "Need lots of planning. We probably don't have lots of time, only about 3 days actually," said Luna. "Why, Luna?" said Ginny. "Professor Snape is intelligent, but he's not very imaginative. I doubt he'll change the password every day or randomly, nor will he leave it the same for a long time like a month." "You think he'll change the password at the end of the week?" said Neville. "So, why not wait until Monday then try to find out the password so we've got more time?" "You'll never find out the password," said Seamus. "Even the teachers don't know it." Quote. Ginny looked hard at Luna. "You already know it, don't you?" Luna smiled. "Mr. Filch whispered, but he couldn't get it right, so he had to repeat it twice and he got annoyed. It's funny how people talk louder when they get annoyed, isn't it? I pretended to daydream, but really I was listening very carefully. It's Solanaceae." Quote. "Deadly nightshade," said Neville. "I bet he always uses the Latin names of potion ingredients. Most students don't use those. So, we might be able to guess future ones," said Ginny. "Possibly, but I wouldn't rely on that," said Luna. "Anyway, it will be just as difficult to try to steal the sword in 3 months' time as it will be tomorrow, so we might as well do it quickly." "Luna," said Neville, "we can't rush into this. We need time to think out a plan." "Here's my plan. We just go up and get it," smiled Luna. "And isn't it better to do it while the headmaster is away?" "But he's not away, is he?" said Ginny. "Is he?" "You mean the belch powder," said Seamus. "How much did they put in?" "Oh, plenty," said Luna. "They'll have to go to St. Mungo's to get it cured, unless they want to burp for days and days. It's not W.L. known, but Agamemnon died of the belches. Daddy said his corpse was still twitching and rattling when they laid him in his sarcophagus. That's why they had to leave an air hole in the top, remember?" "That's not right, Luna," laughed Seamus. "Everybody knows his wife killed him." "No, that's just a fanciful story, I'm sure. She got the blame. It's very sad." Neville grinned at Ginny, but Ginny was deep in thought. "We can bring it here, to this room, until we work out how to get it to Harry. Neville, you could hide the sword under your robe to get it here, you're tall enough." "I'll do it then," said Neville, with only a second's hesitation. "What's the best time, Luna? Should I go during lunch break?" "I'm going too," said Ginny, firmly. "This is for Harry. I want to be there." "Unbelievable," said Seamus, shaking his head. "You're going to try to steal the sword of Gryffindor from the headmaster's office. You know how crazy that sounds. Playing jokes is one thing, but they'll send you to Azkaban for this." "I'd be really unhappy if you two went to Azkaban on your own," said Luna, "when I was the one who found the sword." I know exactly where the sword is, so I should go too. Seamus hesitated. You shouldn't come, Seamus, said Luna firmly. 4 is too many, and we need someone to cover for us. Seamus looked relieved. It's not that I wouldn't, but this scheme is. Lunch break then, said Neville. But we'd be missed. How can we? If we go straight before afternoon lessons. No, they'll be less than a day at St. Mungo's, I should think, said Luna. They'll have to stay overnight, but they might be back in the afternoon, perhaps even by lunch. We should go very, very early before breakfast, before anybody's about. How can I tell her? Harry sat on an old canvas chair hugging a week-old Daily Prophet for company and thinking of Ginny. How could he tell her he had been careless with her picture and it had been destroyed? Worse, how to say he had knowingly put her at risk simply because he was so unhappy without her that he cannot. Cannot what? Think straight. Function efficiently. Fulfill the mighty tasks of the chosen one. He knew it was none of those. He knew deep down it was only because he wanted to be with her. After an hour the seat had begun to press and pinch uncomfortably, yet it was not as painfully awkward as the atmosphere within the confines of the tent. He glanced sideways out of the corner of one eye. Hermione's head was angled steeply down into a book she was holding like they were bolted together. Harry couldn't remember hearing a page turn all evening, so he doubted she was reading anything but her own anguished thoughts. Ron was sat at the canvas entrance, staring outwards into the night. Sometimes he looked at his watch, but otherwise he was almost as motionless as Hermione. Occasionally, Harry suppressed a shiver as a cool breeze entered through the gap, but he was reluctant to complain, in fact, disinclined to speak at all. In a sense he wanted to. He wanted very badly to apologize, but he'd left it too long and it could only get harder to make the first effort at reconciliation. Harry turned his chair half sideways and twisted himself around to face the calendar hanging on the tent post almost behind him. He regretted it instantly. His intention had been to fake looking at the dates while furtive. Why examining his medallion, but he knew he'd given an unwanted signal of even deeper rejection to the other two by turning his back on them. He looked down briefly. The medallion showed a castle on the back as usual, so he was reassured Ginny was not in serious danger. He turned the disc over to remind himself of her message around the perimeter. Harry, it's all right. He absorbed it and committed it to his thoughts. It was something positive upon which to dwell. He flipped the calendar sheet a few times and pretended he was studying it. He noticed each date past had been ticked through in Hermione's neat handwriting, with here and there a small coded notation, presumably to indicate a plan and its outcome. Harry looked with dismay at how little they had achieved. It was almost the end of September, 2 months since they had fled the wedding party, and it seemed they had made no progress at all. He turned the pages forward and their emptiness of any plans at all seemed to shout the futility of what they were doing. He tried to dismiss his negative feelings by filling his mind with Ginny's words once more, then resolutely turned his chair back to face inwards. How had Ginny managed to forgive him when she did not even know what he had done? She must have taken some trouble to have her photograph taken for him, and now it was destroyed forever. He tried to imagine how it might feel if instead it had been Ginny who had apologized to him, if she had been as broken-hearted and regretful as he now was. He knew the answer immediately. He stood up and braced himself to speak. Ron was looking at his watch once more. He got up and turned around, pulling off the locket as he did so. If he noticed that Harry was already standing, he gave no indication of it but walked over to Hermione and said gruffly, "Your turn, I think." Hermione did not look up, but she reached out blindly and took the Horcrux. Ron's face softened with both relief and regret as he let it go, and he turned away with mixed emotions. Harry forced himself to speak. "Ron, Hermione, I'm sorry. You were right. I was wrong. I should never have had that picture. I don't know what I was thinking." Ron paused on his way to the sleeping area, gave the faintest nod at Harry, then continued his journey. It was not much, but Harry felt his effort had not been entirely wasted. Hermione half looked up, trying to gauge Harry's expression but uncomfortable about looking straight at him. Then she sensed he was facing the direction where Ron had gone. Harry's medallion trembled and Ginny's kiss pushed everything else into the background. His face must have lit up like a child on Christmas morning because Hermione threw down her book, came swiftly over, and hugged him. Harry, with a faraway look and a radiant smile on his face, half hugged her back, unsure of the situation. He was still happily dwelling in the sense of Ginny's presence, yet concerned that Ron might come back any moment and find Hermione and his RMS and him with a silly grin on his face. "What's going on, Harry?" she whispered, stepping back to look at his face again. He tried, dreamily, to turn away, but she grabbed his shoulder. "I've seen that dopey look a couple of times before." Quote. Harry said nothing. What could he say? He had apologized for the photograph, but he had the bigger secret. If they knew he was actually in touch with Ginny, had actually met with her and hoped to again, what would they do? He suddenly remembered that Hermione was the one who had originally thought of the idea, had created the medallions for Ginny and him. When she saw their distress as their birthday kiss was interrupted, she would be more than understanding of his connection with Ginny, though not to meeting with her. A puzzling thought crossed his mind. How could she possibly have obtained and charmed the emblem so quickly? The tent flap shook a few times and another gust of cool air made its way inside the tent, making Hermione's bluebell flames flicker slightly in their jar. "It's magic, isn't it?" said Hermione, bringing him finally out of his reverie. "It can only be magic." She put the locket around her neck, but he could see her gaze was on the chain at Harry's own throat. "What is that, Harry?" She had a determined, not to be put off look on her face. "What, this?" he said, fumbling the medallion out slowly to give him time to think. His voice fell to a soft whisper. "It's a secret." He exaggerated the word secret to make it sound humorous and harmless. "Promise you won't tell Ron. Ginny gave it me. It's just an amulet thing, it reminds me of her, cheers me up when I look at it." A picture of a Roman soldier cheers you up. "Yeah, well, just a joke, between Ginny and me. She says I'm her knight in shining armor and this is the nearest she could get. It's a laugh, makes me laugh. Makes me feel better when I think of her. Sometimes when I just think of her I feel happier." He looked closely at Hermione's face to see if she believed him. Hermione wasn't laughing. She knew how useless Harry was at lying to his friends, probably because he had so little practice. Yet she knew some part of what he said was truthful, and it did seem to make him happy. She smiled and touched his face affectionately. "Your secret's safe with me, Sir Knight." As she turned away, her words struck a chord within him. "Your secret's safe with me, Sir Knight." His heart sank with him down, 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 into his unfriendly chair. He now knew the only way she could have made the medallions so rapidly, they had never been charmed for him and Ginny at all. Harry sensed the depth of Hermione's real sacrifice in her long-held secret. In his mind's eye he saw so clearly the young Ron when they had played through McGonagall's giant chessboard in their first year at Hogwarts. Ron had truly become her brave knight in shining armor. Had that been the beginning, the seed of her love for him? Harry looked across at Hermione, who had stooped down wearily to open an old blanket chest. She must have made the medallions during the weeks before they left, not for him and Ginny, but for herself and Ron. She would have foreseen the possibility of separation during their search for the Horcruxes. Poor Hermione, she could no more bear to be apart from Ron than I can from Ginny. Harry had taken the medallions from her without a thought and even cast the spell that hid the knowledge from Hermione herself. It was Hermione's turn for the night watch. She wrapped a blanket around her shoulders, went out into the darkness, and smiled back just before she thoughtfully tied the tent flap behind her to keep out the cold air. Harry gazed at that canvas flap for a long time after she had left. How long had she spent researching this special variant of the Protean charm? Had she squirmed with embarrassment when thinking how she might present one of them to Ron and explain the necessity of the kiss with some feeble excuse? "Oh, it's part of this ancient spell, Ronald. Yes, I know it's silly, but I was unable to change it and we need some way to communicate." Perhaps in the end she had abandoned her plan out of highness, or at least shelved it for some hoped-for future. And then, finally, she had forsaken her own hopes and dreams for Harry's and Ginny's sake. Eventually and inevitably, thoughts of Ginny came to the forefront of his mind again, and he looked down to read her message. "Good news. Tell you tomorrow. Ooh. It was still dark as Ginny and Neville walked quietly together through the hallways of Hogwarts. At the corner of an upper corridor they watched carefully. A flickering movement told them they had spotted someone hidden under a disillusionment charm standing close to a statue. "Luna," whispered Neville. "What if I'm not?" came Luna's sleepy voice. "Then we're in trouble," said Ginny. "Come on, I can't wait to get this done." Ginny led them to the next corner and they peered round. Now they were actually committing themselves. She began to feel apprehensive. "If I were a murdering headmaster I'd have concealed a Death Eater sentry right there next to the gargoyle," whispered Luna. "Especially after someone left a stink pod there once." "Yeah, wonder who that could have been," murmured Neville. "Hominum revelio," whispered Ginny, softly, and pointing her wand down the passageway. After a few seconds they decided the corridor was safe and they marched up to the gargoyle, which opened one bleary eye at them but remained silent. "Solanaceae," said Luna. The gargoyle lazily turned aside and went back to sleep. "See you in a few minutes, Neville," said Ginny. She felt uneasy about proceeding without him, but someone had to keep watch and Ginny was determined that she would be the one to take the sword for her Harry. "I'm coming up," said Neville firmly. "Makes no difference. If I keep watch here and someone comes, you're trapped up there anyway." "Remember the portraits then," said Luna. "Silence when we get up there and stay disillusioned." The stairwell was gloomy, lit by a single torch that flickered in the updraft of air until the gargoyle lurched shut behind them. The illumination scarcely reached up to the door on the topmost landing and they hesitated when they reached it. Did headmasters rely solely on the password, or would the door be locked as well? Ginny raised her wand but Luna reached out and turned the handle. The door silently opened. The headmaster's office itself was in complete darkness save for the pale rectangle of the doorway which Neville left open behind them. Not one ray of moonlight penetrated the narrow tower casements to relieve this blackness but the rhythmic breathing and the occasional faint snort of the sleeping portraits reassured them they would not be observed if they risked a small light. "Dubia lux," murmured Luna. A tiny glimmering strand of palest turquoise feathered like spider silk from the tip of her wand. Tea illuminated nothing in the circular room until Luna wafted it downwards to produce a small pool of light in front of her near invisible feet. She followed it to the desk, now cleansed of its stains, and to the wall beyond it. She heard Neville stub his toe on a carpeted step but he made no outcry except for a stifled grunt and the portraits continued to slumber. With her wand, Luna raised the owing thread upwards and its tiny circle of luminescence silently climbed the wall. When it reached the glass cabinet that hung there, all three of them gasped. The sword of Gryffindor had caught the faint light and returned it tenfold in glorious silvers and reds, flashing and flaring its ancient glory. It was an impressive sight against the black void of the room. As Luna played the light over the sword, it illuminated the frame of the painting above it and perhaps the portrait stirred in its sleep. Luna knew whose portrait it was. "Professor Dumbledore, sir," whispered Luna, "have we your approval?" There was no answer and Luna dare not speak more loudly. Luna hesitated. "Alohomora," whispered Neville, but the cabinet remained firmly shut. "Wait," murmured Luna, unsure for some reason, but she was not heard. Ginny had eyes only for the sword which glittered enticingly inches in front of her. It should be Harry's, she was sure of it. She placed her hands on the glass but could reach no further, so near and yet so far. "Let's try the desk," whispered Neville, "maybe there's a key." "If it just needed a key then the unlocking charm should have unlocked it," said Ginny without looking round but Neville was already tugging at the top drawer. It was unlocked but stiff, it scraped audibly in the silence as it slid open. "Who's there?" It was a voice from one of the portraits. The three youngsters froze motionless and silent. "Go back to sleep, Phineas," grumbled another sleepy voice. "I tell you there's someone in here." "What's that?" A third voice. Another, deeper voice joined the exchanges. "Is it morning already?" "We have to go," whispered Luna. "Fetch help. Someone fetch help," cried yet another voice. Ginny could not leave without the sword. Her desperate desire to help Harry overpowered her common sense. She pointed her wand carefully at the glass and murmured as softly as she could, "Muffiliato. Reducto." The sound of the glass cracking and fragmenting to th. Ground was muffled by an unpleasant buzzing sound which did not escape the notice of the portraits at all. They lapsed into silence for a few seconds as if shocked. Ginny grabbed the sword handle and hefted the sword out of its case. She held it for a moment, feeling its weight, reluctant to relinquish it, but eventually she guided it to Neville. He hid it beneath his invisible robes and she saw it vanish from sight. Luna extinguished her meager light as they rushed out the doorway, leaving behind a renewed clamor of shouts and cries from the portraits. They crept down the stairs as stealed, hilly as they could, and Luna pushed ahead to check the corridor was still clear. Ginny's heart was racing. Solanaceae, Luna whispered, and the drowsy gargoyle moved slowly aside. Fresh air surged in tea. Oh, refresh their confidence and raise their hopes. Luna poked her invisible head out, then breathed excitedly. Nobody here. We've done it, Ginny, whispered Neville. Ginny took a deep breath. She fell. A strange sensation of something unpleasant swooping over her, as if she were thrown into darkness for a moment. She had experienced that spell long ago when she and Ron had raided the Burrow's lard. And she knew what it meant. They were discovered. Finite. Incantatum. It was a voice not from ahead of them but behind and above them on the stairs. It was cold and clinical. They knew that ice, and it sent a chill through their hearts as they were revealed. It was the voice of Severus Snape. He stood, robes spread in the stairwell updraft, like a great black bat, silhouetted by the flickering torch beyond him. They could not see his expression, but he could identify each of their white faces. He spoke slowly and carefully, yet they could hear from its tone that he was not only angry, he was shocked. You will all come up to my office. Now. All of Ginny's hopes died in that giddy moment. Her vision of Harry's astonished joy and admiration as she bestowed her mission-critical gift would never take place. Voldemort would not be slain. Harry would despise her for failing him, for failing the world. All was lost. What's up? What's happened? Said Ron, startled as Harry dashed into the tent and made a beeline for the sleeping area. Ron had his wand out in a moment. He abandoned the kettle he had been waiting to boil and ran to the tent entrance as if expecting a horde of Death Eaters to have been chasing Harry. Nothing. Harry called back, "'S'all right. What's going on?" came Hermione's sleepy voice as she raised a tired head from her pillow. All right you say," said Ron as he went after Harry. He found him foraging in his footlocker. "I thought it was you-know-who at least." "It's nothing," cried Harry, though his expression was one of great anguish. He had retrieved something from the chest and held it close to him as he dashed back to the tent exit. "Just want to check on something. I'm still on early morning watch." He disappeared out into the darkness. "Nothing, he says," said Ron to Hermione, who had just joined him, a blanket hugged around her nightclothes. She had had little more than an hour's sleep and felt exhausted and dull. The locket she still wore did not help. Ron stared hard at Harry's footlocker, his mind whirling. What is it?" said Hermione hoarsely and rather grumpily. "Dunno, I'm trying to think what he took." "Oh, it's probably just that old prophet, for heaven's sake," Hermione said scathingly. She headed back to her bunk. "Wasn't the prophet," muttered Ron to himself. "He's not going to race Merle. Inns might just to read that lying rag for the 20th time." He went to the canvas flap and pulled it to one side to peer out. He could faintly see Harry sat on the old stool they had placed against a tree. He was reading something, but it was too dark to see if it was a newspaper. Harry peered sideways at Ron silhouetted at the threshold of the tent. Ron disappeared back inside when he saw Harry looking at him. Only then did Harry light his wand and examine his marauder's map. Ginny, where are you, Ginny?" He couldn't find her quickly. She was not in her dormitory. Harry felt Fear's icy fingers trying to grip him. He looked again at his medallion. There was no mistaking that it was a heavily chained portcullis that was engraved there. He had been looking at the disc almost every half an hour, and he was certain it had been a castle the last time he had looked. He turned the disc over and looked at the message, but he knew it could not have changed from last night, or he would have felt her kiss. "Good news. Tell you tomorrow." What had she meant? Had it anything to do with the danger in which she was now placed? Should he try to contact her? He knew he should not. If she was in danger, then any distraction might put her at greater risk. He looked at the other side again. The portcullis was changing as he watched. A terrible despair sank to the very pit of Harry's stomach. The new image was sharply etched and quite clear. It was a dungeon. He snatched at his map again and scoured it with his wandlight held close. There. She was in the headmaster's office. She was Snape's captive. What did it mean? Detention. It was not yet 5:30 in the morning. What had happened? He yearned to fly there, to break in, wand held high and dispose of anyone who stood in his way. But Hogwarts was magically near impregnable. The tunnel from Honeydukes, the shrieking shack passage, but Hogsmeade he knew was patrolled by Death Eaters. Surely he could slip by, wearing his invisibility cloak. Then what? Break into Honeydukes and get into the secret passage. What if it was all a trap anyway? He stared miserably back and forth from map to medallion and back again. There are others there. He looked closer. Neville and Luna were with her. He sagged back with relief against the tree. There was some comfort in knowing she was not alone in her plight. Perhaps it had been some illicit trip outside of curfew. A high-spirited graffiti mission or a potions raid. Grimly his thoughts turned to punishments and he recalled with a shiver the fearful detentions she had only hinted at without detail. He prayed she had taken his advice and was able to ease her pain with a charm. He looked at the other footprints. There were 2 he did not know, both named Caro. The surnames seemed familiar but he could not recall Ginny mentioning them. Perhaps he had read about them in the Prophet. He looked again, Amicus and Alecto. He remembered those names very well and he shivered in the cool air. They were 2 of the Death Eaters present when Dumbledore was killed, murdered in cold blood by the one other person whose footprints were present, Severus Snape. Where is it? Demanded Snape. He was furious. As he waited for an answer he looked threateningly at each of the students in turn. A single candle stub sputtered in a holder on the wall. The only other illumination was from the new fire in the hearth. The headmaster's face was sinisterly lit from below by the green glow of the flow flames. His anger grew. The sword, who has it? I reckon we oughta do it the hard way then, snarled Amicus from the shadows. Search him. Neville stepped reluctantly forward. He drew the sword out from under his robes and laid it on the headmaster's desk. There was something surreal about the bright flashes from its surface in the darkened room. The weapon seemed to magnify the slightest amount of light that fell upon it. The great blade had a presence that declared itself dominant and threatening. Even Snape's self-control took a few seconds to recover. The sword of Godric Gryffindor, he said as he gazed upon it. He looked entranced. He blinked before continuing, a priceless artifact owned for centuries by this school which. It's Harry's, stormed Ginny. Professor Dumbledore left it to Harry Potter. You have no right to it. Luna almost winced. She nudged Neville at her side. He spoke quickly. We wanted it for the Gryffindor common room. It's a Gryffindor relic. It ought to be in our common room. Snape ignored Neville. He looked directly at Ginny. And, just how did you intend to present him with his sword? There was sarcasm in the exaggeration of the word, his. Luna chipped in, we intended to hold it for Harry until he. Snape ignored Luna too. Miss Weasley, where did you go during your recent visit to Hogsmeade? Shopping, said Ginny. I went in most of the shops, Honeydukes, Wizages, and we lunched in the 3 Broomsticks. I went for a walk. Even to Ginny, it sounded like a prepared statement. Snape looked thoughtful then shook his head. He slowly raised his wand then pointed it at Ginny. Legilimens. Ginny swayed and Neville caught her. He held her upright and looked round for a chair but Snape persisted with his invasion of her mind. She was ravaged with vivid streams of memories flashing through her mind beyond her control or wishes. Pleasant or painful, she could not avoid any, and the swings of emotion affected her reason for a while. She was playing Quidditch on a borrowed broom. Her mother's favorite sugar bowl had slipped through her hands to the floor and she was hiding, frightened, in the shed outside. She was at King's Cross meeting a dark-haired boy wearing glasses. He seemed special. His name was. No. Ginny struggled mentally. She began to get glimpses of being back in the headmaster's office but Snape was too powerful and she was overwhelmed with her own recollections again, now centering on Harry. There was no way to break free so she did the only thing she could. She clung to her strongest feeling of all and held on tight, a feeling she had endured for a long time, the unsatisfiable, painful yearning to be Harry's, to belong to him. For years she had wished to be accepted by him, wanted by him, loved by him, but he did not return her love. Day after day her one hope had always been to be at his side. The emotion was amplified stronger and stronger until it completely consumed her then. Suddenly she was fighting for air, sobbing, leaning against Neville and he was shouting at Snape, "Stop it! Stop it! You're hurting her!" Luna dragged a chair near and Neville helped Ginny to sit down where she covered her face with her hands. She was shaking. Luna put an arm around her shoulder. Snape had already desisted. He had found what he wanted to know. He looked at the Carrows. She is pathetically besotted with the chosen one, but he has no feelings for her whatsoever and, indeed, avoids her. She has no idea where he is, that much is clear. However, he paused, then turned back to the three students. Should there be any future attempt to contact Potter, all three of you are banned from Hogsmeade for life. You can't do that, yelled Neville. Do not tell me what I can and cannot do. Longbottom, you are in enough trouble as it is. Again he paused, then continued. In any event, it scarcely matters now. I am recommending you all be sent to Azkaban for a term of, at least 10 years. Neville and Luna looked aghast. And the minis? Try and the law courts are obedient to the will of you-know-who, said Luna. If you, as headmaster of this school, I do have some influence at the ministry. I have no doubt they will acquiesce to my suggestion. He sat down behind his desk and clasped his hands in front of him. You do not seem to realize the seriousness of your crime. Each of you has shamed your family name. Tomorrow, the Daily P. Rowfett will denounce a Weasley as a common thief. The name of Longbottom will be dragged in the mud. As for the Lovegood line, we'll be living martyrs, said Luna excitedly. This is wonderful. Always wanted to be a martyr and we don't even have to die. Won't seem so wonderful when you're in Azkaban, cackled Alecto. Wonderful is drained right out of you. You'll beg to die. Snape stared thoughtfully at the young Ravenclaw. Perhaps there might be an opportunity for redemption. He took the Carrows to one side. They lowered their voices but did not seem bothered that they could street. It'll be partly overheard by the youngsters. This is inconvenient, said Snape. The Dark Lord will not wish to risk any uprising before he is prepared. Uprising? What uprising? Said Amicus. He sounded annoyed by Snape's abrupt reversal. There are enough supporters who blood traitors, spat Alecto. Mudbloods, nevertheless, who support a cause in which they believe, no matter how misguided. Children locked up in Azkaban for trying to steal the sword of Gryffindor, symbol of noble convictions and courage. This situation, if handled correctly by the enemy, and believe me, they will leap upon this opportunity to rally recruits, could be just the spark they need to set the flame. Amicus snarled in annoyance. What then? We ain't. What I propose is a compromise, cut in Snape. He moved closer to the Carrows and his voice became a whisper. He spoke to them at length before finishing, and if we're lucky they might not survive. Why not just finish 'em off right now? Growled Amicus. If we were to begin such a practice against the students, then their parents would be up in arms and we should have no students at all next term, if not sooner. The Dark Lord would not be pleased. However, we cannot be blamed if any suffer a genuine accident, can we? Trust me, there are worse deaths in that place than even Azkaban can offer. And if not, the ongoing threat of imprisonment should keep them in line. Well, I like it, grinned Alecto. She gave a wheezy giggle as she looked at the worry that lined Neville's face contemplating Azkaban. The teapot of Luna being drained of her vivacity was hard for him to bear. If only I had done this on my own then. But, began Alecto. They can still be sent to Azkaban at any time, should they transgress again, said Snape more assertively. He turned to the three youngsters. Ginny was still sitting and feeling very deflated. It was my idea, said Neville loudly. It was just me that took the sword. Luna only came to the foot of the stairs to try to stop me and Ginny was not even. Maybe we'll give your girlfriend a medal then, how's that? Scoffed Alecto. She giggled noisily. Is that how it is? Noble Neville tries to win the heart of loyal Luna. In my dreams. I am mean, stuttered Longbottom, confused. That is, in your dreams. I am mean. The Carrows shrieked, with laughter, and Neville flushed a shade of crimson. So, some truth at last, sneered the headmaster. However noble your intentions, Longbottom, to save your beloved, it is too late for such a ruse to be taken seriously. You Death Eaters are very wicked and cruel to mock such good intentions, said Luna. She was looking at Neville, but he had turned his face away with embarrassment. She moved closer to him and took his arm. The Carrows jeered. Give her a kiss then, ickle Neville, smirked Alecto. She had found a weakness and made it a weapon. Enough, snapped the headmaster. He paused, then began to speak very slowly to the three students as if to relish every morsel. Your punishment will be fourfold. Firstly, and most importantly, I shall be recommending to the ministry a sentence in Azkaban of no less than 2 years, such. There was an outcry from Neville and Luna, but Ginny seemed too despondent to care. Such sentence to be suspended until further notice. Be assured, this term canon will be carried out at some future time if you step out of line. He eyed them severely, noting their reactions. Secondly, you are all banned from Hogsmeade visits, for life. Thirdly, your parents will be informed of your crimes. Behind Snape, Amicus was using his wand to repair the glass case. Neville noticed the sword still lay upon the desk. Crazy ideas raced through his mind. He still had his wand. He would seize the sword and run, but how far might he get? And he could not leave Luna and Ginny. Perhaps he could stun Snape and the Carrows quickly with the support of Luna and Ginny. He stared at Ginny. She was slumped down in her chair, barely paying attention to what was going on around her. He looked at Luna, close by his side and still clinging onto his arm. She was gently shaking her head and frowning slightly at him. She had seen the way he had been studying the sword. Fourthly, detention. The groundsman, Hagrid, has an extremely risky assignment this week. He is to venture deep into the Forbidden Forest to replace certain delicate herbs and other ingredients, which seem to have disappeared from our stock cupboard. He looked accusingly at Neville. You will all accompany him. Neville's face lit up and he opened his mouth to speak. But students are not allowed in the forest, cried Luna, burying her face in her hands and stepping hard on Neville's foot. There are terrible creatures and deadly plants, we might be injured, or worse. She kept one eye half open and peeked through a gap in her fingers. Then why? Oh, you had better be extra careful then, hadn't you? Sneered Snape. He turned to the sword. And if any of you should be tempted ever again, perhaps it might be prudent to put this relic completely out of reach of master thieves like you. The sarcasm dripped off his tongue. A Gringotts vault should be sufficient challenge even for such reckless adventurers as yourselves. He was watching Ginny closely as he said this. And if he looked for a sign of future ambition thwarted, he was not disappointed. She seemed to shrink even further within herself at his words. Completely out of reach. Oh Harry, what have I done? Her hand started involuntarily to move to her medallion, but she diverted it to wipe her wet cheeks. The slight movement was not lost on Snape. What is that? He demanded. Ginny looked up. He was pointing his wand directly at the finely linked chain at her throat. Accio. Snape plucked the medallion out of the air. Perhaps now I shall get to the bottom of this. He turned away and began examining the medallion with his wand. No, screamed Ginny and lunged after it, but Amicus was swift and hit her with a leg locker curse. She fell heavily and her head collided with the edge of the desk. Neville helped her back to her feet, but she was leaning heavily against him. It is very shameful to steal someone's sentimental possessions, said Luna quietly. I feel sorry for you, Headmaster. Out. Get them out of here, called Snape over his shoulder, and the Carrows were quick to push them out of the door, then slammed it shut on them. Luna hushed Neville, then once again listened at the headmaster's door. What have you found, Severus? Said Amicus. Let me see that. I thought it must be something. It is, however, no more than a worthless, insipid amulet, not magical at all. Snape paused. Nevertheless, should any of those three cause further trouble, I wish to know of it. I will deal with them. He fell silent, and Luna, fearing he might come to the door, quickly joined Neville, helping Ginny down the first step. Neville and Luna had to support Ginny, but they could not get her down the stairs safely. Neville finally managed to counter the G-Locker curse, but she seemed to be in a daze. Their failure had been enough to weaken her spirit, and the Legillaman's attack had harmed her mind, but to have been the cause of making the sword unattainable to Harry had broken her heart. Now, with her medallion taken, it seemed as if her very soul had wandered. Ginny, said Luna, as she and Neville helped her along the passageways, but Ginny did not seem to know her. We should take her to Madame Pomfrey. I think she'll know what to do, said Luna. There is something dreadfully wrong and we ought not to leave it. We're not supposed. Oh, the new rule is only for harm done during detention punishments, said Luna, firmly. There's no rule against going to the hospital wing for headaches and things. Ooh. The worried-looking woman leading a young girl out from the ward looked like a muggle to Luna. She was dressed in their strange clothes and walked like a muggle at any rate. She certainly had good reason to look troubled. The first year's face was swollen and the child was limping slightly. She clutched her mother's hand tightly. Luna wondered if she were fully muggle-born. Perhaps that was why they were slipping away before dawn. Luna hoped for the child's sake she was half-blood. More than a normal number of the beds in the ward were in use, but their occupants were all still asleep this early in the morning. Neville. La had a feeling that many of them should not strictly be here, but the matron had a way of hiding some of her cases from the Caros. Madame Pomfrey took one look at Ginny and sent a house elf to fetch Professor McGonagall, then she briskly set to work. By the time McGonagall arrived, the matron had a good idea of the nature of the problem and had begun treatment. Her mind is sorely bruised, stressed, and confused, Minerva, said Madame Pomfrey. It is outrageous, a Hogwarts headmaster using such invasive. Can it be healed though, Poppy? Said McGonagall. She peered closely at Ginny's face. The young girl looked ashen and her expression was completely blank. She was sitting on a bedside chair in the hospital wing with a large blanket around her. Her eyes were gazing into the distance and almost closed. On the small table ahead of her were the remains of a basket of overripe grapes and other fruit, nudging a decorative bowl filled with sadly wilting flowers. Behind the sorry-looking blossoms lay a little book. Luna could not quite see the title, but Ginny saw neither the book, nor flowers, nor rotting fruit at all. Luna and Neville sat on the bed, watching her anxiously. Madame Pomfrey shook her head. That damage, though unpleasant, will heal naturally in a few hours, but that is not the root of the more serious problem, though it may have partly triggered it. She is in deep shock caused by some other emotional trauma. It is likely she relived some extremely distressing memories, but they would not cause this degree of. Pomfrey turned to Neville and Luna. Did she fight the intrusion? I'm sure she would have, said Luna. It's very personal and private inside someone's mind. I'd want to lock the door. Perhaps she clung to some strong memory to resist him, said McGonagall. That can help, but a good memory would not upset her like. I was not thinking of a pleasant memory, Poppy. I rather thought something extremely distressing, said McGonagall. She looked at Neville and Luna. Do either of you two know what that might be? I cannot say, said Luna. Cannot, Miss Lovegood, snapped McGonagall. Not even to help your friend. Began Luna. For once, the Ravenclaw girl was lost for words. The details of such a memory would make little difference to resolving this, Minerva, said Pomfrey. I have done what I can, but now she needs time. Quote, if she is not much improved by the end of the day, then I fear I must send for her parents, said McGonagall. You two had better leave, let her get some rest. It is not rest, but it might be helpful if someone close to Miss Weasley could talk her out from wherever she is lost. I think I'll stay, if I may, said Luna quickly. I'd like to talk to Ginny. Luna looked at Neville and he nodded his understanding. She waited until they were all gone and she was alone with Ginny. She remained silent for a long time, deep in thought. After a while she sighed, then began to speak. Dear Ginny, dearest Ginny. She whispered, hoarsely. I hope you can hear me where you are. She broke off to dab at her eyes with a handkerchief, took a deep breath, then continued. There's something I've always wanted to tell you, Ginny. When Mummy died it was the saddest thing I ever knew, so sad it frightened me. I didn't want to live. I think I was a ghost inside. Daddy took me to meet someone. He took me to meet you. Quote, tears now rolled freely down Luna's cheeks and she gave up on the handkerchief and held Ginny's hand. I never had a friend before, not a proper ongoing, regular friend. I didn't even know we are all supposed to have friends. You were my first. You were a lovely friend to me, but I wasn't a friend to you. I wasn't really a friend to you until you shooed away my ghost and I could live again. If Ginny understood, or even heard Luna's words, she gave no sign. You drove away my ghost just by being a friend. One person can mean everything to us, but the ghost doesn't. Know that everyone else is worthwhile too. And Luna could not continue. Her eyes alighted on the last of the fruit in the basket, no doubt abandoned to their fate by a former patient. Mummy loved apples and pears, she gasped tearfully. We always had lots, but I remember once there was only one apple left by the end of the week. Mummy was hungry. She went to get an apple. I said I wanted one too. She didn't cut it in half. She gave me the whole apple, Luna broke down for a long time before beginning again. She gave me the whole apple, repeated Luna with a desperate, faraway look in her eyes. That was the last thing she ever gave me. I wish she hadn't have been hungry when she passed away. Luna screwed up her eyes tight and stopped talking. There was no one to see her poor little body shaking as she sobbed all alone at the unbearable memory that would never go away. I told Daddy it was sad that you had to share your mummy's love with all your others when I had mummy all to myself. Daddy said that's bad arithmancy. He said even if Mrs. Weasley had to divide an apple in 7 for all her children to get a piece, love cannot be divided, it can only be multiplied, so she can give all her love to all of them, and plenty to spare. Distant voices indicated someone else had entered and was speaking to Madame Pomfrey. Luna looked at Ginny and said softly, I hope your ghost goes away, Ginny. Please, please come back to me. I hope you think I'm worthwhile enough to come back to. Don't listen to that silly ghost and it will go away. As Luna looked at Ginny's face, she noticed something. It was a delicate chain at her throat, softly rising and falling with her breathing. She looked at the bowl of flowers on the little table and she suddenly understood. Ginny, Ginny, she whispered loudly. He never took your medallion. The headmaster never got it, he only got what he saw. Perhaps Luna only imagined. She felt a slight increase in pressure from Ginny's hand in hers and a little color coming back to her cheeks because there was no other indication that Ginny had heard Luna at all. Footsteps approached and Luna looked up. Miss Lovegood, we have something that might help. It was Madame Pomfrey. She was pouring a few drops of potion into a shallow bowl. With her was Professor Slughorn, who sprinkled on some powdered herbs. He flicked his wand several times over the brew while softly uttering a long incantation. Meanwhile, Madame Pomfrey dragged the side table a little closer to Ginny, then cleared a space between the fruit bowl and the flower basket. She picked up the little book, tossed it onto the bed, then put down the small bowl of potion, now steaming, on the table. The vapors of life are very reinvigorating, said Slughorn enthusiastically, but exceedingly difficult to prepare. Street Mungo's is the only other place that manages to maintain a stock, for cases of coma and so on. Its key ingredient is the fluff off a fairy's wing. It's very uplifting. No, cried Luna. Do the fairies? Oh, don't fret yourself, young lady, the fairies offer it voluntarily in exchange for exclusive use of their glades and proper respect of fairy rings and such like. They quickly regrow their fluff. Thank you, Professor, said Madame Pomfrey, for going to all this trouble. Oh, it was not I who prepared this potion, I merely did the final enchantment, said Slughorn. I thought you knew. It was the headmaster who produced this concoction. He said it might be needed in the hospital wing. The matron and Luna exchanged astonished looks. A case of guilty conscience if I am not much mistaken, huffed Pomfrey. That wicked man has no conscience, said Luna scathingly. Her eyes were still red from weeping. He only wants Ginny fit to serve her detention. Slughorn and Pomfrey looked rather shocked but said nothing. May I stay a little longer, please, said Luna. I'd like to see Ginny getting better. Your first class is with me this morning, is it not? Said Slughorn. Yes, Professor. After that, I think it wise if you resume your normal lessons, then perhaps return here during the lunch break. Are you not going to breakfast? Miss Lovegood, it's almost time, asked Madame Pomfrey. She glanced hopefully at the fruit, but what was left was not fit for consumption. I'll be all right, thank you. I can't eat, anyway. Very well. The two walked away. Slughorn called over his shoulder. Don't get too near that bowl, young lady, or you'll not sleep for a week and be dancing to all your lessons. Luna, still sitting on the bed, moved slightly away. She bumped into the little book laying on the bedspread. She could see the words on the cover now, Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. She thought it a very strange title indeed and wondered if the Muggle mother had brought it for her daughter and then forgotten it in her hurry to leave. Better to save the child and lose the book than the other way round, thought Luna. Luna turned her attention back to Ginny and decided she must not be impatient and should give the potion time to work. She looked anxiously at the clock, but time seemed to be crawling along. She kept picking up the book, reading a little, then putting it down again. After almost an hour there was no sign of improvement in Ginny's condition and Luna began to despair. If only Harry was here. Luna knew he'd forgive Ginny and everything would be alright, she was certain. More and more she kept looking at the chain that held Ginny's medallion. She felt sure it held some secret connection, but what? She had seen Ginny hiding it behind her hair while she looked at it many times. Perhaps that was all that was needed. She took hold of the chain, gently pulled out the medallion, and held it up for Ginny to see. The image on it was just a bowl of flowers to Luna, but she was convinced that was not what Ginny could see. Whatever it was, Ginny did not respond. What was wrong? Una tried to remember if Ginny did anything else. She had not used her wand nor uttered any incantation. She had moved her head down close to it sometimes. That was it. Luna's face lit up. She now knew what to do. Very carefully, she brought the disc up towards Ginny's face. Was she holding the real medallion? Or only a self-conjured fake? She hoped the conjuration was only when it was taken away. She touched the silvery disc to Ginny's lips. Please, Harry. Please help Ginny. Help her, Harry, no matter what. Not a flicker of emotion crossed Ginny's face. She stared straight ahead. The flowers are so beautiful. Thank you, Luna, said Ginny. Luna was startled. She turned swiftly to see the bright yellow lilies, purple carnations and huge white daisies that now flourished in their basket. She saw the succulent grapes and plums bursting with goodness, and slowly, slower even than the clock on the wall, she saw Ginny's face relax into a sad little smile and her eyes were now upon Luna. Harry says he loves me, no matter what. Harry prowled back and forth the short distance between tree and tent, raging silently at himself. The sky was lightening in the east, but Harry's dark night continued within him. Hospital wing. What foul injuries had Snape inflicted that Ginny needed healing treatment? Several times he fought the near overpowering urge to try to reach her, to be at her side. Ought he to tell Ron his sister is hurt badly, perhaps dying? Should he confess all? Might Hermione give him some good advice? What should he do? He sensed that Ron had occasionally peeked from the cover of the tent flap, but he had not ventured out. Hermione would still be sleeping after her earlier night watch. The Marauder's map never left Harry's hands and he stopped his pacing to study the map yet again. Luna was still with Ginny, but Professor Slughorn was there now too. Slughorn. It must be serious if Madame Pomfrey needed extra help. He examined his medallion. It displayed a portcullis, confirming Harry's fear that her ailment was dangerous. What if it were fatal, and if I was not there with her? His face screwed up with anguish at the thought. He tried to reassure himself. Memories of the times he had been in the hospital wing and out again within hours or days. He recalled Ginny's broken ankle being fixed in seconds after their ministry battle. She's in good hands. He tried to relax and took in his surroundings, which were just becoming more visible as the faint daylight increased. An early mist softened both trees and sounds, but the silence was being gently broken by the calls and chatter of distant birds. The drifting smell of toast burning told Harry that Ron was spoiling their remaining loaf. Harry became aware of how hungry he was himself, and the feeling mixed itself with a sense of guilt, as though he had a duty to lose his appetite while poor Ginny suffered. A scraping sound suggested Ron was removing the worst of the charred surfaces off his slices, so perhaps all was not lost. His head appeared, poking out from the tent together with an arm extended to offer a plate arrowed by a cloud of vapor rising in the cool air. Harry. Sure, why not? I'll come in for a bit though. Harry joined Ron at the table. He raised his eyebrows in surprise. Didn't think we had any beans left. Last tin. Harry looked across to the darkened sleeping quarters. He could just see Hermione's bushy head on her pillow. He looked back at his plate and hesitated. Saved some, said Ron, waving his fork towards a large bean can and the remains of the loaf which he had carefully re-wrapped and placed on top of their empty food cupboard near the stove. As Harry dug into his beans on toast, he kept glancing at Ron. He's Ginny's brother, my best friend. He can be considerate at times. It's just that blasted Horcrux. You and Hermione, Harry began, without thinking where he was headed. It's not the same, retorted Ron. What? Ginny's underage, and you're the chosen one. It's not the same. You're the main target. Oh, thanks, Ron. Harry stared at him, his meal forgotten for the moment. He could tell Ron had been stewing over something, and it wasn't the beans. Hermione. Ron hesitated. She's old enough to make her own decisions. It's not me that's endangering her like you and Ginny. Anyway, we couldn't manage without her. Harry crunched on his toast thoughtfully. His mind was still on Ginny back in Hogwarts hospital wing, but talking about other things helped ease his fretting a little. You've been worrying if Hermione's put herself at risk because of you. So, you and she are now. What? No, she's Hermione, isn't she, just one of us. How do you mean, Ron? Said Harry, like, one of the guys kind of thing. Yeah, well, she's not like the other girls at Hogwarts, is she? Said Ron. For one thing, she doesn't dress up in silly girly frocks and stuff, she dresses sensibly, she's practical. What about the Yule Ball? Yes, but she wasn't all frothy and sissy though, was she? Said Ron, sounding more enthusiastic. She was more of a mature, feminine look, don't you think? Did you notice how she had her hair up? Those two little blue pins with the curved ends that almost met. She looked very elegant. Ron forgot the forkful of beans that had begun its journey to his mouth for a while, and tomato sauce dripped onto the table as he stared into the distance. And she doesn't posture and swagger about, he continued, spluttering through the eventual mouthful of beans. She does use cosmetics now, though, but in a really subtle way, so it looks natural. You wouldn't even know unless you looked closely. Do you, Ron? Do I what? Look closely. Well, she's with us all the while, isn't she? Why? Oh, you must have noticed her lips. I think it's a kind of pastel corally thing she uses on them. Ron paused. And neat eyebrows, you can't miss her eyebrows and her eyes, surely. Harry thought for a while. Only Ginny's face came to his imagination. He couldn't remember offhand what Hermione's eyebrows or her lips looked like. Red, I suppose. Her eyebrows. Her lips, I mean, you Wally, and blue, I guess, blue eyes. Ron stared at Harry as if he were mad. We're talking about Hermione, right? Hermione's got soft brown eyes. Well, she's certainly helpful and resourceful, said Harry, scooping up the last of his beans and pushing his plate away. This food, for instance, and reliable, turns up on time, that sort of thing, said Ron, still with a faraway look. Harry wasn't listening. He sensed the fluttering of his medallion and turned his head away from Ron as he rejoiced in Ginny's kiss. He was shaking slightly with excitement and relief as he took his half-empty cup over to the kettle as if to make more tea. He scanned the message on the silver disc. Please, Harry. Please help Ginny. Help her, Harry, no matter what. His cup rattled in its saucer. Harry steadied himself and carefully lowered the cup onto the cupboard before he dropped it. It was Ginny's thoughts, yet he knew that must be Luna's words. Has to be. How? Must be Ginny's listening to Luna. What has Ginny done? Is she afraid to speak to me directly? His mind whirled. He didn't care what she had done so long as she was going to be alright. She needed his help. The only help he could give was the support with which she had sustained him while he wore the Horcrux locket. He raised his cup as if to drink, but he was kissing the medallion. Ginny, I love you, no matter what. Make me another while you're there, will you, Harry? Said Ron as he carved into more toast on his plate. Sure, murmured Harry. He brought a new cup of tea back to Ron at the table, but kept his own cup with him and continued on towards the tent exit. I'd better get back on watch. Ron looked up from stirring his tea and nodded, his thoughts still elsewhere. In the dark shadow of the sleeping section, Hermione remained curled up in the fleecy blanket on her bunk with just her head showing. Her eyes were open. She was completely still and her face was without expression, but she was looking at him. Harry stopped walking, expecting her to speak, but she remained silent. She continued to look at Harry for a few seconds longer, then closed her eyes. It was as if it had never happened, as if Hermione had been asleep all along. What did that mean? Had she heard what Ron had said about her? Or seen me kiss the medallion? Or sleep-watching? Like sleepwalking, only with just the eyes. He took a deep swig of tea, then ducked quietly out of the tent so as not to disturb her. It was a little brighter outside now. Harry sat, sipping at his tea, with the Marauder's map open on his lap and his medallion in his hand. The map showed that Ginny was still in the hospital wing, but the portcullis was gone from the medallion to be replaced by the castle. She's out of danger. Ginny's okay. The physical tension in his body eased away immediately, and he felt he had been clinging to his last breath for hours as he released it slowly and heavily, steaming his last gulp of hot tea out into the early autumn air. But something still troubled Harry. He could not quite put his finger on what it was. Then he remembered. Ron had been wrong, Hermione's eyes were a very dark gray. He relaxed a little more and almost grinned. He would wind up Ron next chance he got. Yet somehow, he still felt a little disturbed. He still could not quite put his finger on what it was. Later, when he took his turn with the Horcrux, he did not trouble Ginny for her support. He found himself out of sorts and tried to keep out of the way of the others as far as possible. Hermione had been a little grumpy when she had got up anyway. She hadn't slept well after Harry's noisy intrusion, and bad dreams had left her tired and snappy even after removing the locket. "Why didn't you fold the lid back down, Ron? Keep the germs out," was all she said when Ron made her a late breakfast. The inevitable burnt toast didn't help. Ron looked so chastened that Harry didn't even have the heart to needle him about getting her eye color wrong. He took Hermione's bag out scavenging on his own and summoned a duck right out of the air, stunning it when it was close. He hesitated about wringing its neck, then used the killing curse and blamed it on the Horcrux. He had Hermione's edible roots and fungi of the English countryside book, but did not have much luck until he stumbled across a field of potatoes which, even though they were not listed in the book, he figured were fair game. He cast the disillusionment charm to hide himself since he'd left his own rucksack behind. It was more convenient anyway than wearing a cloak while digging up potatoes. He kept to the edge of the field and wondered why the farmer had been so foolish as to plant this close to woodland. Wild animals, perhaps badgers, had already visited and wastefully uprooted several plants. Harry made an attempt to emulate the way they had dug under and torn up the root system, but he doubted it would fool close inspection. He really did not care anymore. He wished he had Ginny's supportive messages, but she needed him now and he would not let her down. He labored until he was weary and irritable. He'd done enough and Ron and Hermione could hardly complain since he was doing all the work and had walked miles to get here. He decided to apparate back as near to the tent's protective spells as possible, but startled a wood pigeon underfoot when he arrived. It got the same treatment as the duck. He should have been pleased with the day's haul, but he just felt annoyed that it was all so much effort to get a meal while the others took it easy. Now he could see the tent. He paraded straight to it and plunged inside. From her excited chattering it was clear that at least Hermione had brightened up considerably, and it looked like she and Ron had been playing chess. Even reason expert I could tell from the board that Ron had probably let her win. Stupid git. Why'd she pack him something and all I get is to borrow a book about fungus? He was extra annoyed to see them step apart as he burst in. He dumped the bag noisily on the floor and the spuds rumbled around inside. Let them stay hungry for a bit longer. He knew they would have been talking about him again. Who cares? I have Ginny. His scar began to prickle unpleasantly, but he refrained from rubbing it. Why give them the satisfaction? Without asking, during the next few days, when he was not wearing the Horcrux, he kept sending Ginny supportive messages. It's all right no matter what. I'm with you. Eventually came the day he could see she was out of the hospital and taking classes normally, but he did not become impatient that she had not yet told him what cheeky prank they had played on Snape to get him so riled up. Like all players, she had had plenty of Quidditch injuries, so maybe a fractured rib, though painful for a short while, had been worth it. He still longed to see her again though. He gave his medallion an extra long kiss. L2BWU. Tell me soon as there's Hogsmeade. He received a couple F General, I'm okay, type messages and eventually, crab framed. Party ROR tonight. Harry lay on his bunk grinning. She was a Weasley alright. He kissed his medallion. Enjoy. And think of me. And he quickly got back. Harry who? Haha. Yes. She was Fred and George's sister. When she disappeared off the Marauders map that evening he was not concerned. He knew the room of requirement wasn't plotted. He was a bit jealous he wasn't there with her, but he liked the idea of her having a good time for once. Ooh. Thing is, stay close, don't wanna be wandering off, said Hagrid. He looked at each of the youngsters in the detention group in turn to make sure they were paying attention. The gathering showed a mixture of excitement and apprehension. Ginny murmured an incantation and Harry's whistle jumped to her lips. She gave 3 soft toots and Hagrid nodded his approval. That'd do it, Ginny. Keep us together. This way, then. Their trip into the Forbidden Forest turned out to be moderately uneventful. Ginny, Neville, and Luna were all surprised to find Crabbe on the same detention for the burp powder frame-up. "I know it was you, Weasley," he growled as they skirted around a large fallen tree. "I'll get you for this." "Yeah, you and whose brain?" snapped Ginny, drawing her wand across her throat menacingly. "Malfoy not with you now is he? Lots of accidents happen amongst these trees, disappearances, worse." Crabbe's face blanched but he took a bigger stride forward to put himself a half pace ahead and Ginny didn't argue. The back of his head was preferable to the front. Not that anyone could see much. The moon was almost full but it was not yet very high above the tops of the trees and while the upper canopy foliage was beginning to shine a strange silvery green. At ground level all detail was lost in shadow. Ginny was stuck with Crabbe for a while. She tried to pretend he was Harry but that lasted about 5 seconds. Hagrid led the way with Fang at his side. But all she could see of them were vague darknesses moving past the dim vertical trunks of the trees. Luna and Neville followed up behind. They walked mostly in silence for a while, murmuring occasionally to each other. Acutely aware of the dangers that might lie just out of sight on either side. Neville eventually struck up a conversation about the more friendly magical creatures that inhabited the forest and Luna's interest kept them chatting and relaxing together over the next half an hour. "It was really sweet what you said, Neville," said Luna finally with a smile not wasted in the gloom because he could hear it in her voice. "Dreaming about me, I mean." "Oh, yeah, I meant." Neville was glad the darkness hid the sudden heat he felt in his cheeks. "Were you really trying to win my heart?" she asked. He could hear a gentleness in her voice now and an even bigger smile. Neville decided she was not mocking him. I didn't want you to get the blame for the sword. It should have been just me." "Oh, no, I didn't mean. I mean, it's all right, Neville, we can be just friends." "No. Well, would you like to go with?" Neville hesitated then finished lamely. "I was going to ask you next. Hogsmeade." Quote. "Oh, what a pity," said Luna solemnly then she added more brightly, "perhaps after Christmas they'll relent and let us go again." "What do you think?" "Yeah, perhaps so. I enjoyed the last one." Neville sounded like he did not believe they would ever see Hogsmeade again. His voice became more excited. Still, Ginny had a good idea but what was it? Not sure if I should say. I think she's a bit ashamed about not getting the sword, I mean about it being locked away in Gringotts. She thinks she'd made things worse for Harry, even impossible. "I thought so too," said Luna wistfully. As they proceeded deeper into the forest, the moonlight finally crept down to relieve the darkness a little, though the ground litter was still in shadow. Ahead of them, Luna and Neville could now see glimpses and flashes of the head and shoulders of Ginny. She was stomping sullenly along, still slightly behind Crabbe who continued to lurch after Hagrid without looking back. "I think I'm being watched, Neville," said Luna suddenly. Neville stopped and looked around. "Where? Animals you mean?" Luna cast the revealing charm but they detected nothing. Quote, "Some creatures do follow herds, and were last," said Neville nervously. "They probably were identifying what creatures we are, singling out the weakest. We're not their natural prey so they've moved on. Yes, I felt I was being identified, singled out. They hurried after the others." "What was her idea?" said Luna, after a long, but not unpleasant, lapse in her discussions with Neville. "Sorry. You said Ginny had an idea, about Hogsmeade was it?" "Oh yeah, no, it's if we ever see Harry in the future I think she'd rather we didn't mention about the sword, nor this detention. He's got the map, remember? Ginny wonders if he might notice she's disappeared. She said if he ever asked, or to say we had a party in the room of requirement." "She doesn't need to tell Harry fibs," said Luna sadly. "I wouldn't, if it were me." "You mean if you were Harry's girlfriend?" Neville sounded a bit despondent. "Yes, I think if I ever had a boyfriend I'd want to always tell him the truth. I'm not attractive like Ginny though so it might not matter." "Course you are. I am mean. What makes you think that?" Neville helped Luna over a badly broken section of the trail. "I am mean. You're nice looking." "Thank you, Neville. I think you're nice looking too." Neville knew that Luna was just being kind so he tried to divert to a new topic. "What sort of ingredients do you think Hagrid's looking for?" "That's a wonderful idea," said Luna abruptly, a sudden thought giving her the opportunity to prevent Neville changing the subject. "We could have tea parties in the Rue of Requirement, Just until we can go to Hogsmeade again. I mean, pretend we're in Hogsmeade. I'd like. Wait here. Do not move from this spot. Hagrid's dark shape growled back at them. He moved forward slightly to the right of the direction in which they had been traveling in what was, for him, a stealthy thud, 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 until the sound became too faint to hear. What do you think, Luna? He sounded worried. Oh, I think he's just being cautious. She tried again. We could say we need a little tea room with. What is that oaf up to? Crabbe was becoming more and more impatient. He read through the trees as if he believed Hagrid could silently have returned. It was far too dark to see much, although the higher foliage was now all shimmering silver in the full light of the moon. Away from the moon's glare, thousands of stars clung silently to the great black bowl of the sky. Neville looked directly overhead, taking in every leaf and creeper he could recognize. See that, Luna? He pointed at the numerous triangles of scruffy moss-like material that were picked out in greens and blues by the light of the moon beyond them. They clung to every branch as far as Neville and Luna could see. Their surfaces glistening and gleaming like particles of the moon itself. That's Merlin's beard, that is. Very delicate, crumples away soon as you touch it. Used to uncloud the mind of false thinking like in Poets No Block. Veritaserum, and even Felix Felicis. I think that's on Hagrid's list. Luna looked at the awe and respect in Neville's upturned face, brightly glowing in the moonbeams. How did they gather it then? Neville. Accio and Pack, I think. Handy for all sorts of. He broke off when he heard Ginny's low cry. Get back here, Crabbe. But Crabbe would have none of it. He was edging forward cautiously along the same route that Hagrid had taken. The shrubs and bushes were squeezed between the trees much more thickly here, but Hagrid had forced a way that was hard to miss. Let him go, said Neville. Get himself in more trouble, serve him right for using that belch powder on poor Professor Snape. He grinned to himself at his own joke. But he might distract Hagrid, don't you think? Or cause him a problem, said Luna, taking a few steps after Crabbe, trying to keep him in sight in the darkening undergrowth. Vincent, she called in a low voice. She took a few more paces in his wake. You might disturb Hagrid. I think you should come back. She strode out quickly to catch him up, then suddenly cried out and came stumbling back, clutching her arm. Ginny ran to her. It's all right, said Luna. It was a big branch sprang back at me. I don't think he meant it. Let me look, said Ginny. Neville lit his wand. Luna's sleeve was badly ripped and she pulled it up out of the way to inspect her arm. It's very painful, but it's not broken, she said. Neville winced. The flesh of her forearm, which she had raised to protect herself, was badly torn and bloody. It's bruising up very badly too, Luna. He said. We'd best get you back to Madame Pomfrey. We'd never find our way back without Hagrid, not before morning, said Ginny. I can deal with it. A pisky's not enough, said Neville firmly. Matron can fix it properly. Why do you think I persuaded her to hold me back a couple of days in the hospital wing? Said Ginny. If she winked, they could not see. She began to move her wand over the wound, all the while chanting softly, melodiously, Vulnera Sanctor. She taught you that? Neville sounded incredulous as he watched the damaged tissue repair itself completely and quickly, and the skin healed over. Ginny rummaged in her bag and brought out a small bottle of Dittany, which she applied to finish it off and prevent scarring. Good as ever, she said. Thank you, Ginny, chirped Luna, smiling at the new skin in surprised delight. She gave you Dittany, said Neville. A good supply, and other stuff. Neville, I took the opportunity to St. Up and learn the basics of advanced field healings. We can expect worse from the Carrows as time goes by. Ginny turned to face the way Crabbe and Hagrid had gone. She crouched down and murmured a quiet incantation. He meant it all right. They waited a little longer, but Hagrid alarmed them all by thundering in from a different direction. Centaurs, and lots of 'em. They're a ways off, but we best circle about. He looked around. Where's that great lump got to then? Ginny blew softly on her whistle and they heard Crabbe stumbling and cursing back towards them. Ouch! There was a heavy thud and more cursing before Crabbe finally reappeared. Blasted log wasn't there before, said Crabbe, limping along and rubbing his shin. That's for Luna, murmured Ginny. More loudly she said, I am sure Matron can heal it up for you, tomorrow. Great prune, Crabbe, what did I tell said Hagrid. Right, we'll head this way, and keep together like I said. What about that, Hagrid? Said Neville, proudly pointing upwards at the mossy tangles above. Moonshine. Not worth the bother, Neville, said Hagrid. Grows that silvery salve on farms these days by the bucketload. See, tea grows on fool's beard real easy, does hower no, see. Tricked a lot o' idiots, is that fool's beard, thinkin' 'twere Merlin's beard. He gave a deep chuckle and added, come on, then, best be goin'. Neville turned his face away from the moon to keep his embarrassment in shadow and thrust his hands dejectedly into his jacket pockets. Luna lagged behind as they started out and he wasn't sure if she was kindly giving him some space or just avoiding him. After a while though, he felt a little hand take his arm. It was Luna walking along with him. He felt comforted. It was good that she was so dreamy at times. It seemed she had not noticed what Hagrid had said. It was still dark the next morning when they trudged wearily back to Hogwarts. They had found most of the herbs, roots, and other items for which they had searched. Hagrid had conjured up some improvised camp beds, but they had managed only 4 hours sleep, so hoped to grab another hour or two before breakfast in the Great Hall. At Hagrid's cabin, the half-giant prepared to part company with them. He offered up his collecting bag. Who'll take these to Professor Snape for me then? Ginny scowled and Neville faltered. I thought. Crabbe had slunk off without a word into the darkness. I'll take them, said Luna brightly. I don't mind. Good girl, said Hagrid. Tell him take care with left pocket though. Them stingers is right nasty. Oh, I will. Back in her dormitory, Ginny was just laying down to sleep when Harry's kiss and the tingle of her medallion made her sit up again. Excitedly, she read his message. Great to see you again. Good party. Ginny smiled as she again lowered her head to her pillow and snuggled into her warm blankets. She touched the silver disc to her lips. Wish you had been there. Harry. Harry. She fell asleep during the kiss. When the morning's rain finally resigned itself to a melancholy end, the view did not improve. If there was a more dismal landscape than the one that Harry Potter now faced, he had never seen it. He saw no reason why Hermione should ever have visited this grim old quarry. He had only been told that, when younger, she had hiked here with her parents. The ugly pit was long disused, that much was evident from the wet, stringy weeds that clawed out of the cracks between its shattered stones. Yet at the higher levels, overlooking this unnatural chasm, wind and rain had scraped the rocks, leaving bare, unwanted slabs, rejected even by mosses and lichens. Upon one such puddled rock lay Slytherin's locket. That Harry had placed this dark object, and what it contained, in this dead, unforgiving place, seemed appropriate. He wished he might leave it here forever or hurl it down to smash against the quarry floor. He could know, but at least he was taking an hour's respite from its malevolent influence. Wearing the cursed pendant always made him irritable and anxious to some extent, but when Harry had again started thinking hateful thoughts about Ginny, it became so unpleasant he had felt compelled to take it off. The artifact would not be out of his sight though, and he was ever alert to snatch it up if need be. It was slightly risky, but the relic had finally broken his resolve when he had begun to question Ginny's faithfulness. For many minutes he fought those feelings until, disgusted, he separated himself from the evil thing. Harry had been so filled with concern for Ginny, and so delighted at her recovery, he had not cared what she had done. Over a week had passed, however, and he was curious about the matter, and why she had not explained her plea for help. The warmth of his relationship with Ginny, the honesty of her kisses, his certainty of her character, all these evoked an unshakable trust. He reminded himself, rather guiltily, that he had not yet told her about the destruction of her photograph. There's a reason she's not told me. Give her time, Harry. He yearned to see her again. Surely another Hogsmeade visit must not be far off. He would not press her however, but continue to offer his unquestioning support. He put the medallion to his lips. Ever thinking of you, Ginny. Strong for you. He was still thrilling to the kiss he shared when he spotted two distant figures waving to him from far along the winding depths. He waved back, though he knew protective spells hid him from their view. Ron and Hermione would take another 10 minutes to ascend the access ledges left when the quarry's northern face was cut. This vantage assured Harry he was unlikely to be surprised by unwanted visitors. With a sigh, he slipped the locket back around his neck shortly before they reached him. Any luck? he called. He could tell from the shake of their heads they would all be going hungry that night. "The guest house is gone, Harry," said Hermione, as they drew near. "I'm sorry. We found quarrymen's houses in ruins, not even sure if it's the same place." "Anything else?" "No rabbits, no trees, no river, no mushrooms, no nothing," grumbled Ron. "It's not how I remember it," added Hermione apologetically. "It's all right, don't worry." Hermione looked at Harry in surprise. She had prepared herself for bitter responses. "I took it off for a while," said Harry, by way of explanation of his good humor. "I kept watch and I never let it out of my sight." He gestured towards the flattened slab. Tea lay like a tabletop before him, a table that would not be dined upon this day. "We'll start on the chocolate tonight, then," said Hermione. "It will have to do until tomorrow. We'll find somewhere better." "Yeah, like next door to a 24-hour CAF," muttered Ron. "I remember a river in Wales," said Hermione, frowning as she tried to recall old memories. "We'll go there." "That's good, we'll get a fish or two," said Harry, hoping to cheer up Ron, but Ron scowled. He ducked behind Harry into their tent, which was pitched next to the last remnants of a broken-down workman's hut, its elf wedged against a sheltering rock face. "He's never had to go hungry like this," whispered Hermione, trying to excuse his sour disposition. "Neither have you," said Harry. "If he wants to be unhappy, why then I'll go out tomorrow and he can have the locket, see how he likes it." "Harry, Hermione looked really miserable. "I've not even seen a bird fly over," said Harry, looking unhopefully upward. And trying to divert Hermione from talking about Ron. Hermione took a few steps. She was unsure whether to go into the tent with Ron or remain with Harry outside. It was not raining, but everywhere was damp. Without a meal to prepare, she was at 6s and 7s. "Here, take my seat," said Harry, standing up from his stool and stretching his legs. She gratefully eyed the folded blanket Harry had been using as a dry cushion. The young girl had been walking for hours and her legs ached. "I'd better go in," she replied after a few seconds' hesitation. She turned away into the tent. "Fine," thought Harry. "I'm sure you two have got lots to talk about." Harry plonked himself back down on his stool again and looked out over the quarry access and the gray skies. He had a couple more hours to go. On this watch until Ron would take over and Hermione would wear the Horcrux. He considered taking the locket off again. This was the most secure location they had ever found. He decided against it unless it became too difficult to wear. He resigned himself to a period of gloom. His mood was lifted by the touch of Ginny's kiss and the trembling of his medallion. "With you too. Strong for you too. Something to tell next we meet." Harry smiled. Now he knew why Ginny had not told him. She wanted to tell him when they were together. It must surely be just a week or two and then there would be another Hogsmeade. He began to visualize her face, seeing him, seeing her. Even in his imagination, the look in her eyes touched him so deeply, it evoked warmth and joy in his heart. "Cup of tea, Harry." It was Hermione with a warming brew. Harry's smile deepened. Things were looking up. Ooh. The students of Hogwarts did not have to wait even 2 days for the next Hogsmeade visit. "This DA meeting is only going to be a short one," said Ginny. "Sorry it was so sudden, but you've probably all heard in the last few hours that tomorrow is a Hogsmeade weekend," said Ginny. "We think Snape's announced it at last minute deliberately so we don't have much time to plan anything." "Should have thought of that before then," smirked Zacharias Smith. "You're right, we should have, shouldn't we, Smith? We're all in this together, remember? Anyway, as it happens, we do have a couple of things already thought out." "Why is Snape allowing any Hogsmeades at all?" asked Lavender. "And this one sooner than Express. Acted so at this rate we'll have more than normal." "We've thought of a few reasons," said Ginny, grimly. "So they can get us out of the way, you reckon?" said Michael. "Yes, they might use the opportunity to sneak around, probably even go through our things," said Ginny. "That's why we've now got these footlockers." Ginny gestured to the long row of chests against the back wall of the room of requirement. The room was accumulating more and more equipment as they were needed. "It's Neville's idea and the room delivered what we need as usual. So, if you've got any stuff the Carrows and Snape shouldn't see, then move it in here. This place is secure. I think they've also done it so we believe they're not as bad as they seem," said Terry. "Look, Although they like to hand out punishments. I don't think that's an end in itself, that's not why they're here. Their real purpose is to persuade us to believe in what they believe, or else control us. Ideally, they just want everyone to obey them. You know who wants to strengthen blood purity, not to punish or destroy it. You'll notice the Hogwarts, food is just as good as ever, and they've not increased study periods or homework. Exactly, said Ginny. If we all fought and behaved like Slytherins, then life at Hogwarts would be tolerable. I mean, the cruelty in dark arts is never aimed at Slytherins, is it? In Muggles' studies is a joke. Speaking of which, Hannah. Have you got your true Muggles studies set up yet? Not quite. We, Seamus and I, have given up on the spare classroom idea and are going for small extra study groups within common rooms. That way they can disperse quickly and unnoticeably if necessary. We've got some of the old Muggles studies textbooks, but we're only doing a cut-down set of lessons, tellin' the basic truth while at the same time training kids to pretend to go with Electo's teaching. So, what's the hold up? Well, we're still copying the important sections from the books, so we've got something to work with, but also we still need somebody to teach in Ravenclaw, a half-blood I mean, or someone who has lived with at least one Muggle like my mum or Seamus' dad. She looked meaningful. LLY across at Terry Boot and caught his eye. Told you, I'm no teacher, hissed Terry nervously. No, but you're a DA member, said Neville. We're all here to do what we can for the cause, to resist and oppose them until the ultimate downfall of you-know-who. I know that, but I'd rather fight than teach, quite frankly, said Terry. Then fight Muggle ignorance, Neville said loudly. Hannah lost her mother because of it. Isn't that worth fighting for? For your Muggle parent? Neville gave him a questioning look. Hannah looked at Neville, there was curiosity in her gaze. She hadn't known that Neville even knew about her mother being killed by Death Eaters in the previous year. Terry gulped. My mother, it's my mother too who's the Muggle in my family. I suppose, when you put it like that. I'll help you get started, said Seamus. He laughed. I'm no teacher myself, but how hard can it be? They're only small groups, mostly first and second years. Right, that settles it. Huffs, raves, and griffs, anyone volunteer to teach true Muggle studies to the Slyths? Said Ginny with a grin. I'd like to try, said Luna, raising her hand. We had a Muggle stay with us once for a whole week. He kept a tiny little brush in our bathroom. Daddy said he'd seen him trying to eat it with peppermint sauce, but he could never get it all in his mouth no matter how much he tried. Only a few of the gathering laughed. The rest stared in horror. Luna, cried Ginny. I was joking. I think it would be fun teaching little Slytherin children, said Luna, with a dreamy smile on her face. But I wouldn't teach them to eat brushes, I don't think. It's the big children I'd worry about, said Neville. Sorry, Luna, we can't spare you to the Slytherins. We need you alive. He stopped abruptly and grimaced as he realized what he had said. Ginny rescued him. There's another reason why they allow Hogsmeade visits, she said. It's so they can cancel them as punishments. Yes, they cut mine, said Padma, glumly. Last detention I was told my next Hogsmeade was scrubbed. Right, and not just you, said Ginny. They've stopped lots of us, some just the once, some for the whole term, and some of us, as you know, for life. Ginny glanced briefly at Neville and Luna who were at her side. They can't legally do that, you know, said Susan. They can do what they want, Susan, growled Seamus. Well, I mean, it's difficult for them, persisted Susan. It's built into the statute and I think they try to appear to stick to the main rules. 1 term is the maximum ban. McGonagall. LL banned me for the rest of the year when Sirius Black stole my Gryffindor passwords, said Neville, and Umbridge stopped Harry. Yes, but technically it's not legal, said Susan. It's an old law that nobody remembers. It's to get past another law about lengthy imprisonment. In a way, we were all prisoners here even under Professor Dumbledore if we could never leave the grounds for more than 3 months. Only the Wizengamot can legally imprison anyone for longer. Yeah, well try telling Snape that, snapped Seamus. I already did, said Susan. Or rather, I spoke to Professor Sprout and she told him. She said he seemed to be annoyed about it, which means he's considering it. I think he'll probably back down. I doubt he'll go to the trouble of getting the law changed for something T.S. trivial, that will need a full meeting of the Wizengamot, especially when there are lots of other forms of punishment. He can just ban us again when he feels like it, said Neville. I think Ginny's right, said Luna. They like to stop people because they enjoy it, so the more times they can stop us then the more fun for them. Stop us then let us go again then stop us again at the first opportunity. It's cat and mouse really. The cat lets the mouse go so it can pounce on it again. You think this is really possible? Said Neville, turning to Luna, that we might be able to go to Hogsmeade again. I think we have a real chance next year, said Luna brightly, staring straight into Neville's eyes. He blinked. Ginny rescued him again. We haven't got much time, she said. Ernie's hour. 80 organizing supplies. Don't ask me how he's getting them past Filch. Ernie waved an empty potion vial in the air to suggest he was going to do some switching. Ginny continued, but what I really want to discuss is an idea that Hannah had last time, about the wands. Hannah stood up to applause from the other Hufflepuffs. She took a bow with a smile. As you know, the headmaster Faug HT fire with fire and is using a grey fungus to obscure the wanted posters we've set up. I volunteered to help Neville. Hannah leaned and smiled in Neville's direction and a slow flush crept over his face. With the extra ingredient we're going to put in the new posters that will make this fungus nearly invisible. What's this got to do with wands? Said Parvati. The existing posters will need modifying and that has to be done by hand, said Hannah. I volunteered to help Neville. Seems to me you do a lot of volunteering to help Neville, smirked Seamus. Hannah smiled. I do what I can in a good cause. I bet you do, muttered Smith. So what's it got to do with wands? Persisted Parvati. It's risky to use our own on things like this. The headmaster can easily check our wands to see what spells they have cast recently. So my idea was to get some spare ones. Don't tell me you volunteered to help Neville get some more wands. Laughed Seamus. No. You don't suppose the DA and the Order are the only organizations resisting you know who to you. Certain persons, for instance, have been tracking down snatchers and snatchers, said several people at once. Honestly, don't you know what's going on at all? Snatchers are gangs that hunt down so-called undesirables and muggle-borns and hand them over to the ministry for payment. That is sinful, I think, said Luna sadly. To take money for doing such an evil thing. Yes, well, as I was saying, certain persons. It's your dad isn't it, Hannah? Said Terry, then added hastily. Sorry. Didn't think. Hannah glared at Terry then continued. Certain persons attack and disarm snatchers. You must be very, very proud of the certain person, Hannah. He's very brave and very good, said Luna quietly. Hannah stared at Luna. She glanced back and forth between her and Neville and for some reason she seemed to be trying to stifle some emotion. Yes, I am, she finished, meekly. Long story short, Hannah and I are meeting a certain person tomorrow behind the 3 broomsticks and bringing in a few spare wands, said Ernie. He winked. They won't work well for everyone, they'll never be as good as your own, said Hannah. Everybody can try them out and see what works best for who. Some will be very good indeed. You'll still have your own wand but use one of these for special missions. What we're going to do, said Ernie. Hannah and I are going to win the wands from a certain person using Expelliarmus. He, or she, won't resist obviously. Then when we decide who gets what they can capture them off us. That way they work better because the wands accept their new master. We'll keep them here when not in use, said Ginny. This is the most secure place in the castle. Neville has defined the requirement very strictly. We needed a room that you know whose supporters cannot find or enter or even know about. Even if anyone accidentally mentioned it to someone else they still wouldn't be able to find it. The meeting broke up shortly thereafter and they dispersed. Ginny was feeling rather low about being banned from Hogsmeade. She held back to be on her own to send another kiss to Harry. Missing you. Harry's kiss came back almost instantly, my thoughts always with you. Ginny still carried her troubled heart as a desire to set things right with Harry. As she walked the hallways alone then, her thoughts were elsewhere. But the young girl's awareness was wrenched back to the here and now by a faint sound nearby, too brief for her to be sure of its direction. Is likely her footsteps would have obscured the noise if she had been walking normally, but drawing attention to oneself was no longer safe in the passageways of Hogwarts. DA members tended to move stealthily and silently when solitary and above all, they listened for Slytherin prefects. Ginny paused mid-stride, straining to hear the sound again and locate it. The passage ended immediately nd the next corner and she could see nobody behind her, so she turned to her destination, the side entrance which led up to the next floor. She stood with one foot on the first step, listening up the stairway. Someone talking, but it was not from above. The voice came from around the bend further along the same corridor, so Ginny started up the stairs to get as far away as possible. Yet curiosity soon made her stop on the winding steps. She turned. She knew the hallway she had come from ended in a blank wall behind the bend. It was haunted anyway. Why would anybody be round there? Sure, it's Enchanted One. It was nearly inaudible, but that voice was no ghost, it was Draco Malfoy. Ginny sneaked back down the first few steps and listened again. But how many stones could there be like that? This was a different voice and Ginny recognized it instantly. Crab. She crept a little nearer. And nobody saw you. Told you, that loony one came after me and I thwacked good with a branch. The grid almost led me to it, didn't even need to leave the others for more than a few minutes. You were right, it was the same area as the ERBS what Snape told you of. About time I had some good luck for a change. Malfoy sounded bitter. You marked the way. They didn't see. Course I did. Only a revealing spell can show 'em. There was a short silence. The echoes died. Ginny heard herself breathing hard. When you going? Asked Crabbe. Not until next week. I want to see Greengrass alone again first, see how she still feels about me. It's best if we both go. No choice is there. She's got to go with you, ain't she? Ideally, but it's not vital. It knows where your feelings are directed. You really hope it will hold you two back with each other. Smirked Crabbe. She was a bit. Not shalt love ere sunder. That's what it says in secret history. Didn't do them much good, did it? They were unfortunate for other reasons, but the enchantment still helped them understand one another, kept them together. It doesn't make you immortal, you idiot. Go and check on Goyle. Crabbe laughed and there were footsteps. Ginny darted back up around the first bend of the spiral stair and looked back. It was just Crabbe. He was heading back down the corridor alone. She listened for Malfoy's footsteps but heard nothing. What's he waiting for? Another voice, this one thin and spectral, came from around the corner. This humbled swain doth wish thee prosper in thine endeavor, Master Draco, said the voice. Adgar. Snapped Draco, you startled me. Then less harshly, thanks anyway. She means a lot to me. Ah, dost thou yearn so for thy beloved? Fear not, the tryst shalt bind thine hearts, not even death hast parted me from my blissful Ellen. E'en now she awaits me and I shalt not tarry with thee. And it works for everyone who. There was silence. Ginny waited. Curiosity eventually overcame her and she crept to the corner of the hallway and looked around. Were less than 6 strides of corridor, the length of its ancient balcony window, terminating in a grubby, tapestry-covered wall. The bay had long since been half stoned up and the 2 lengthy oak steps leading up to it now functioned as a bench. Draco was alone, sitting, head in hands, and looking rather mournful. Maybe Malfoy does have feelings, after all, said Ginny. Weasley. Draco's wand was drawn surprisingly quickly, but Ginny already had hers pointing at the Slytherin. Truce. Draco slowly lowered his wand. Well, if it isn't the failed sneak thief. What did you hear? How long have you been listening? I'm no thief, Malfoy. The sword rightfully was given to Harry. Ginny put her wand away. Won't be much use to him now then, will it? Did you really think he was going to fight the Dark Lord with just a sword? Everybody's laughing about it down in our common room. Draco attempted a laugh of his own, but it was dry and weak and his head was lowered again. I wouldn't laugh if I were you, Malfoy. Your fate is tied up with Harry's. Draco's white face jerked up to look at Ginny. Now what are you talking about? I know your family's mud with you know who these days. Why? Oh, you made it worse with your bungled effort to murder Professor Dumbledore. Draco glared at Ginny and started to rise to his feet, but Ginny rapidly continued. Don't deny it, Harry was there, watching and listening. Isn't it true you would benefit if you could hand him over to your Dark Lord? You know where he is. Draco froze halfway to standing, his expression was somewhere between astonishment and hope, but both soon faded as Ginny replied. No idea. Do you seriously think Harry would tell me? Ginny looked around the small stretch of corridor. It was almost like a tiny room with an open doorway. Even Filch did not come here, and the dusty old tapestry on the wall, furthest from the flickering torch at the turning, was gray and faded. It was almost dark outside in the half-filled window. W was as filthy as the hanging fabrics that remained on either side. What you might not realize is that Harry is your best hope. He is the only one who can deliver you from your slavery. I am not a slave. He drew himself to his full height. You're worse off than a house elf, and you know it. The Slytherin looked stunned. He sank slowly back down onto the stone step. You're mad if you think Potter can defeat the Dark Lord. Why do you think there's a prophecy? Said Ginny quietly. If there is the remotest chance that anyone could defeat your master, who do you think it must be? Draco stared, apparently lost for words for once. Think about it, Draco. Ginny slowly backed out of the side corridor. If anything happened to Harry. As she disappeared around the corner, she called back to him, "Give my love to Daphne." Daphne, what are you talking about? Draco came to the corner. Don't worry, Draco, the secrets of your heart are safe with me, for now. Well, you're wrong, it's not Daphne. Ginny laughed as she headed up the stairs. What just happened? Ginny ascended the winding stairs to the next floor. She had acted impulsively without thinking. She usually regretted such spontaneity, but this time she had a warm feeling inside. Had she struck a blow for Harry? Had she sowed a seed of doubt in Malfoy's mind? She had been dejected all morning, now she was almost whistling as she hurried along to Ravenclaw Tower. Ooh. Ginny banged the door knocker hard. She knew what to expect from the door to the Ravenclaw common room and felt she ought to assert herself from the start. Nobody knows where it is, yet all go to it every day. Nobody knows how to do it, but everyone does it daily, said the eagle knocker. She glared at the knocker. The eagle remained silent. Ginny imagined she might have seen one bronze wing give the tiniest flutter of disdain. Walk, breathe, the dinner table. Ginny thought for a while. The next seat. Everybody sits down every day somewhere. Oh, hello, Ginny. I forgot my library book again. If you've come to cheer me up, there's no need, I'm not troubled. Ginny spun around to see Luna coming up the winding stairs. Just the opposite, said Ginny. I've come for you to cheer me up. What have you got to be miserable about anyway? Luna grasped the knocker and gave it a very light tap on the door. If you treat it nicely and don't hit it too hard, the questions are so easy it lets in anyone. It's a flaw in the system. Nobody knows where it is, yet all go to it every day. Nobody knows how to do it, but everyone does it daily, said the eagle door knocker. Ginny laughed and was about to say it was the same question as was given to her when Luna said, "See what I mean? I'll let you do this one just for practice." Luna moved both her feet across the edge of the top step and balanced there, arms outstretched, and wobbling slightly. No, that's okay, said Ginny, suddenly admiring the sculpted ceiling above the stair. I already worked it out. You knocked, so it's only fair to let you answer. Luna stepped forward, put her head on side and looked dreamily at Ginny. Sleep, we can only wait for it to take us. Most attentive of you, said the eagle, and the door opened. There were only a few Ravenclaws in their common room at this hour, and they took little notice of Ginny and even less of Luna. Anthony Goldstein raised a hand in greeting, but he didn't come over. Luna picked up an age-blackened tome from a narrow table standing against the circular wall of the room. She exchanged the book for one already under the seat cushion of a long blue leather settee and sat down upon the seat. Just sitting on these sofas can be a bit tiresome without a good book, don't you think? She said as Ginny joined her. Luna, did you say you were down in the dumps? What have? Oh, no, I was only concerned that I think Death Eaters were watching me in the forest and probably going to kill me. It's because the headmaster finds me so annoying, you know. I can't think why. It can't be because I forgot to warn him about the stingers in Hagrid's bag, because that was after, and his fingers are nearly better anyway, and also Neville and I are very fond of one another, but he needs a nudge, but now we can't go to Hogsmeade, it's difficult, and also my library book has expired so many times, and Madam Pants was very snippy with me, so I have to get this back right away. Kill you? Did you say kill you? Oh no, she'll only find me a canute a day, but that's good because now we can't go into Hogsmeade. I can't spend the money on anything else, so that's worked out quite well, really. Luna gazed out of the tall casement window next to her. I wonder if he's in the herbology gardens. I wonder what he's thinking. I mean, the Death Eaters. Oh yes. It does seem likely, doesn't it? Why waste time trying to prove who is posting posters and writing graffiti and having detentions over a ND over when they can just guess and dispose of you quietly with no fuss? That's why Professor Snape didn't send us to Azkaban. He was hoping a manticore or something would conveniently gouge us in the forest. I don't mean convenient for us but for the headmaster, and the manticore of course. You don't seriously think they would do that to you? Well, they hate the Lovegoods because Daddy Pub lishes the truth about Harry and most people find me irritating, so I would if it were me, wouldn't you? If you were a Death Eater, I mean. She flipped through the pages of her book. It's a pity you cannot just renew books but have to return them and wait for them to be put back on the shelf and then take them out again. It seems a waste to me. Do you think it's a waste? She closed the book. It was covered in dark green leather with silvered, embossed lettering, Magicologic, a study, on the front. Luna picked at the flaking silver with a striped fingernail and shook her head. Nobody's going to kill you, Luna, said Ginny firmly. Trust me on this. Ginny, you have been feeling especially low ever since we lost the sword, wondering how to explain to Harry. You imagine he'll first look devastated, then gallantly pretend he is not but secretly think badly of you and be everlastingly disappointed in you. Prolonged despair is an indulgence. Don't say that. Ginny frowned at Luna, then looked downwards. Luna had an uncanny knack of getting right to the heart of things and could be annoying at times. You've done nothing wicked. Harry loves you. He won't hate you no matter what, said Luna firmly. She laid down her book, then grasped one of Ginny's hands between her own and resisted Ginny's feeble attempt to pull away. When Ginny wouldn't look up, Luna added, "You listen to me, Ginny Weasley." Ginny's eyes widened and she looked up. Luna looked very stern. You disgrace Harry when you mope like this. He deserves better. How dare you? Ginny thrust away Luna's hands and leapt to her feet, her cheeks flaming. I've tried. Ginny's raised voice caught the attention of a couple of Ravenclaw students and a few heads appeared at the girls' dormitory doorway overhead. If Harry had lost the sword for you, then you would not hate him, cried Luna, standing up and grabbing Ginny's arm as she was turning to leave. You belittle him when you suppose he would hate you. When you love someone, what would you know about it? Shouted Ginny, then regretted it instantly when she saw the look on Luna's face. Well, just think about it, said Luna, faintly. She hurriedly passed Ginny and headed out the door. I have to return my library book. I really do. Luna, I didn't mean. Ginny slumped back onto the oversoft sofa and sank deeply into her feelings, then she noticed all the faces looking at her. She turned her head away and stared down, trying to think. Daring escape from ministry. She looked, trying to focus, unable for a few seconds to comprehend what she was looking at. She blinked a few times. It was a page from a Daily Prophet peeping out from Luna's library book. Perhaps she had used it as a bookmark because it was covered in Luna's scribbles, between the lines and in the margins. Ginny teased it out a little further. Rebels release Muggle-borns. On the 2nd of September last, a great many Muggle-borns were rescued from the ministry by 3 daring ministry workers rebelling against. As she read the article, her thoughts shot back to the first day of the school term and Harry's message, "Me. Danger tomorrow. Do not worry." Ginny shrieked and leapt to her feet. She jumped up and down, waving the book for sheer joy. She suddenly remembered where she was. It seemed as if every Ravenclaw in Hogwarts was silently looking at her. Sorry, forgot her library book. She giggled, and ran after Luna. Wait up, Luna. Luna was already way below on the stair, but she stopped and turned. Would you like to help me take back my book, Ginny? You'll see what I mean then. Madame Pants won't be so hard on you if you take it back unless you are late with lots of books like me. I know that's difficult to believe. Luna, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, please forgive me, said Ginny. As she reached Luna and took her by the arm, but I have to ask you something. Luna looked puzzled. Oh, you mean the hurtful thing you said, you only spoke without thinking. It's true in a way. What do I know about romance? I know I feel sad sometimes that Neville is not sure what to do, but I think it's best to be patient, don't you? I don't want to undermine his male confidence by taking the lead, so I'm giving him time. He's quite resourceful. I'm sure he'll think of something. I'm not wrong, am I, Ginny? You do think he's attracted to me? You're not sure. Come on. Madame Pants probably will murder me if I don't get my book back, then that will save the Death Eaters the bother. Ginny ran after Luna again. She lowered her voice as some students passed them going the other way, up the stairs. Luna stopped again, this time to gaze wistfully out of a window in the direction of the gardens. I am sure, Luna. It's obvious. To be honest, I thought you two were already a couple. Only when we're together, then we're lovely. The problem is getting us together. They continued their journey down the stairs of the Ravenclaw Tower. I'll help you, cried Ginny. I'll think up something and help you. Ginny, would you? Really? Of course. That's what friends are for. Luna smiled. So, you forgive me? Luna's face clouded over. I'm sorry, Ginny. I can't. She paused for a few seconds as Ginny stared, almost tearful, before Luna continued. I think you would need to do something really spiteful, intentionally hateful. Yes. Then I could hate you and then you could beg my forgiveness and then then I could probably forgive you. Luna beamed. So, you don't hate me for what I said. As they walked along to the library, Luna tried to remember what had been said. Oh, you mean about me being completely ignorant about romantic feelings? Not at all. Come on. If I can renew my book, perhaps there's a later chapter about feelings. You never know with magical logic, it can be quite mysterious, not like ordinary logic at all. Look at this page on O. She looked at her empty hands with a puzzled expression on her face. Looking for this, said Ginny, holding up the library book. Ah, you see how mysterious it is. Luna, do you know what this is? Ginny pulled out the profit sheet. Oh, you've lost my place, said Luna gloomily. Not to worry, it took me 11 days to read to there, so if I renew it and read for 11 days I should be in the right place, shouldn't I? So no harm done. No, this article, have you read it? Luna glanced at the sheet. Oh, lots of times. I shall have to rewrite it, I think. Rewrite? You mean, for the profit? Oh, it's not a profit, it's a draft quibbler page in disguise. Daddy asked me to proofread it and comment. But don't you realize who did this? Luna looked again at the loose page, but she was really remembering it in her mind. You think, Harry? Of course it is. Remember him at the wedding? He was Barney. They had Polyjuice. Oh, they are so brave to try to rescue all those people. Luna's eyes flashed as she and Ginny stared, wide-eyed at one another and grinned. Only. ... Luna hesitated, deep in thought. What? Well, how will that help vanquish you-know-who? I think they were after the sword. Scrimgeour was nosy about all the things that Dumbledore left. I bet Harry thought. The Gryffindor girl lapsed into silence. Was he very upset afterwards? Asked Luna. Ginny thought for a few moments. No. He said it was successful. Well then. Oh, Luna, do you think they might have taken another sword by mistake? I hope not. Imagine if he tries to slay you-know-who with the wrong sword. That would be terrible. Luna looked closely at her friend. Ginny, you must tell him about. I know. And we should not tell anyone the real reason, Luna finished. Daddy will be so disappointed. You mean? Oh no, I see what you mean. If you publish about him being after the sword, then you-know-who will know he's after it. We'll only say the intrepid raiders heroically saved the Muggle-borns as an act of defiance to humiliate you-know-who in the Ministry. Intrepid is a lovely word. I'd say Hermione and Ron are very intrepid. Or do you think, fearless? Yes, that should do it. I'm not going to even tell Daddy about the sword. She scribbled on the sheet with her Go Anywhere quill. No, you can't mention Ron and Hermione. Ron is supposed to be ill in bed and Hermione is supposed to have run away to Australia. Luna sighed, then brightened up considerably and wrote some more on the profit sheet. Harry Potter recruits new army. Raids Ministry in daring rescue mission. That should do it. Nobody could believe just 3 people broke into the Ministry and rescued all those people anyway. As they entered the library, Ginny noticed Goyle lounging against a bookshelf. She could not ever remember seeing him in here before. The way he was obviously looking at them while pretending not to, made Ginny wonder if there might be something in what Luna had said about her being watched. Whatever system Madame Pants used, much of it seemed to be in her head, because she accepted Luna's overdue book from Ginny without comment when Ginny laid the fine on the counter and Luna slipped theatrically behind a bookshelf. Goyle slammed his book down beside Ginny's on top of her nuts and knocked a couple of them onto the floor. "Wanna rent this book? How much?" "Wait your turn, young man, have you never borrowed a book before? The only charge is a fine for overdue books, not for borrowing them. Now, pick up Miss Weasley's coins and join the queue." "Oh yeah, sorry, Miss Weasley." Goyle bent down to gather up Ginny's coins. Ginny's brain froze. Goyle being polite, she grabbed his book out of the way to get at her other coins. "Hurry up, what is your name, young man?" said Madame Pants. Goyle mumbled something from the floor. "Gregory Goyle." "Don't you think you should tell Madame Pants your name's Goyle, Goyle?" smirked Ginny. When Ginny rejoined Luna behind the bookshelf, Luna was hour 80 surveilling the returns counter to see when her book would be returned to the shelves. "That's odd. He's not taking his book. I expect he doesn't know when you borrow something you take it with you. Unless he's forgotten it already. Do you think that's possible? To take out a book to borrow it then forget to borrow it? What? Gregory Goyle." Ginny looked back the way she had come. "Anything's possible with Goyle. Perhaps he was going to read about Raxperts," said Luna. "That makes sense. He's probably suffering from Raxperts, but they made his mind so fuzzy he forgot." "No, he was getting Hogwarts, a history." Ginny seemed thoughtful for a few moments. "Luna, do you know if there is a secret history of Hogwarts?" "Raxperts won't be in there either, I shouldn't think." "There is one then. I should think there are lots of them in here. You notice when people are studying they sometimes do not turn the page and they have to keep reading the same one over and over because their minds are muddled." "I meant, never mind, I'll ask Madame Pants. I'll catch you later maybe." The title that Ginny was looking for did exist, but it was the familiar name of an extensive portfolio of papers stacked in boxes in a back room. Madame Pants warned Ginny that the work was protected, which the girl took to mean had spells cast upon it so nothing could be removed from the library. Although it seemed a disorganized mess at first glance, there was a book amongst it all, a handwritten log full of notes indexing the collection. The whole thing was such a jumble that it was almost curfew before Ginny found the parchment she sought. Alone in the library's back room, by candlelight alone, she read it aloud to herself. "This year of 1569 uncovered an abiding chronicle of your relateth yet trusteth by Lycedru himself. 2 scholars grievously lost to this school and familia both. These 2 Decia Seth, Miss Ellen Martha Holbrook and Master Adgar Warren Stockley, of 16 and 10 months and 17 and a month respectively. Plungeth from an balcony said hath collapsed by magic's foul else mistakenly employed. Same account hath sure knowledge of and blessing effecteth that day at H. Arkin trysting stone near our own good forest, these 2 being sweethearts and inseparable. Said Miss Ellen later curseth by an wronged else covetous suitor, one Thurgis Boet, also of 17 years and some months. Did plummet down and so Master Stockley likewise drawn by his grief, his ardor, and his devotion did follow. This tragedy not lost to our memories. Said Boet detected and detained for his black curse, gutted, waited, and hung to his distress till quite dead, his soul rotteth in Hala hereafter." Attached to the parchment was a clipping from a 19th century copy of the Daily Journal of Magical Events. "The Harkin trysting stone, ancient and enchanted, is now overrun by the spread of the trees and not used much these days, being no longer on the edge, but deep within the forbidden forest. Smothered by maid's hair fronds, skullcap foliage, and Merlin's beard. Its origins are lost to history, but certainly it was a muggle's meeting place and many betrothals would have begun at its side. The charm was placed upon it by the great wizard Harkin in the 10th century. Harkin was said to have had his heart broken by causeless disaffection, so he charmed the stone that true love would not be parted by misunderstandings. Carved into the rock are his words, not shalt love ere sunder." She used the Geminio spell to duplicate the information and slipped the copies into the top of her bag so Madame Pants wouldn't grumble. Ooh. Ginny walked back to the Gryffindor common room, thinking deeply. If this stone still existed, then all her doubts about Harry might be resolved. It could bond them despite her failures. A big smile spread across her face as she entered through the portrait hole. Seamus, Neville, Lavender, Parvati, all the girls were there and drew close when they heard Ginny's cheery shout. "Looks like Luna brightened you up then," said Neville, as he saw her come in. "She's good at that." "No. Yes, look, Neville, everybody, I've got some good news." She slumped down to sit on the rug before the hearth and dumped her bag at her side. It had been a busy couple of hours and she was tired. Neville handed her a cup of hot chocolate and everyone flopped into chairs to listen to her. She explained about the break-in at the ministry and how Luna had been revising an article in the Quibbler disguised as a prophet. There was a great roar of approval from everyone around her. "This it," said Neville, excitedly, taking the clipping from the top of Ginny's bag and settling himself down beside Ginny to read. Seamus punched the air. "I knew he'd be doing something. But there's more. We have to keep this secret though." Ginny wriggled into a more comfortable position on the rug and took a deep gulp of her drink. "We think he was probably after the sword." The hubbub died away to silence as everyone remembered how the sword was now out of reach. "I'm going after it," said Ginny suddenly. "It's the only way. Harry needs it. It's my fault. I'm going to get it." Silence continued for a while until eventually Seamus spoke. "Ginny, you know it's not only impossible but certain to put you in Azkaban." "I don't care. There has to be a way. If Harry and Hermione and Ron can get into the ministry and rescue people right from inside the courtroom, then we can get the sword out of Gringotts," said Ginny, excitedly. "We'll make it happen. Who's with me?" The silence continued and the gathering started to disperse. "Sorry, Ginny, but this is." Ginny stared in dismay. Her elation dissipated like the steam off her drinking chocolate. Only Neville remained at her side. She looked at him for support. "What's this?" he said softly. "That's not it. That's..." She snatched the old cutting about the trysting stone away from Neville. "It's another foolish dream, isn't it?" Neville looked very concerned and Ginny turned her head away to drink some more chocolate. "What's happened to you, Ginny? You still think Harry will be disappointed in you because you lost the sword? You think he'll stop caring for you just because of that? It's just the only weapon that might slay you know who, that's just all," cried Ginny. "Don't you see?" Neville did not answer. "I can't help how I feel," said Ginny miserably. "I have to do something. The trysting stone will clear away any doubts he might have about me." "It's Snape, isn't it?" said Neville, finally. "When he harmed your mind it brought up some terrible doubts, emotional pain you can't shake off. Is that it?" Ginny stared at Neville, not wishing to remember what he was asking. "It was my worst nightmare magnified 1,000 times, she said simply. "It was hell. I'm sorry, Ginny, but magic spells shouldn't be used to meddle with love. Love finds its own way." "How about you then?" snapped Ginny. What D do you mean? You think you..." Ginny stopped herself. She remembered how she had hurt Luna's feelings and how she had promised to help her with Neville. "Sorry, Neville, but don't you think, you and Luna, well, it's..." Neville shifted uncomfortably on the rug. "It's difficult, with Hogsmeade being banned and... It's not all about Hogsmeade, is it? There must be some excuse you can make to meet, it would mean so much to her." She risked a glance back at Neville. He was staring at her, somewhat flushed in the face. "Has she said..." Ginny cut him off so as not to break Luna's confidence. "She's said nothing, but it's obvious, isn't it? When she's with you, can't you think of something? It's the weekend tomorrow, 2 free days. Take her for a walk or show her a new fungus or..." "All right, I'll think of something." They sat silently for a little while, but it was not quite so awkward between them now. "Ginny, yes, don't hate me for this, but you should think about this tryst thing more before you..." Ginny leapt to her feet. "Don't spoil it for Merlin's sake. I was happy when I found it, for the first time in..." "Ginny, fine, I'll find out more, first." She needed information and there was only one person she knew who would have first-hand knowledge. She swerved away and headed out up to the 5th-floor passageway. "Ginny, it's past curfew." "To hell with the blasted curfew," Ginny called back. The short section of corridor was empty. Ginny stood on the topmost step, grabbed the highest stone of the partly blocked window, pulled herself up on tiptoe and peered out through the heavily leaded glass. The balcony was still there, but part of its parapet was destroyed and the surrounding stonework blackened as if by a blasting curse. She decided she could afford to wait half an hour. Hauntings do not usually stray too far. She considered this the worst of places to be condemned to haunt. Small and devoid of interest. She thought anyone might go mad to spend eternity here. Even the ragged tapestry was so faded it was almost indiscernible. Its magic must have long dispersed, for it was static. Nor were there ladies or gentlemen. Nor animals or buildings, it seemed but a plain vertical shape with a central mark. Perhaps there was lettering. Rejoice in love already bloomed. And pray for. Ginny had a strange sensation that she was being watched. What dost thou hear? Snapped a thin, spectral tone. She spun around in alarm, but it was only a ghostly boy. She remembered the voice from earlier. It must be Edgar. His robes were archaic, there was a thick ruff around his neck and the green trim told her his house. Oh, shut up. Ginny was annoyed at being alarmed for no reason, especially by a Slytherin. Even though this was the person she had come to see. Oh, charmed not am I to acquaint myself with thee, Mistress Weasley, said the youth. Master Draco didst say thou wert churlishly disposed. You're the boy who jumped off, after Ellen fell, aren't you? Said Ginny. And 10,000 times more wouldst I make that leap for my beloved, cried the ghost, his eyes sparkling with emotion. Ginny lapsed into silence for a few moments, studying the boy's sad expression. You must have loved her very much. The ghost returned Ginny's stare. Loved sway me alway, as Lynn lovest me still these 700 dark winters and 45. Why comest thou here? Thou seekest to undermine the Malfoy allegiance dost thou? His forebears wouldst groan at. Tell me about the stone, the trysting stone. Ha! 'Twill not find a lover for thee, fair mistress. Nor charm and hold a victim that loves thee not. A sudden chill swept over Ginny. She dare not reveal to a Slytherin that she was loved by Harry Potter, yet she needed to confirm that the trysting stone could prevent that love fading when Harry learned that she had lost the only weapon that might defeat Voldemort. A friend, she faltered. Two friends of mine are already in love, she said, but. And thou seekest but what? That faint circumstance not separate their hearts. That chance not spoil their true devotions. If contrarily, thou wasteth thy days in a very shallow thing. So, it's true then. It really works. 'Tis truth, the stone doth bind them that lovest aright. It doth clear their minds from deceits and falsehoods that might persuade them one, 'gainst the other. And you don't need both of us, I mean them. The youth stared. What sayest thou? With but one then the tryst is for the other, seest thou not? Only thine lover will ne'er forsake thee but thou mayest forsake him. My friend's lover you mean. Thyself, thou couldst falter even yet. 'Tis needful the other shouldst fulfill his task at a different hour. Her task I think you mean. My friend's girlfriend. Ginny was warming to this youth. Sure, he was only a Slytherin but now the weight which had pressed upon since their attempted robbery of the sword seemed not only to lighten but to uplift her. And this boy ghost, as the bearer of her solution, seemed much more pleasing to her than when he had first startled her. And after all, since he had thrown himself down to his death for love of his sweetheart, he must have a good heart for all his sharp manner. Even Draco seemed now to have warm feelings, albeit restricted to Daphne Greengrass. My God, you'd have to be on fire to fancy that high and mighty bitch. Ooh. It's really kind of you to invite me to your den for a weekend surprise, Neville, smiled Luna. She had been doing a lot of smiling on their walk to and through the herbology gardens. I know you like magical creatures so. Neville sounded reassured by Luna's enthusiasm, but there was still a trace of doubt. This is my den, where I keep my things, trowels and such like. Professor Sprout lets me use this section. Luna looked around then back at where Neville was facing. A corner of an old flower bed bordered onto a greenhouse. Several shelves held pots, tools, and boxes. There were various shapes wrapped in newspaper and a pile of daily profits lay at the side for future use. A couple of cracked tubs filled solely with neat, black compost and surrounded by broken pottery, stood in the dirt. A rickety slat chair backed onto the shelving and the tiny area was fenced off by a long floorboard angled across from a barrel to a dead abelia at the back wall of the garden. Neville lifted off this plank and laid it aside. It's lovely. He looked surprised and risked a glance at Luna then back at his corner. The young man scratched his head. I didn't think you could see very well. It's only a few weeks now but I've been keeping it apart for a few hours every day and watching it carefully. I expect it must be very special to you, said Luna hesitantly. She wanted so much to give him space for his own feelings and not be too blunt. Yes, I'm quite pleased with it so far, he said, staring into his little corner. It drives you crazy with worry. I've reached the stage of dipping my finger in milk. You'll know about these things better than I do, of course. Neville absent-mindedly held up his right forefinger and Luna stared. Her smile had been replaced by a very serious expression. Is it a little septic? No, guess what? I've a ragdoll, seriously. You have a ragdoll? Yes. It doesn't do much yet though. It doesn't even squirm when you pick it up. Well, you know how lifeless they are, but it doesn't hurt birds and mice and rats, that's the thing, isn't it? Yes, I should think that would be. If you'd like to sit on the chair you can play with it if you like. No, that's all right, Neville. Would you like to stand on a plant pot then? I often do. Luna went white in the face and she said with a tiny squeak, no thank you. You're not very tall, are you? Are you sure you can see properly? Oh, my vision is fine, Neville. Here, let me put this board down so you don't sink into the muck. Neville brushed roughly at the seat of the chair with his hand, then opened a Daily Prophet onto it. He held out his hand to Luna, which she grasped, and Neville guided her onto the seat. She looked around nervously. He picked up a big open box from one of the shelves and placed it at Luna's feet. It's a kitten, squealed Luna. Oh, it's adorable. She leaned down and picked up the creature, which immediately went limp and gazed at her appealingly. She cuddled and stroked and examined the bundle of white fur and eventually it stood up on her lap and looked around inquisitively. Oh sorry, yes, did you think it was fully grown? I thought you were acting a bit odd. Neville laughed with relief. Luna could be very strange at times. Her mother, Flywixel, will teach it where to take the vermin. I think they give them a good talking to and warn them not to come back, but I'm not sure about these details of enchanted ragdoll cats. What's her name? Dippity. Well, it's Serendipity really, but we got tired of saying that pretty quickly. It's kind of you to let me see her. She's just so cute. She hugged the kitten to her face and kissed its nose. I don't ever want to let you go, do I? Do I? No, I don't. Well, to be honest, there was something else I wanted to say to you, something important. Oh, really? Luna stuffed the kitten back in its box and sat upright, banging her head on an overhead shelf. It's important. I've been meaning to ask for a while. Yes, Neville. Luna folded her hands in her lap and tried to show Neville she was giving him her full attention. She didn't want you to know, but I didn't actually promise not to say anything. Who? Ginny. She's till not properly recovered from Snape's invasion of her feelings. To keep Harry's love for her hidden from him, she clung to her most unbearable fear, all those years when Harry did not return her love. The legilimency intensified it. It almost drove her mad, nearly killed her, but it convinced Snape that Harry still doesn't care for her. It broke her spirit, she sacrificed it for Harry. She can. If Snape told you know who the truth, then Harry would surrender to the Dark Wizard to protect her. Luna rose from her seat and joined Neville on the footpath. Her eyes shone with unshed tears. So, that's why she's filled with doubts about Harry. She's in awful conflict. She knows he loves her, but her deeper feelings deny it. She looked at Neville for a time, deep in thought. Something like horror, or in despair, then flooded her expression and the tears rolled down at last. I said some terrible things to her, Neville, cruel things, she sobbed. I thought I was helping her. I wanted slap her in the face to stop her moping about the sword, stop her doubting Harry. I'm ashamed. Neville put his arm around Luna, but he could think of nothing to say to comfort her. Luna added solemnly, there's more. She's also badly frightened that the sword is so important he still must try to steal it no matter what the consequences. From Gringotts. Don't be silly. Even Harry wouldn't be that stupid. That's what scares her most of all, I'm sure. She afraid of Harry being caught because of her own failure even more than Harry not loving her anymore. Well, I think it's how Harry will feel about her that scares her most. She wants me to go with her. She wants to use magic, for herself and Harry I mean. To sort of. Well, I said it was stupid. Harry loves her anyway. Neville paused and Luna's eyes widened as it sank in what he was saying. What has she done, Neville? Luna stood back from the youth to study his face. She rubbed away her tears and focused on what he was about to say. She says there's an enchanted trysting stone in the Forbidden Forest, near where we went the other day. She wants me to go with her. She daren't ask Hagrid and it's too risky on her own. This is wrong, Neville. She shouldn't rely on magic. They couldn't love each other more than they do already. She must learn to trust. That's what I told her, but she says she won't be able to bear seeing his face when she tells him. Quote, she's going to see him. She must mean when he comes back. I don't know. If he returns it will all be over, won't it? Perhaps she means a message. Maybe she has an awl that can get to him. Possibly. Luna looked up and down the length of the garden, but she was not really seeing anything. What are you going to do? Well, I'm going with her, of course, she's my friend. But, how does she know about this? One of the ghosts told her, in the library, I think. Which ghost? Adgar something or other. He was a student in Slytherin here yonks ago. When? Hundreds of years, I should think. No, when are you going? I mean. Later this morning. We're taking a lunch. It has to be today or tomorrow because the weekend is the only time we can go in daylight. It's over 4 hours there and back. Neville, can you put her off until tomorrow? I'll try, but I'd like to look into it myself. I have to dash. You don't think I'm being an interfering busybody, do you? Neville. No, of course not, Luna, said Neville, then more excitedly added, this is why I wanted to talk to you really, because you get more ideas and, well, you're a Ravenclaw. He smiled at her appreciatively and Luna thought she saw something else in his expression. She gazed back at him. He did have a wonderful smile. She liked it when he looked at her. Luna, do you think one day we might ever get to Hogsmeade? That's what I was thinking, but Neville gave a wry smile of disappointment. Luna jerked herself back to the present. I really must fly. Yes, I'll go now and see what I can find. Thanks for showing me Dippity and your den. Ooh. It was late in the morning when Luna raced up the Gryffindor tower. Password, said the fat lady. I don't actually. I'd like to speak to someone, please, said Luna to the portrait. Sorry, I only deal with passwords. You'll have to wait for someone to come in or out and ask them. But it's jolly urgent business. Couldn't you? Sorry. Passwords only. If we let in everyone with jolly urgent business, then we'd have a lot of people inside, wouldn't we? Luna decided to wait. She spent the next 10 minutes trying to guess the password. Noble valor. Death or glory. Right as might. Not even close. Can you give me a clue, then? What you doing here, Loony? She twisted around. It was Draco Malfoy. She has some jolly urgent business, snapped the fat lady. Password. I need to see someone quickly, said Malfoy. Get off your fat ass and fetch them, will you? Well, I never. The fat lady turned her back on them and folded her arms in annoyance. What's up with her? Frowned Draco. Now, see what you've done, said Luna. You've upset this nice fat lady and so you'll never get inside. Hell with this. Give someone a message then. Draco snarled. He didn't even pause for the portraits or Luna's response. No, wait. He scribbled something down on a notepad. Tore out the page, then looked around, biting his lip. I expect it's extremely private, so you don't want me to read it, so you'd like to politely ask me if you can borrow one of my scented envelopes from my bag, wouldn't you? Said Luna. Something like that. Malfoy glared at Luna. Very well. But I want it back when you've finished with it, smiled Luna. She took out an envelope and handed it to Malfoy. He pushed his note into it, sealed it, wrote on it, then handed it back. There, you can have it back now, I've finished with it. He did not smile but spun on his heels and strode off very quickly as though glad to get away. After a while, Ginny looked at the envelope. It said urgent. For the attention of Miss G. Weasley. Luna stared in dismay. She just sensed there was some connection with Ginny's plan. I say, that looks jolly urgent, said the fat lady, who, by now, had turned around again. What a pity. She's already gone, hasn't she? Said Luna, dismally. I'm too late. The fat lady nodded sympathetically. Just moments before you arrived. If only you'd known. Oh well, thanks for your help anyway. Not at all, preened the fat lady, that's what I'm here for. The first Saturday morning in October was rather cool, but that was not the reason why Amicus Carrow was rubbing his hands together. His smug expression indicated some sinister satisfaction that was nothing to do with the weather. Nott and Goyle had informed him that every Gryffindor had departed the castle. Most had gone to Hogsmeade, 2 had been detained by Electo, the rest were in the Hogwarts grounds. A weak sun broke through the dull clouds only sporadically, but students were glad to escape for a few hours from the confining atmosphere of the Death Eater's regime. Not that Caro considered such feelings. He was merely pleased to be rid of the troublesome brats for a time. He walked quietly up the steps of the Gryffindor Tower, confident that at last he would find evidence against those who resisted the Dark Lord's will. The headmaster had demanded the password from McGonagall for him, and no one now stood between him and what he sought. Or so he thought. Way above him, Luna Lovegood. OD was beginning to slowly walk down the stairs of the Gryffindor Tower, thinking hard. She took out a handwritten page of an ancient Gryffindor house journal she had copied from the library and read it yet again. Though she knew what it said. Glad tidings the present week in which this journal doth declare and record an betrothal to bless our great house. Master Edgar Warren Stockley and Miss Ellen Martha Holbrook, sweethearts ever. Both being 60 years and most eligible, wish and desire to be joined in matrimony next year, God willing. She pushed it back into her bag and thought a little more. Something was very wrong. She felt sure that Neville had said Edgar was in Slytherin. She looked at the envelope in her other hand, then raised it cautiously to her nose. Its scent had changed to danger. There was a mix of sulfur, smoke, fear, and darkness. Draco's message to Ginny ought not to wait. She carefully prized it open, taking care not to tear it, and read the words that were written upon the single sheet within it. There were only 4, but their significance was chilling. Stone cursed. Trail false. There was no time to waste. Ginny had to be stopped before she used the trysting stone. The girl ran as fast as she could down the remaining steps, straight into Amicus Caro, pushing him off balance on the narrow, winding stair. Lovegood, gasped the dark arts professor as he grabbed Luna by the arm. What the blasted bladderworts you doin', air? Oh, visiting a friend, said Luna breathlessly. Lies. There's nobody up there. His snarl echoed around the confined space. The stone stairwell and a nearby wall torch flickered as he ended with a wheezy cough, trying to get his breath back, or perhaps to hide that he had had a fright. I couldn't get in. The fat lady will, panted Luna, wincing as the man tightened his grip. Was it? He cried, snatching Draco's message which she still clutched in her hand. His face twisted into a leer as if he felt sure that he had found her out in some roguery. I was going to leave a message. Caro turned away from Luna and stared at the note in the light of the torch. There was a puzzled and a disappointed look on his face. He examined the envelope too, then, with an expression of curiosity, he sniffed at it. Disgusted, he thrust them back at her, irritated that he had not found any excuse to punish the girl. Detention. Now, sir. There was a few seconds of silent face twisting as Caro tried to think of a reason for loiterin' where her shouldn't. There was a smirk on his face as he contemplated best to send her as far away as possible while he continued up to the Gryffindor common room. He seemed to enjoy the power he had over students. Kitchen. You'll scrub 20, no, 50 pans. I want 'em lined up, shining. For my inspection when I go down later. He frowned. And 5,000 lines I must not loiter where I ought not. Yes, that should do it. But, Professor. Wand. He cried. Gimme wand. Not use magic tear, Collect it later. He held out his hand and Luna despondently handed over her wand. He smirked gleefully at his captured trophy, then he glared at Luna. Well, watch a waitin' for. Kitchen's that way, he said, using Luna's precious wand like any common stick to point down the stairs. It was with a worried expression that Luna entered the Hogwarts kitchen. A fat little house elf with big scruffy ears asked her if he could be of assistance. I need 50 pans, please. Certainly, miss. The elf snapped his pudgy fingers and various pans started to jump, hop, fly, and float onto a lengthy wooden table which stood at one end of the great kitchens. The clatter caught the attention of 2 other elves at work on next week's menus, and they looked up from their desk in annoyance. Nobody else was present at this hour. Oh, they're supposed to be dirty, please, said Luna, looking at her anxious face reflected in a shining copper lid. Hogwarts. We'll have no dirty pans until after the lunchtime feast, miss. The elf looked rather offended. Would the young miss like for Truggle to make them dirty? He shuddered and wrapped his arms around himself as if he needed comforting after such a dreadful thought. Could you perhaps? No, wait, that's all right. Would it be possible for you to line them up along this table? Professor Caro will come to inspect them later. Can you spare them? Can Hogwarts spare a few pans such as these? Hogwarts has as many pans as Hogwarts needs. It will be an honor to have these pans inspected. Might Truggle beg a favor of the young miss? Yes, of course. Would it be permissible, since they are to be inspected? Would it be acceptable for Truggle to polish them up extra bright? The young miss wouldn't, perhaps, mention this. The elf gave a timid little laugh and bit his lip like a mischievous little boy caught with his hand in the cookie jar. That would be wonderful, Truggle. I promise I will not say a word, said Luna with a smile. Oh, I have an idea. Let me take the blame. If Professor Caro asks, then you can say I scrubbed and polished them. Is that all right? The elf's eyes lit up. He wrung his hands in supplication and begged the young Ravenclaw girl for more requests that he might better compensate for her generous promise and her unbelievable willingness to admit it was she who had polished the pans. Very well. May I sit at this table then for a while? She said. I have some urgent writing to do. Do you have parchment, please? Enough for 5,000 lines. Yes. Truggle is so grateful to be able to help the young miss. He eagerly snapped his fingers again. The other two elves and their carefully worded menus scattered as their desk burst open and sheets of parchment flocked together into the air and flew across to the table. Luna sat down and set to work. She was very glad that her Quibblers Go Anywhere reporter's quill could write out as many copies as needed of anything she wrote. She left the pen scribbling away the remaining 4,999 lines and accepted Truggle's promise to return it to her when it was finished. The elf seemed to be almost tripping over himself to help. Luna whispered one last request in his copious, floppy ears and Truggle rapidly filled a small sack for her to take away. When Luna entered the Forbidden Forest, she knew it would be near impossible to catch up to Ginny and Neville. She set out at a trot through the trees, heading in the direction she remembered from their previous trip with Hagrid. Her sharp mind had noticed that here and there, the half-giant had bent or broken a leaf stem or twig to mark the trail. Her woodcraft was not good enough to spot them all, but the few she saw were reassuring. It was soon evident, though, that there were other, less natural, markers. Slightly ahead, the trunk of a beech tree had a faint purple glow around its base. She recognized what it was and reached instinctively behind her ear. This was when she first became aware of her vulnerability. Caro had her wand and she was alone in the Forbidden Forest. A series of magical markers must have been invisibly cast by Crabbe on their previous return. Ginny and Neville would have used a revealing spell, but its effect was fading, and without a wand, Luna could not reveal them again. She had to hurry while they still glimmered. The sun continued to struggle occasionally through the thin clouds, but was not very helpful where the trees grew thickest. The girl dodged and weaved among the trunks and undergrowth, eyes ever alert for signs of her friend's route, and always watchful for danger. Luna was now very much out of breath. She did not seem to be gaining on her friends. The purple glows seemed almost as pale as before. Furthermore, she was worried that she had not seen any bent stems for some time. She stopped and gazed around, trying to get her sense of direction. Although the midday sun had, once again, hidden itself behind the dirty skies, the brightest area indicated its approximate direction to the south. Her stomach growled at the thought of missing lunch. She stopped and considered the sack that Truggle had given her. It contained food, but not for her. Why had she not taken the opportunity to get a packed meal for herself as well? She looked around again, trying to recall the direction she had taken during their previous visit here with Hagrid. She could come to only one conclusion. They're going the wrong way. Luna dropped the sack and sat down beside it amongst the fallen leaves to think for a while. She did her best thinking sitting down. She pondered what Draco had written, false trail. They had been sent to who knows where, or possibly a longer, roundabout route to the stone. Yes, that seemed more likely, since the original intention must have been that they reach the stone. Perhaps this was Crabbe's idea of a joke, to cast the markers far and wide as he walked back. She did not even stir while she observed the next marker fade to nothing. Grimly, she untied the sack. She would have to search the forest from above. Ginny and Neville finally stumbled into the clearing wherein stood the trysting stone. They did not know it. Although the glade was free of trees, it was consumed by other foliage which tangled the way and obscured the enchanted rock. A flock of starlings took flight at the couple's intrusion, and a small creature, the size and color of a fox but with far more legs, leapt to safety in the thick, tall grasses and leafery. It glanced back for a few seconds, its eyes shining in the gathering gloom, then it was gone. Merlin's beard, said Neville. What's wrong? Said Ginny, clutching his arm. The afternoon was over. Although the clouds had mostly thinned away, they were fiery lit by the last sliver of sunset hidden behind the black silhouetted trees. The evening star proudly took its place. Above the fading hazy glow to the west to herald the brightening moon. No, that mossy stuff is Merlin's beard. I think we're in the right area. It was one of the things we got before, remember? It doesn't grow everywhere. Neville and Ginny began clearing away with their wands and the wild plant growth parted reluctantly before them. They stopped. Ahead of them a tall, thin, pale rock pushed toward through the darkening shroud of foliage. It was twice as high and wide as Neville but not deep. Like a friendly old grandfather, its face was softened by age and it was leaning forward slightly as if to welcome them. Shadowed beneath this overhang were the densest ferns and knotted shrubbery hampering access to the great block. What now? Asked Neville. Ginny struggled and writhed around to its spine, clearing away the vegetation that swathed part way up the pillar. She found what she sought. A cavity had been carved into the stone, just below shoulder height. She peered in and saw Nevi. Yea, blasting away the growth from the front of the rock. They grinned at each other through the hole. There's something written this side, carved in, he said. He read it out, not shalt love ere sunder. Ginny went back round to join him. Now that the moment had arrived she hesitated. Shouldn't Harry be here, though? Asked Neville. No, he can come later for me, but he doesn't need to. I'll never stop loving him. I'll never be disappointed in him. The stone will know it's him, it knows your feelings. No, this time it's just for Harry, so he'll understand me, so he won't be disappointed in me, so his love will not fade. Quote. Neville knew when not to argue. He looked hard at the Gryffindor girl, at her shining eyes and the hope therein. He knew Snape had burnt the fear and doubt into her and she could not help torturing herself. Perhaps this stone really will help. Ginny reached out for the great rock. How many couples had stood here to be enjoined in love, she wondered. She gazed upwards, admiring the shape and sense of magical power, feeling the emotion enshrined in it by the many. There was something else there, high above them, beyond the very top of the stone. It was caught in the last, highest, softly suffused rays of the forgotten sun, star-bright against the darkening sky. Harpy! Shrieked Ginny, pointing upwards. Neville followed Ginny's frightened stare upwards. Several great creatures were circling, wings beating heavily, descending from the last of the light, down into the earth's darkness, lower and lower, directly towards them. Thestrals, they're Thestrals, cried Neville. You can't. How can you see them? It's Luna. I see only Luna, Ginny said finally, as she recognized the girl in flight. As the figure sank slowly down, so did Ginny's feelings. This could not be good. Ginny, stop, cried Luna as she alighted from what seemed to be nothing. Am I too late? Luna, why have, said Ginny as she walked sullenly to meet her, but she knew why, and there was a growing resentment within her. It's wrong. It's bad. You shouldn't do this, Ginny. You've come all this way to tell me that again, said Ginny. You don't understand. Ginny, I do understand. I know it hurts but. No you don't. Ginny's voice rose in volume. Adgar was a Gryffindor, not a Slytherin, said Luna. I saw him. I talked with him. He's Slytherin ALR. You're just saying that to stop me. Ginny was becoming more agitated. The disturbing view of leaves and grasses being invisibly turned aside and trampled underfoot did not help. She knew they were Thestrals, but the sight was still unnerving in the deepening gloom. No, look. Luna reached into her bag to pull out the clipping but pulled out the envelope instead. And it's cursed. The stone is cursed. Draco says so. Look. She held out the envelope but she could see, and smell, that it had changed. It was unaddressed and its fragrance was sweet jasmine again. Draco is just trying to stop me. He'd say anything. He's going to use the stone himself. You don't believe? Ginny looked towards Neville but he had stood awkwardly away, not wishing to take sides. Both the girls were his friends. Luna pulled Draco's note out of the envelope. It, too, was without writing. He must have used a read-once quill, said Luna dismally. You've been had, Luna. He just said it to send you on a wild goose chase, cried Ginny. Her face flushed with annoyance. I've made up my mind. I have to do this. She turned, kicked aside a dead branch that tore at her ankles, and stomped back towards the stone. "No, Ginny!" cried Luna. She sounded desperate, and now she, too, looked to Neville for support. He shook his head doubtfully, wishing he were somewhere else. The Ravenclaw girl ran after her and took her by the shoulder, but Ginny wriggled away from her grip and shouted angrily at her, "Will you stop interfering? Just leave me alone." Luna was clutched by a dreadful fear. She fell to her knees and watched as her friend thrust her arm through the hole in the trysting stone. Ginny held herself there, waiting, unsure what to expect or what was expected of her. Luna felt adrift in a sinking ship. Down, down, down. Sank her heart. Nothing happened. No storm gathered. No great wind sprang up. No thunderclap signaled disaster. "You see," cried Ginny exultantly. "You see." She held her arms and hands as if to show she was still in one piece, altogether whole and well. Perhaps she had felt some of Luna's doubts after all. Perhaps her need was so great she did not care about any risk. "But it might take hours to see its effect," said Luna. "The original charm may still be there. The curse could gradually overcome it. Now you're just inventing things to put yourself in the right," yelled Ginny. "Why can't you just accept you make mistakes like everyone else? You've spoilt this for me." She folded her arms in a tearful huff and turned her back on Luna. "It had to work. It just had to be right, for Harry. It just had to. Perhaps I was wrong," said Luna, mostly to herself, and more with hope than conviction. "What do you think, Neville?" Neville had become deeply absorbed in his thoughts. He had very mixed feelings. It seemed to him that Luna was the most intelligent and considerate of people, but at the same time he hoped dearly that she was mistaken. He looked at the Ravenclaw girl. He had been pondering what she had done. Without thought for her own safety, she had risked venturing alone into the forest to find and help her friend. His fondness for the girl had grown this year, and he wondered why he had ever hesitated to tell her so. "I don't know, Luna, but..." He turned to Ginny, who still had her back to both of them. She was staring at the aperture in the stone, wondering what was to happen, wanting something to happen. "Ginny, I'm sure Luna is only trying to help. You ought not to be annoyed at her. I respect and admire her for what she is trying to do. Ginny, I care for her very much. Can't you apologize to her? Please, if only for me." Ginny turned and glared at Neville. Then her countenance softened as she saw Luna's chastened expression. She sniffed deeply and went over to hug the girl. "Sorry, Luna. I just get so irritable. I can't seem to help it, but it will be different now, I promise. I've just got a good feeling about this." The three spontaneously sat on the ground and talked for an hour as it grew completely dark. Ginny lit her wand and gave Luna her spare baggy jumper to keep out the chilling air. The Ravenclaw girl had not eaten since breakfast, and Neville gladly shared the food and drink they had brought with them. Ginny regretted becoming annoyed with Luna and made every effort to send kind words her way. As she fussed over her, Neville smiled. He hated to see Luna unhappy and was delighted to see the two girls had made up. All three of them seemed to grow closer together as they sat there. Perhaps it was the proximity of the trysting stone and its love charm. Perhaps it was that this had been a meeting place for thousands of years and that had its own magic, or perhaps it was simply that lasting bond between them made it easy to forgive and forget. The scene evoked a timeless, mystical camaraderie as the three tiny figures huddled agreeably together, chatting quietly at the dark picnic. The pale blue of Ginny's drifting wand light silently complemented the silvered moon's ambience to illuminate the face of true friendship. All manner of small creatures were drawn to this, the center of the enchanted glade. Fireflies and fairies, tiny elfin creatures sensitive to all good feelings, scampering dormice and blue lace bats and living things of light and air, all curious as to why their domain felt safer, gentler. Near these three magical folk. And to these three, the memory of this meeting would live within each of them for the rest of their lives. None of the three noticed two faded figures standing watching them from the dark trees. Nor did they hear the faint sighs even in the silence of the evening. If they had looked in that direction they might, perhaps, have seen. And they affectionately held each other around the waist, but they would not have seen the sorrow in their eyes. Eventually the three friends had to prepare to depart. Ginny went back to the trysting stone. It seemed, even to Luna as she watched, that the tall monolith, partly lit, partly silhouetted by the fat crescent moon, did not look threatening at all but seemed to exude a warm welcome. Ginny rubbed her hands over the softly worn rock and spoke quietly, "Thank you." Luna turned to the 3 Thestrals that were standing patiently nearby. She pulled down the sack of meat that one of them carried and began to feed them. Neville went to help. "Luna, we had a lovely time here, didn't we?" he remarked. "It's this place, don't you think? It's very special." There was a short pause. "Hogsmeade was special too, wasn't it?" he murmured. He needed her answer. "Yes, Neville." Luna had cast the last piece of meat that she held, but she did not reach for more from the sack. She wiped her hands as she watched the Thestral eating. "Luna, I promise, no matter what, I will. That is, if you're willing. I will take you to Hogsmeade next year if the ban is lifted. Just you and me. That will be lovely." Luna turned to Neville and stepped closer. The moon was behind him, his face in deep shadow, but her own brightly illumined face was near enough to reflect upon him, enough to see his hopeful smile. Neville gazed at Luna. Her gentle expression shone in the silvery light and her eyes were bright with love. The tenderness and trusting look he saw therein touched him deeply and he reached for her hand. Harry's kiss took Ginny by surprise. It was deeper, longer, more loving than anything she had known before, and it seemed it would not end. She had been holding onto the tall stone, smoothing over its friendly texture with her hands and reluctant to leave it, but the trembling of the medallion pulled her into something higher. In a dream, she glanced over her shoulder. Neville and Una seemed more absorbed in each other than in feeding the Thestrals. The creatures had found the forgotten sack for themselves. Ginny lifted the medallion and turned it to catch the light from the luminous sphere which she had cast over the place where they had all sat entranced together. She could feel Harry was still kissing her. She saw the words flow and keep flowing as she touched the silver disc to her own lips while he still did too. "The sword. I heard all. You cannot guess how marvelously you helped. Bless you, my Ginny. I will tell Willow, tomorrow. Bring lunch." Ginny was exultant, but not a trace of that bliss showed upon her face as she turned to walk slowly back to the other 2. They had no reason to speak so softly, but Neville kissed Luna's hand and whispered to her, "I wish we could meet sooner, a proper date I mean." "We can," Luna breathed back. "The room of requirement can be a romantic tea room just as easily as a war room. You have to really need it, not just want it, or the room doesn't work," said Neville, breathlessly. "Oh, we need it very badly, don't you think?" Neville leaned forward the last few inches. Ginny called, "Luna, when you took the herbs and things up to Snape the other day, was the sword really gone?" Luna saw her own moonlit face clearly in Neville's dark eyes, felt his warmth close and welcoming. Someone had spoken. The words were separated in Luna's mind. They did not join together. She blinked. The moment was gone, the words connected. Yes, the glass case was empty. She turned, reluctantly, towards Ginny. "Why?" "Nothing. Just wondered." The flight back to Hogwarts on the backs of the Thestrals would have been memorable of itself, but Ginny's feelings were flying even higher. It had been a wonderful evening. That Harry was not now, nor ever could be. Disappointed in her, she knew now it had always been thus, she felt it to the uttermost. No magic can create true love, no curse destroy. And she was to meet with him tomorrow, touch him, hold him. Be held by him, be really kissed by him. She glanced across at her friends as they all flew like gods on invisible steeds through the stars. She was closer than ever to them both, and she sensed they were to each other at last. Yes, it seemed a day of rebirth, and Ginny would save its last kiss until she was tucked up in bed, snug and warm. "Love you forever, Harry. Love you always." A low, thin mist was resting silently on the grounds of Hogwarts the next morning. Neville, still half in his pajamas, gazed from a dormitory window at the distant shrouded trees, lost in his thoughts. He was so immersed in his reverie he scarcely noticed the owl that swooped up out of the sea of vapor and made itself comfortable on a stout branch at the forest's hazy edge. "Socks out me boots," said Seamus, rummaging through the chest at the end of his bed. "Can't see anything taken though." Neville did not respond. Outwardly, yesterday's magical tryst now seemed wonderfully surreal. Inwardly, the very essence of friendship seemed to have been revealed, and that was his most precious memory. And he had finally shared his feelings with Luna and even promised her a date. He laughed softly as he wondered why it had seemed so difficult before. She had seemed way above and beyond him before, but now their friendship was so close, reaching out to her had been a joy. Neville turned, trapping underfoot the remaining leg of his partly removed pajama bottoms. Only my remembrall is missing and I don't need it these days anyway. I thought you lost that years ago. Did I? Murmured Neville, turning to look out the window again. You're getting as dreamy as Looney these. Don't call her that, snapped Neville, whirling around and stumbling. All right, keep your jamas on, said the sandy-haired youth. Bit touchy this morning, aren't we? The reminder started Neville dressing again. Then, hearing voices from below, he and Seamus went downstairs. Ginny was tall, king to Ernie near the portrait entrance. He looked agitated. Hannah's not back, said Ginny, turning to Neville. She? Back from where? Said Neville, sharply. We got the wands from Hogsmeade, panted Ernie. Hannah and I went to try one on a wanted poster. We hadn't planned that yet, grumbled Neville. Remilda and Lavender, coming sleepily down from their dorm, glanced across at the raised voices, then veered away to join Cormac and Parvati in the seats nearest the fireplace. My fault, said Ernie, breathing heavily. It's so quiet, this early, we thought. This is the worst time for that, said Neville. Best to do those when everywhere is busy. Cast a spell as you go by, and when anyone notices you've gone and there are so many people about, it could be anybody that did it. Yes, but there's no delay with this. Like with the original posters, the fungus turns transparent immediately. When was this? Asked Seamus. She's probably back. Only 25 minutes ago, but Ernie was still gasping for air as if he had done a lot of running. We split up when we heard footsteps. It should only have taken her 5 minutes to get back to our common room. He took a couple of deep gulps of air. I'm going back there now, see if she's returned yet. Thought you should know. I'll come with you, said Neville. Me too, said Ginny. I need to visit the kitchen anyway. As they set off down to the basement, Neville said, Did she have time to ditch the wand, you think? It was me. I cast the spell on the poster. I've hid the wand in our common room until I can get it back to the room. That's something then, said Ginny. They'll check her wand and it'll be clean. So long as they don't. Don't say it, said Ernie, miserably. Susan Bones passed them on the stairs. She's back okay, no worries. She glanced at Neville, then turned to Ernie. She'll tell you what happened, Ernie. I'm taking the wand back to the room. She indicated up her sleeve and Ernie nodded his thanks. Ernie halted at a big stack of barrels in the kitchen corridor. You'll have to wait here. Nobody but a true Hufflepuff ever gets into our common room. Neville felt annoyed. He glared at Ernie. Hurry up then, it's only half an hour or so to breakfast. Neville and Ginny grimaced at one another and Ginny rolled her eyes. They watched Ernie tap a few times on a barrel. The front opened up and he went through and it closed behind him. Neville turned to Ginny to grumble, but she was already walking along to the kitchen. Well, since she's okay, I'm not waiting, Nev, I'll catch up with you later. 10 long minutes passed, during which Neville fidgeted and fumed on his own. Merlin's patience, muttered Neville, looking at his watch. He knocked on the barrel. Come on, Ernie. He never saw where it came from, but his eyes were suddenly stinging and he was soaking wet. There was an acrid smell of vinegar in the air. Neville spluttered and grabbed for his handkerchief. He could hear someone coming out but he couldn't see. What did you try to get in for? It was Ernie's voice. Tergio. Neville's eyes were still sore but he was dry and the odor started to fade. Eyes still watering. He blinked at Ernie. Where's Hannah? She's all right, just a bit upset. It was Snape. He let her go. Well, can't I see her? Moaned Neville. He rubbed his eyes to try to relieve the soreness. What for? She's fine. Well, I just wanted to see she's. Neville tailed off, unsure why he wanted to see Hannah. As one of Ginny's lieutenants he felt responsible. Hannah was a faithful DA supporter. Out of the corner of his eye he saw Ginny coming out of the kitchen with a small, lidded basket. She signaled to him she was going back upstairs. He took her down to potions, made her drink something, but it. What? Neville lowered his voice quickly. What potion? It was nothing. She said she felt very odd, that's all. Veritaserum. He's got more truth potions now. We got ingredients from the forest. No, it couldn't have been Veritaserum because he asked her what she was doing in the Great Hall and she. You went to the Great Hall. Neville was getting more and more agitated. D.A. Members casually doing risky missions without consultation did not seem a good idea. Yes, no problem. She said her watch was wrong and she was coming to breakfast. Ernie. He'd check. You think we're completely daft, don't you? We set our watches an hour fast before we went. Now Ernie had got past his guilt and was getting a bit irritated himself by Neville's interrogation. So, he bought that. Did he? Sounds a bit. He checked her wand, it was fine. After he used the potion he seemed to believe her. He never even noticed the poster, there are so many of them in the Great Hall. Seems a bit half-witted to me. Are you sure he didn't use an idiot potion on himself? Neville said sarcastically. He kicked one of the barrels irritably then backed off quickly when he recalled the vinegar trap. And she's okay. Yes, she was a bit shaken up and the potion made her uncomfortable but she'll be alright. She's getting over it. But she wouldn't see me. Neville said glumly. He was still feeling miffed about the whole thing. I forgot to mention you were here. Ernie looked puzzled. We never let anyone in. It's a big tradition. Why'd you need to see her? No reason, I guess. Said Neville angrily. Just because we're trying to run the DA efficiently and professionally and after all we've said in the meetings, you run off on your own with this CA. Valier approach like it's a game or a harmless prank. You don't impress me with this sort of thing, Ernie. She might have been badly hurt or. It's not me that's trying to impress you. Shouted Ernie. Ernie fell silent. Neville stared at him then quietly said, what? Nothing. Ernie turned to go back into his common room. Forget it. I messed up. It was entirely my fault, not Hannah's. It won't happen again. Wait. Neville grabbed Ernie by the shoulder. Just hold on a minute. Ernie shrugged him off irritably. He didn't enter the Hufflepuff common room but neither did he turn around to face Neville. Ernie, I'm sorry. But I need to know what's going on, said Neville. What aren't you telling me? Ernie kept quiet for a long time. Neville waited. It was all Hannah's plan, Ernie said finally. He turned around. You think we Hufflepuffs are careless, don't you? You know nothing. Hannah spent hours planning this with 4 of us. We went over every detail with great care. Susan D some information last night from one of the elves that Snape and the Carrows were leaving very early this morning to go to the ministry for something. The coast would be clear. Even so, Hannah Medic Ulysses planned the approach and 4 different escape routes. It was her idea to set the watches fast. It was her idea for me to take the safest way out because I had the wand. She thought of everything. She worked hard on this. So, why'd it fail then? Said Neville sullenly. It was only by chance. Snape should have left by then. We think something went wrong with the flow connection in the headmaster's office, maybe even just ran out of flow powder, so he was on his way down to flow from his old office. Ernie looked hard at Neville and added with a tone of annoyance, anyway, it didn't fail completely, did it? We fixed the poster and we got away with it. Alright, so she took a lot of care. It still doesn't excuse not consulting with us. Ginny is leader, Luna and me were. You weren't here, were you? Snapped Ernie. All 3 of you had gone off all yesterday without saying where or when you'd be back. Is that any way to run an army? Susan got the info that they'd be away. It was a chance not to be missed. We wanted to call a meeting but. Merlin, you're right, said Neville thoughtfully. We shouldn't have just gone without telling someone in the DA. Why didn't you and Hannah simply tell me just now? Why so secretive? Ernie paused before answering. Because she was too embarrassed to face you. What? But you said. You don't get it, do you, Neville? Hannah is a very thorough, practical person. She does a lot of the boring, less glamorous, DA jobs nobody else wants to do. Who do you think organizes the tea and sandwiches at meetings? Who do you think sets out the chairs and tables, quills, notes? Or clears them away if we're practicing? Passes around messages the Galleons can't handle? Who keeps the equipment and tools in order? Who checks the supplies? She does it without complaint. She gets no thanks. Sorry, I didn't, murmured Neville. Exactly, said Ernie. Probably why she's so keen to take on more serious tasks. So I what? Neville, if you don't know by now, I'm not going to tell you, said Ernie, tapping the barrel again and disappearing inside without another word. Neville stared at the closed bar. For a while wondering what on earth Ernie had meant. Eventually, he shook his head and made his way back upstairs. As he walked back to the Gryffindor common room, he puzzled over his own feelings. Something felt unfair, but he wasn't sure what. The young man shrugged his shoulders, but the niggling feeling remained. There were already 1 or 2 students in the corridors going early to wait for the first meal of the day. He brightened up a little as he remembered it was Sunday, so there were no classes. Ginny wasn't back in the common room yet. He waited with Seamus for another 10 minutes. N decided she'd probably made her own way directly to breakfast. Neither Snape nor the Carrows were in the Great Hall for the first meal of the day. Professor McGonagall rather sniffily announced why we're all at a ministry meeting until after lunch. Neville took that as a good sign. Susan's information had been correct. He could see Susan talking to Hannah, but they were both facing away from him, so he could not catch their attention. He wondered whether to slip over there. It was traditional to sit at your house table, but in years past, Dumbledore and McGonagall had never objected if a few friends sat together. He stared at the back of Hannah's head. Ernie was right, he hadn't really appreciated all that she had done for the DA. She wasn't as knowledgeable as Hermione or intuitive like Luna, but as he began to recall, she had always been a hard and loyal worker and very reliable. After quite some time they still hadn't turned their heads his way. He pondered resentfully whether Ernie had said he, Neville, was annoyed at them and they should keep out of his way. Toast getting cold, smirked Seamus. Neville was holding a forgotten cup of tea and almost spilled it. What? Oh yes. He brought his attention back to his breakfast and began munching thoughtfully. Ginny interrupted his reverie. Neville, can you cover for me at lunchtime? Sure, what's happening? Said Neville. Quote, Ernie and Hannah are going into Hogsmeade again for more supplies and I have something of my own planned. Seamus looked up from dunking his eggy soldier with a questioning look. They're what? Neville spluttered, choking on his cold toast. Seamus laughed. You were the one who set it up with them and told me, remember? Said Ginny. Friday night, preparing for the DA meeting. You remember Friday, don't you? Comes before Saturday. Today is Sunday. Oh, yes, I forgot. Somehow, when they had first arranged it, splitting the supply visit into 2 visits seemed like a good idea. Now he was not so sure. Is that all right then? Have to be, I suppose, said Neville glumly. What? Well, if that's how you feel, then Lavender or Parvati might do it. Do what? Ginny and Seamus looked at each other. Seamus was grinning, but Ginny was looking bewildered. Cover for me, said Ginny. I need a Gryffindor who's staying in to say I was in my dorm with an upset stomach all lunchtime. Oh that, sure. Ginny looked doubtfully at Neville. Only if you're stopping in the common room, so if anyone asks later you can say I never left. Ask Parvati, said Seamus, still grinning. Not sure that Neville's with us today. What? Course I am. Neville looked back and forth between the two. Sorry, Ginny. I wasn't thinking. All this homework piling up. Worry, worry, worry. In fact, yes, I do need to catch up, so I'll get sandwiches and stay in. So, what are you planning? Said Seamus to Ginny. No, sorry, it's a one-off, just me. Is this DA business? Asked Neville. Not really, but sort of. No. Ginny hesitated. She had hoped not to have to use an excuse. No, it's family. Private. Seamus' voice dropped to an odd whisper. Merlin's curly toes. Fred and George. They're lobbing some whiz-bangs over the fence. Maybe, said Ginny, glad of the misdirection. She got up hastily. Anyway, I've homework to do this morning. See you later. Neville stared through the space where Ginny had stood. His gaze had fallen on the Ravenclaw table and Luna's normal place was empty. Where's? His mouth was left gaping. Luna. She went out 10 minutes ago, said Seamus. Why? Nothing for her here, is there? Said Seamus. He was not grinning now. She's been trying to signal you. What? I didn't notice. Wonder what she wanted. Try reading the note she left you while you were worrying about your homework. Neville looked down to his side where Seamus was indicating. An envelope lay there. Why didn't she say something? Said Neville, picking up the envelope and examining it as if to divine what was inside. She did, said Seamus. You ignored her. Neville jumped to his feet. Why didn't you tell me? Neville stormed out. Seamus called after him, don't have a go at me because you left your brain asleep when you woke up this morning. As Neville ran angrily up the stairs of Ravenclaw Tower, a first-year girl passed by him on her way down. Hey, is Luna up there? The girl froze on the step below him, intimidated to be addressed by the notorious Neville Longbottom. She shook her head. Is that a no or a don't know? Scowled Neville. Library, she said in a frightened voice, pointing down the stairs. The girl was beginning to visibly shake. Neville sighed and his countenance softened. He saw himself trembling as a first year when he had been confronted by Snape. It was not a happy memory. Sorry, didn't mean to snap at you. Neville did not feel much like smiling but he tried. So, she's gone to the library. Or you mean you're on your way to the library? The girl nodded anxiously, eyes wide. Neville realized he hadn't the slightest idea how to reassure the child. Does that mean, both? She nodded again, eyes widening even more. Neville thought, if her eyes grew any larger they would pop out. It occurred to him that perhaps it was because he was towering over her. He walked down to the step below her and went down on one knee. He reached out, awkwardly to put a comforting hand on her shoulder. It's all right, honestly. I'm not. The girl recoiled from him and burst into tears, covering her face with her hands. Neville. It was Luna coming up from below. She took in the situation in a moment. I didn't. I was just, flustered Neville. Luna crouched, put her arms around the little girl and rocked her back and forth slowly. It's all right, Emmy. This is Neville. He's a friend. He won't hurt you. Luna looked at Neville and mouthed the word, go. Neville tried to read Luna's expression but couldn't. He started to say something. But seeing Luna meant business he retreated slowly down the stairs feeling suddenly mind-weary. The day seemed to be crumbling around him and he felt too empty to know or care what to do with it. The ancient, winding steps were badly worn, rounded down by 1,000 years of hurrying students, and as he reached the bottom he palmed at a window ledge to stop himself swaying. He peered out of narrow aperture for a long time wondering what next. The morning mist was clearing and there was a hazy sun but he didn't feel like walking out there. A backlog of homework waited untouched but he knew he would not be able to concentrate. The sound of scampering feet could be heard from above. Luna came into view, hopping the sloping stones easily from long practice. Oh, thank you for waiting for me, she said with a dreamy smile. It was just Luna, same as ever. Neville realized how confused his thinking had become. Luna saw his puzzled expression. She dropped her quill and ink case. What? In Electo's class. Understanding started to dawn in Neville's mind. Detention. She hurt her, said Luna. Electo used the torture curse on poor little Emmy. Neville winced, his eyes tight shut, sniffing in a deep gulp of air. Fighting back emotion. He sank down onto the last step and blew his nose on a hastily withdrawn handkerchief. He sensed Luna had sat down next to him, the deeply worn stone leaning them together. He could feel her warmth and he could smell flowers, but the fragrance was not hers. He had crumpled up something in his hand. He was still holding the unopened envelope. Luna spent a lot of time looking at Neville's face whenever she could. She did not miss his guilty look. Oh, you've not had time to read it yet. That's nice. It's a surprise. I didn't want to disturb you at breakfast because you were doing some important thinking. Neville opened it up. My lovely Neville, I'm preparing something specially for us in the room. It needs lots of thought so I can finish it this weekend but next one perhaps. It won't be as perfect as Madame Puddifoot's but it will be close, and I want to do the lighting just so, and murmurs and sighs, they're really hard to get right without sounding silly. It will be just you and me at first but later we might let others enjoy it unless you want it just for us always. Thank you. Thank you for being my boyfriend. You're Luna. Neville shed the rest of his misery into the hanky to stifle his sobs. Luna put her arm around his shoulder. Sorry, Luna, he muttered as he fought to control himself. You're wonderfully emotional. I dislike hard people without real feelings, don't you? Said Luna kindly. It means you'll always think of others' feelings, it promises that you'll always care about me. Always, Luna, always. They embraced sitting on the bottom step of Ravenclaw Tower and they kissed properly for the first time at last. That's just how it happened. Perhaps we could go for a walk after lunch, said Luna, standing up to see out of the window at the weather. 1 o'clock is a nice time I always think, don't you? Sure, 1 it is then. Let's meet on the steps of the entrance hall. He got up from the St. EP and stood beside Luna to look out of the narrow window. The side of his face was touching hers. He whispered softly, and if Snape's not back for lunch, perhaps I can sit at your table as well. You don't mind sitting with me in there? She breathed back. Mind. Lots of kids have sat at other tables over the years. McGonagall's okay. Not with Loony Lovegood though is what I meant. Merlin, you don't think I'd. He stared hard at Luna but he knew she didn't know anything about being sarcastic, nor was she seeking sympathy. Neville turned to face up the stairs and shouted, "Hey! I'm with Luna, me, Neville Longbottom. Anyone got a problem with that?" Luna knew most everyone was still having breakfast, but she was happy all the same. She whispered earnestly, "May I ask another kiss, please? It was very nice." Neville didn't answer. He gently kissed her nose, he kissed her eyes, then his lips eventually found hers. Perhaps the happy couple heard, far off in the castle, the sound of students coming out from the Great Hall, but if they did, they didn't care. Ooh. Luna felt sad when Neville didn't come to lunch in the Great Hall but she didn't blame him. Everyone knew he was very forgetful. She made herself smile as she thought about 1 o'clock. She was glad she had chosen that time. Nobody can forget one, she thought. Luna finished writing a message to her father then slipped away early, the meal untouched. Plenty of students had taken packed lunches out to take advantage of the last of the year's moderate weather. A few shrieking first years were playing Wizard's Eep Frog not far from the Hogwarts entrance. Most were using move charms to sneak over opponents and reach the witch's hat, stealing a few innocent hours of enjoyment while the Death Eaters were away. Luna smiled and watched them for a while before continuing her journey. She regretted not having had playmates when younger. She did have a special friend however, waiting for her at the forest's edge, past Hagrid's cabin. So she strode out purposefully, enjoying the fresh air and the hazy sunshine. On the way, she spotted Ginny on her right, far in the distance, circling past the Whomping Willow. Towards the trees beyond, then she lost sight of her. Luna stopped her journey, turned, and blinked hard. It seemed peculiar for Ginny to be there. Had she reached the trees? Luna loved puzzles, she liked to work things out. There was a strange sound from the direction Luna had originally been heading. She knew enough about magical creatures to recognize a call of distress. As she started to whirl away, she glimpsed the willow had begun to move behind her. Ahead, way past Hagrid's cabin, something swooped low and the weak sun picked out a flash of white in the greenery. Luna knew at once what it must be. She began to run towards it, glancing back only once, and briefly, but the great willow tree was still. A tawny owl clawed around the ground, flapping its wings and looking at something before it. Hidden in the scrubby wild grass. Audrey. Leave her alone. Luna slowed to a walk as she drew near, hardly able to believe her eyes. The owl had calmly settled herself and had her head on one side as if listening. Luna had never seen a cat talking before, especially not to something that was about to eat it, and this cat was only Neville's small white kitten. They were not meows, no. Or were they purrs, but something in between that uttered from the throat of the tiny animal. "Well," said Luna as she joined them, "I see you two have made friends, but Audrey, you really ought to keep to the safety of the trees like I told you." She knew the owl's name was Audrey because she had written down a name on each of 26 pieces of paper in the Ullery and the owl had snatched at the first one she offered. Poor Audrey had been abandoned by her previous owner and tended to snatch and hang onto things quite a bit. Luna picked up the little kitten and its head and limbs flopped. As helplessly and appealingly as any ragdoll. "Dippity, you don't fool me with that act. You're as tough as an old boot aren't you, but you should not stray from the gardens until you're older. I'd better take you back. I expect you're hungry." She tucked the limp kitten into the top of her bag from which she then removed a rolled-up piece of paper. She thought long and hard about her puzzle and even frowned once or twice before adding to the message which she had already written upon the note. Then she carefully rolled it up again, nodded to herself that she was satisfied, then crouched down. The owl held out its leg and Luna attached the paper roll most carefully. "Audrey, it's for Daddy. It's very, very important but I trust you completely. You must stay below the treetops until you reach the far side. Then you'll be safe. Don't come back with his answer until next Saturday, remember. I can't always get to the forest in the week. And never, ever, go to the Ullery until I've removed the message." The owl blinked lazily, which Luna knew meant maybe, then its great wings opened and it skimmed away across the ground and disappeared into the trees. Luna sighed. The owl liked to SSERT itself, but she knew it was only teasing and would deliver the message carefully. Luna looked down at the white furry bundle that was exploring her bag, then headed for the herbology garden. Ooh. Ginny had waited until she had strolled near to the treeline before casting the concealment charm upon herself, but now she could no longer suppress her excitement. The girl's long red hair streamed out invisibly behind her as she sprinted towards the whomping willow, looking anxiously for some sign of Harry. She knew not to get too close, but where was he? Ginny had learned all about the willow, of course, from Ron. She paused breathlessly, looking for the knot on the tree's trunk that she knew would make the tree safe. She edged closer and had just spotted what looked to be the knot when a great branch came sailing around towards her. Apparently the tree was not fooled by the disillusionment charm. The young girl stepped nimbly back out of range as the tree became more agitated, careful not to lose sight of the knot. Her eyes widened as it seemed a pale root suddenly reached up to touch the knot. It was no root. The tree stopped its gyrations, a bespectacled face appeared beside the arm. "Ginny, that you?" "Harry," whimpered Ginny, launching herself down towards him. Harry dragged her down into the gap in the roots and, without even room to sit upright, they lay in the earth, hugging and kissing one another. "Ouch! What's that?" said Harry. He propped himself away on one arm, his head pressed up against a roof of matted roots. "Basket. You said to bring some nosh." "Brilliant. I could eat a horse," said Harry, wriggling off his cloak. "Well, that's lucky then," laughed Ginny, lying back and looking up at him. She quickly rubbed some of the grime off her face with an dirtier hand, then countered her disillusionment charm. Harry gazed as her beaming, happy, grinning expression came into view, seemingly dazzled for a while. "Ginny." He shook his head slowly as if he could not believe the reality that lay before him. "Well," said Ginny after a while, "how'd I look?" Harry plucked some crumbs of soil from her hair and smiled. "Best thing I've seen since Hogsmeade. Yeah, I heard about your ban." "Harry, come on, talk about that later." He squirmed backwards down a slope and Ginny followed. Once they could half stand, he gave her a quick hug, then kept his arm around her waist as they walked. Bent over in the low tunnel. "How much time can you spare, Harry?" "Couple of hours or so. Can't leave Hermione alone any longer than that. I'm supposed to be scrounging from a Muggle farmhouse I found. We've got some Muggle money. They won't turn us in, don't even know what's going on. Anyway, we keep moving almost every day. Ron out scrounging too, then. I suppose you do better separately. More chance of one of you being successful, I mean. Sort of." Harry hesitated. He could not tell Ginny that Ron had deserted them. Despite all that had happened, he could not betray his friend. They stumbled along in silence for a while, Harry dwelling bitterly on Ron's departure. Fact is, Ron's being a bit of a git, goes off on long walks by himself. Ginny groaned. "Why am I not surprised? We had a row, about nothing as usual, about me not knowing enough. Well, reckon he thought it would all be easy. He'll come round, always does. He's quick to offer help but not so eager if he gets bored. Give him plenty to do and he'll thrive again." Harry left it at that. What could he say? Her brother was not coming back, that he couldn't me back now. They had moved on to locations unknown to him, unfindable by him. How could she tell her family? Her father. Harry's heart shrunk as he considered that he, himself, might one day have to confront Mr. Weasley with this shameful news. They climbed up into the shrieking shack and used cleaning spells on each other. Ginny looked around. The room was empty but free of dust and dirt. "Oh, this is not too bad. Way Ron told it. I apparated into here about 15 minutes early. I did some spring cleaning, downstairs anyway. I repaired a table and some chairs in the kitchen and Vanna's. Had all the junk, a palace fit for my queen." Ginny's face softened to an expression of tenderest affection. "Harry, we've got to do some really serious snogging or I'm going to just," she didn't finish. They stood holding one another, murmuring silly things between their kisses. They didn't stop as they stumbled, clumsily clinging together, out across the hall and into the kitchen. Nor did the why stop when Harry collapsed down onto a wooden chair with Ginny on his lap. They only stopped when somewhere outside a clock chimed noon to remind them that time was precious. "We're actually in Hogsmeade, right?" said Ginny. She suddenly started to her feet in alarm. "Harry, they patrol, they patrol Hogsmeade endlessly, casting revealing spells and testing for. Harry was grinning. "'S'alright," he said. "I've got pretty good with some spells of Hermione's. Before I did the spring cleaning I set up protective spells. They can't detect us here and it's magically sealed anyway." Ginny relaxed a little and went to the boarded-up window to find a crack from which to peer out. Down the slope she could look down upon this side of Hogsmeade. All seemed quietly normal. She turned around, seemingly satisfied. Harry was looking at her. "What?" she said. "Just like looking." Harry was smiling. "Harry, there's something." "Me too. I was scared to tell you." "Me too." Harry stood up. "I'm not scared anymore, Ginny. I absolutely know now you won't hate me." "Never." Ginny's eyes were shining. "Harry, you don't even need to tell me if you don't want to. Your photo, the one you gave me, it's destroyed. Ron found it. He was right. I should never have carried it around. Our medallions are protected, but if a dark supporter had seen that picture of you then your life wouldn't be." "Is that all?" Ginny's eyes shone even more, and a single tear trickled down. "I thought perhaps you and—" Harry was puzzled for a few seconds, then his expression turned to one of amazement. "Hermione, I'd still forgive you, Harry. I did forgive you, Harry." But Harry had already strode across and embraced her tightly. "Ginny Weasley, it'll never happen. I've been thinking about you, every day. I don't think more than a few minutes has passed when I've not thought about you, and even when I'm not thinking about you, you're still there. I can feel you in my mind, all the time. Sorry, Harry. I never really believed it, but I felt your heartbreak when you said you were sorry. I actually sensed it through the medallion. Have you noticed that?" Harry was nodding as Ginny continued. "I thought it was something huge, something terrible you'd done. Listen, Hermione's a dear, dear friend. I wish, oh, how I wish I'd had a sister like her to share things with. Instead of being dragged down every day by the Dursleys. But you're Ginny. I am so glad you're not my sister. Heavens, I suffered agonies of guilt over the photo. I don't think I'd have survived anything worse." "So, just a photo. You must have really loved that silly photo." Ginny laughed her relief. "Just a photo, but it was precious to me." Ginny fell silent for a while. They were still holding one another, finding comfort in each other's arms. "Harry, mine's worse, much worse. It's all right, I know everything." "No, you don't." Ginny stood back from Harry. She wanted to give him some space when she told him, even though she knew he would not hate her, not since the Trysting Stone. "It's out of reach. The sword, they've put it in Gringotts. It's all my fault." Harry was smiling and shaking his head. "I'm so sorry, Harry. But I'll help you get it. Just tell me what to do. Anything. We can do it, you and me, somehow." Harry continued to smile. "Don't tell anyone this, Ginny. But the sword that was put into Gringotts is a fake. We overheard a goblin who worked there, and believe me, they know a fake." "A fake?" Harry nodded. "So where's— Don't you see? Dumbledore didn't trust Snape completely after all. He's put the real sword somewhere for me, somewhere he knows I'll find it, but if you hadn't tried to steal the one at Hogwarts I'd never have known. I'd forgotten about the sword, to be honest, but I thought that's what you were doing all this time. Searching for the sword." No, we're something else. But even if I'd thought of the sword I would probably have eventually got myself killed trying to get into Hogwarts. In one night you not only saved me from that but taught me that Dumbledore definitely wants me to have the SWO road, so he must have put it somewhere where he knows I'll find it. I just know he would have." Harry was jubilant. "I've been bursting to tell you, Ginny." So, you did good, Ginny. Thank you. I can't tell you what the sword is for, but you've helped immensely." Ginny just looked at Harry. She had felt free after the tryst, but this was far better, like something had been pressing upon her heart and now had been lifted off forever. She had helped Harry. She had been of use and not a liability. Her heart began to sing. "I told you I love you, no matter what," said Harry simply. "It's something. My feelings. How I feel about you is something separate from anything you might do." "I know." Ginny continued to look at Harry. "What?" he said. Just like looking. She was smiling now. Their resumed kisses were, once again, broken by the Hogsmeade clock, this time chiming half past the hour. "Fancy a horse sandwich," grinned Ginny, breaking away and heading for her basket. Anything, so long as I can eat it with you. Harry pulled out his wand and cast a spell at the kettle on the hob and it quickly began to steam. Hope you brought tea. Of course. And lots of other stuff. Ginny laid out the contents of the basket on the table, heaps of sandwiches, pies, half a ham, puddings, cakes and buns and fruits. Wow, there's enough to feed a dozen people here, Ginny, said Harry, grabbing a sandwich and wolfing several large bites. So, not too noble to eat this time, laughed Ginny. Tastes like chicken. Amazing what they can do with horses these days, isn't it? I can take most of this back to Hermione, said Harry, as he seized a pork pie, then added, and Ron. It looks great. She'll hope I come back with some homemade goodies from the farmhouse. I won't even need to explain. This shack is a sort of farmhouse, and I'm scrounging, right? They enjoyed the meal together and ignored the clock's next chime but eventually had to plan ahead for their departure. The remains of the food and drink went into Harry's rucksack. We can do this most weekends if we're careful, said Harry. It'll be like our own. Ginny grabbed Harry's hand. How long have we got now? We've still got 30 or 40 minutes. Come on then, let me show you our dream mansion. 200 enormous rooms downstairs and with sleeping accommodation for 200 guests upstairs. Sure, that's not too up, too down. She pulled Harry back across to the tiny parlor with the hole down to the passage leading to the Whomping Willow. This is the great hall where we receive all our hundreds of visitors. There are 10 house elves at attention along each wall and in a coach and 4 for every guest waiting in the copious grounds outside. Yeah, really in the ground I should think, laughed Harry. Through here we have. Ginny drew Harry back into the kitchen, our magnificent banqueting hall. The table, which seats 2,000, is so long it disappears over the horizon. Probably will disappear into the floor when the boards give way, grinned Harry. Then across too. Ginny pulled Harry back to the parlor and waltzing him around it, just one of our 7 ballrooms. Each with its own orchestra. We've already done this room. Isn't this the— No we haven't, insisted Ginny with a grin, refusing to let him go, not letting the dance end. Now to our wondrous entrance hall. Note the diamond chandeliers above and the gold fittings on each of the 700 doors. Outside, the Hogsmeade clock chimed the hour, then struck 1. We have the largest grandfather clock ever made, so big we keep it outside. It is so accurate that we condescend to allow Father Time himself to visit yearly to adjust his hourglass. Harry laughed, greatly enjoying seeing Ginny so happy. As we ascend the grand white marble staircase, requisitioned from an emperor's palace in the Himalayas. Must have brought the dust from the Himalayas too then, I've not cleaned upstairs. This tour would not be complete without we show you just one, the greatest of our thousands of bedroom suites, the master bedroom with its lavish 40-poster bed. They waltzed up the creaky wooden stairs and into the room where Harry had first encountered Sirius Black, but he was not thinking of that right then. In the middle of the room he pulled Ginny fiercely to him. As they kissed and turned together, their little dance swept out a circle in the dust on the floor. They were too absorbed to notice. But Ginny could not overlook something else. Her galleon was getting very warm in her pocket. Ginny burst out laughing. Of all the times to call a meeting. She pulled out the coin. Groaned Harry with a wry smile, but Ginny's smile had disappeared. Snape coming. Flee. She had read it out loud tonelessly, not understanding, like she was reading a boring potion's label. Then it sank in, for both of them. Harry rushed to the window boards and peeked out through a crack. Death Eaters, moving in, 4 of them, it'll take them a while to get in. He slapped the side of his head in annoyance. I never cleaned up here. I never intended coming up here. There's no magical concealment. That's how they've detected us. Harry cast cleaning charms to hide their dusty footprints as they ran down to the kitchen. He grabbed his rucksack. Grateful that they had packed it early, Ginny drew her wand and used the vanishing spell on the empty picnic basket. They glanced around. It was obvious that the place had been used by someone, but not by whom. In the parlor, Ginny gave Harry another kiss, unsure whether it might be the last one, then she cast the disillusionment charm upon herself once more. They were still looking at each other, trying to memorize every feature, as her face disappeared and Harry drew on his invisibility cloak. Then, holding hands, they started down the hole and along the Crouch Way. What do we do about Snape? He'll come this way, whispered Ginny. Harry thought for a few seconds as they stumbled forward as quietly as they could, clinging to each other not just for comfort but to stay in touch invisibly. Have they taught you apparition yet? Not till next year. Keep holding onto me, then, and be ready. We'll have to go, well outside Hogsmeade. I don't know how we're going to get you back into Hogwarts. They'll know you've been missing anyway. Maybe you shouldn't. No, Neville's covering for me. I'm in bed with an upset stomach and never gone past him out of Gryffindor Tower. They stopped and listened. Who sent the message? Said Harry. Luna. Where would she be? How long have we got? How'd she even know? You didn't tell her about us. Harry sounded even more alarmed. Harry, she's Luna. She worked it out on the first day back that we were in touch. What? She's not mentioned it to a soul, not even Neville knows, and she knows nothing about today though. Harry S.Q. eased her arm a little for silence to listen some more, but they heard nothing in the low, dark tunnel. Why'd she send the message then? Ginny remained silent for a while, thinking. She must have seen me walking to the willow. Somehow worked it out. You didn't just. No, I watched you. You walked well clear of the willow to the trees before you concealed yourself. How could she know? Perhaps she saw the willow moving. She saw you go to the woods, then she saw the willow move. That's it. From that she deduced you and I. Shush, she must have been outside. Seen Snape going to the willow. She'd put two and two together. So he should be here by now. Harry cast a revealing spell. Far ahead there was something in the tunnel, at the very limit of the spell's range. It's him. I just know it. Harry gripped his wand angrily and pointed it ready. No, Harry, hissed Ginny. He murdered Professor Dumbledore. But you can't, Harry. You can't murder in cold blood. Harry lowered his wand. He'll detect us here, any second, as surely as I just detected him. Leapfrog. What? Apparate me past Snape. This soft earth will muffle the sound and he'll only be casting to reveal what's ahead of him, not behind. We'll still be outside the Hogwarts boundary so you can disapparate from there. I can be back in the castle while he's still floundering around in the shack wondering who's been there. Harry did not wait. He knew that at any moment they could be detected. Ginny gripped his arm so tightly it hurt. Harry turned on the spot. Ooh. Luna was waiting on the steps of Hogwarts entrance hall as Ginny ran invisibly up them. She was looking dreamily at the clouds that had been gathering all day. Luna, whispered Ginny. It's me. Thanks for the warning, and thanks for keeping watch. Oh, hello, Ginny. You've got a smudge on your nose, did you know? I'm not really keeping a lookout, I've got a date with Neville. He's just a little bit late, but he'll be here, I'm sure. Isn't it a pity there are not so many owls flying about? I expect they're all on secret missions somewhere we can't see them. Ginny stared, remembering Neville's breakfast promise. Luna, he's covering for me. He can't. He couldn't have come. He promised me earlier he'd stay in the common room. It's not his fault. He promised me. That's all right. I knew it must be something important. Nobody can forget one. It's the first number you learn, isn't it? I'll send him down. Soon as I get up there. I've had a stomach upset for the last few hours, but I'll be better in exactly. Gee. Ginny looked at her watch only to see it was still invisible. About 38 minutes. Sorry to hear that, Ginny. Hope it doesn't hurt too much. Tummies can be very funny, can't they? I'll wait here for Neville. I know he'll be here soon. Luna looked up at the skies again, then said happily, he's my boyfriend, you know. A large tawny owl perched on a branch at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. She had watched her mistress take away lunch with great interest. The wise bird knew she could catch all the food she needed in the forest. There were plenty of tasty mice to be had, but still. She did not have to return from her delivery for a week, so a few hours before departing would not matter. The owl blinked. Ooh. Sunday afternoon with the Dursleys had usually been a boring express. Ariance, but it did not match for gloom the one that Harry Potter was now enduring. Hermione had scarcely acknowledged his return. She took no apparent interest as he quietly stocked their cupboard with the food that Ginny had provided. There was no pretense of reading the book she held on her lap, for it lay unopened. Her face remained averted towards the blank canvas wall, and Harry knew that even if she was not actually crying, she was always very close to tears. He suppressed a rising sigh. Every action, every sound appeared to carry more significance. Harry, himself, had also begun to miss Ron a little, but as soon as his thoughts dwelt on his friend he quickly became annoyed at what seemed like his betrayal. In addition, Harry had to put up with indigestion after indulging in all the food that Ginny had provided. He knew he had overdone it, but it had been the first substantial meal he had eaten in a long time. Yes, his stomach no longer growled that it was empty, but he knew Hermione must still be hungry. Harry examined the contents of the cupboard. The youth felt reluctant to prepare anything hot. In his mind's eye he saw it going cold while Hermione was distracted by grief. A salad ought to be safe enough. Years of servitude in his aunt's just so kitchen struck him as worthwhile for once. The young man prepared the vegetables, cut some slices from the ham and added a little cheese. The tray he placed on a chair which he carefully maneuvered close to Hermione without intruding on her silence. He paused for a few moments looking at the back of her hair which somehow made the closer and more intimate because of the great emotional distance between them. She was totally alone in her pain where no one could help her. Again, he stifled a deep breath that might be misunderstood. Then went outside to give her some space. He did not want Hermione to feel guilty about eating during her distress. A stool stood close to the tent, but he lifted it a little further away before sitting down. As he settled himself, he pulled up his collar against the wind which moved, unchecked, through the heather around him. His hand touched Slytherin's locket. After returning from the shack at Hogsmeade he resolved that Hermione would have to suffer its influence as little as possible. She slept much better without it and didn't complain about bad dreams. He knew Ginny would help dispel his own anxiety and depression that the Horcrux would inevitably evoke. He gazed down the hillside upon which they were camped and resolutely dug his hands into his pockets to wait and watch. His thoughts cycled through his pity for Hermione, his annoyance with Ron, then inevitably to Ginny's welfare and desire for her company. The castle engraved on his medallion had told him she had returned safely to Hogwarts. At least he need not worry about her. He was wrong. As ever, he thrilled at Ginny's kiss, yet almost at once, sensed her alarm. He saw the dungeon engraving even before he began to read. Need you bad. Be strong for me. The stool was knocked sideways down the slope as Harry leapt to his feet, fumbling for his map. He stared in dismay when he realized where Ginny was headed. Ooh. The stairs up to the headmaster's office were as dimly lit as ever, and once past the central torch, Ginny could safely peek at her medallion in deep shadow without being seen by the Carrows behind, or Snape in front. Staying with you through this. I see you. Strong for you. His ongoing kiss was more than hand-holding, it seemed to give her the strength and courage to face whatever lay in store. Perhaps rather, it gave heart to the courage she already possessed. Ginny could see Snape pushing Neville and Luna ahead of himself into the headmaster's office. 3 chairs moved themselves soundlessly before the desk and Snape, walking behind it, wordlessly indicated the 3 youngsters should sit. Alecto Carrow took up position off to one side, her expression a mix. Only a Carrow mentality could display fury, malice, and delight all at the same time. Ginny glanced back at the door. Amicus stood guarding it, his face showed both a gloat and a glare, as if he were daring her to try to escape. The time for games is over, said Snape ominously as he sat down. Someone, perhaps more than one person, has been out of bounds. Confess and I shall. But we've not, began Neville. Silence, cried Snape. Inquiries have been made and I am satisfied that most of the usual suspects can reasonably account for their whereabouts. Many are still visiting Hogsmeade. However, that leaves you 3, whom I have left till now so as to be more certain. There is no doubt in my mind that, at least one of you is guilty. He stared at them in turn, but his gaze was not returned. Luna was smiling at the Sorting Hat. Neville's eyes were directed past the side of Snape's long dark hair at the empty sword cabinet behind. Ginny's head had sunk low, blocking out her surroundings and living in Harry's ongoing kisses. Snape glared at her. I will start with you as the most likely. You will look at me, Miss Weasley. Snape's wand moved slowly and Ginny felt her head forced back against her will. Neville jumped to his feet instantly. You'll have to kill me. What? Snarled Snape. He turned sharply to Neville, but he could no longer see the timid child he used to dominate. If you try that again on Ginny, what you did before, said Neville very firmly, then so long as I live in breath I shall take the first opportunity to end your miserable life, no matter what the consequences. Ape appeared too astonished to speak for a second or two, but Electo's wand flashed quickly, almost before Neville had finished. Crucio. Neville staggered and sank to his knees. Snape recovered and Electo's wand arm was flung up and back. "Desist!" cried Snape. "I want them coherent, you fool." Luna helped Neville onto his chair. The torture curse had lasted only a second, but the shock to the body and mind was traumatic and weakening. "How dare you threaten me?" began Snape. Luna stood up to face Snape. "I too pledge. You'll have to kill me as well." Ginny was alarmed and sprang up beside Luna. "There's no need." She stared venomously directly at Snape. "I have nothing to hide, but now I know a way to resist you. I've done it before. This time I shall not yield. It will kill me, but I will not give way." Snape's face, already pallid, turned even whiter and he gripped his wand ever more tightly. "What makes you think I have any interest in whether you—" "The truth will spread far and wide," said Luna. "The world will know. And how do you propose that might?" "It is already out there," said Luna. "Should anything happen to us, if all three of us were to disappear." "What?" roared the headmaster, jumping to his feet and leaning forward angrily over his desk. "What have you done?" Luna spoke as though reciting from some future history. "The Great Uprising of 1997 began when 3 innocent young children, all of long-established pure-blood families, were murdered by the known Death Eater, Severus Snape, headmaster by force of Hogwarts, merely because of a false charge of being out of bounds. Thousands of witches and wizards thronged to the cause, eager and willing to fight back against the dark forces of evil that openly murdered their offspring." She quietly lowered herself to her chair. Ginny sat down with her. Neville tried to sit upright. He twisted and stretched his limbs to test them and rubbed at his head and face. The pain had been everywhere. Electo was still massaging her sore wand arm and remained silent, leaving Snape to deal with the situation. Amicus at the door spluttered and muttered but kept his distance. Snape sank down into his own chair and stared at the Ravenclaw girl. "You silly, meddlesome fool," he snarled eventually. "You have no idea what you are doing. Do you seriously think that you three have special privileges? That you are somehow safe?" "We are for now," said Luna quietly. "That can change," said Snape, rising to his feet again. He turned to a cabinet behind him and drew out a polished mahogany box which he placed on his desk. "There are other ways of getting at the truth," said Snape. He lifted the lid off the container. It contained several potion vials. Neville's eyes widened. "I see you recognize Veritaserum, Longbottom," said the headmaster. "We'll start with you. A few drops of this will loosen your tongue." He turned to Electo. "Hold him, and no more than that." Electo's wand arm flashed and her eyes glittered at the chance to act. Neville felt himself invisibly gripped and his jaw gaped wide. "It's all right, Neville, I've heard it doesn't taste nasty at all," piped up Luna with a smile. "Quiet. You will be next," the headmaster snarled as he applied a few droplets to Neville's tongue. Snape recorked the vial and waited. A strange feeling passed over Neville and his eyes widened and lost focus. He wondered if he could fight the potion somehow. "Now, Longbottom, you will answer me," said Snape. "Tell me what you did when you went into the Shrieking Shack around lunchtime." "I did not go to the shack. I've never been in the shack," said Neville. His voice sounded distant, alienated. "I stayed in the common room studying from late morning till well after lunch. I didn't go out. I never even went to lunch." "Then you will have seen Weasley leave, did you not?" "I never saw her go out." Neville felt a rush of gratitude towards Providence that he had been a little late getting to the common room. "Earlier. She told me she was sick." "You saw her?" "No, only the girls can get into their dormitory." "How convenient." Snape thought for a moment. "But you must have seen her when she returned." "She came down from the dormitory, later, yes. I meant when she came back from outside." The headmaster snapped. "I never saw her come in from outside." Neville recalled that Ginny whisper as she had passed him, but all he had seen was a smudge of dirt going by. "You must have. Where were you seated?" "How could you?" "I sat in my favorite chair near the fireplace. I had a clear view of the entrance. I was facing it." Snape was clearly perplexed. This was not what he had expected. He turned angrily to Luna. "But Professor Snape, you saw me on the entrance steps. I could not have been elsewhere." "Nevertheless, you will take the serum." "No exceptions." After receiving the drops of liquid, Luna uttered happily, "Oh, it really isn't unpleasant at all." Soon after that she slumped back in her chair and her eyes closed. Lovegood, you will answer me truthfully. You were seen at lunch in the Great Hall but you left early. Tell me why you left and where and when you went. I left the Great Hall because I was very sad that my boyfriend hadn't turned up as he had promised, began Luna. I thought perhaps he had forgotten. He can be very forgetful at times. Neville had not yet recovered. He still felt very odd as he tried to look sideways at Luna. I don't want every foolish detail of your immature sentiments, growled Snape. The essentials will do. I went outside and walked around near the forest, then to the herbology gardens, and finally I got back to the entrance hall steps to wait for my date. I got there very early but he was late. I waited over 45 minutes. You don't seem to have much luck with your boyfriends, do you, Lovegood? Sneered the headmaster. When did? I wouldn't say that. I think I'm blessed with a wonderful boyfriend. Neville squirmed weakly in his chair. Snape waved a hand dismissively. When did you see Miss Weasley come in, at what time? I never saw Ginny come in. Snape gritted his teeth. I repeat, you must have seen Weasley come in, did you not? No, I definitely did not see her. Snape frowned and turned to Ginny. You may have covered your tracks well but you cannot cheat this. He held up the Veritaserum. Ginny closed her eyes tight and focused on Harry's kisses, but she could not resist when she felt herself bound and Snape applied the drops of Veritaserum. Eventually she sagged back in her chair and her eyes opened, distantly staring. Whom did you meet at the Shrieking Shack today? Snape said immediately. Nobody. I did not meet anyone at the shack. Who? Snape thought for a moment. Whom did you see at the shack today? Nobody. I was never at the shack. Snape stared. When and where did you last meet with Harry Potter and what took place at that meeting? I last met Harry Potter at Professor Dumbledore's funeral when he said he did not want to speak to me ever again. Now it was Snape's turn to sink back in his chair. He stood up eventually and went over to Alecto, signaling to Amicus to join them. It seems I was wrong, murmured Snape thoughtfully. Some blasted, bludger and sparkwaver got in there, said Amicus. The orb was still warm, the floor swept. No doubt, and not, I think, anyone from this school. Perhaps, he was on his own, said Amicus. Potter, I mean. Perhaps. Possibly not him at all. There are plenty of runaways and wanderers looking for a place to hide. They must have. Snape paused. From now on, make sure there are anti-apparition jinxes set up in Hogsmeade. Can't during the day, too much business going on. At least at night, seal off the passage to the shack, close all the passages. Ow. The castle conjures 'em up, they're enchanted. Won't be easy. Find a way, snarled Snape. Find a way before the start of the new year. They cannot be removed but they can be blocked. Post a Death Eater in the shack until then. It is a weakness but it might be of use to us. And patrol the physical boundaries of Hogsmeade, all ways in and out. If Potter is sighted I want him brought straight to me. Thing is, a report has been sent to the Dark Lord, wheezed Alecto anxiously. Fear shone in her eyes. Some animal could, Avenue got in. Said Amicus, a rat. You would attempt to deceive the Dark Lord. Said Snape. We didn't tell, it was Potter, did we? Persisted Amicus. We only reported something in the shack. We could stick a dead. There's that blasted little cat gets out the garden, I seen it. We can stuff that in there and blast the beggar. Neville squirmed a little in his chair and waved an arm weakly. No, I will have none of it. Said Snape. Do as you will. What about these three? Said Alecto, her eyes gleaming with hope. When they've recovered, they can go. I've had enough of them, said Snape. I don't trust them at all but they were not involved in this. However, we must tighten up security. Issue a new decree forbidding gatherings of more than 2 students, or any unauthorized groups or societies, within the castle, the grounds, or Hogsmeade, anywhere. Alecto beamed and rubbed her hands together. I'll get the kitty, or its mother. Amicus headed for the door. Gotta do it quick before I send word. The mother's a good ratter, pleaded Alecto, running after him. The garden'll be overrun with vermin. You know how I ate him. Next thing there'll be in air. The kitten's useless. What use is a kitten? All right, kitten it is, said Amicus as they went out the door and down the stairs. Else a rattle, Avenue to do. Neville floundered about in his chair trying to protest. Ginny and Luna were still slumped in their seats. Snape went back around his desk and put away his potions. He thought for a long while before he spoke. It has been brought to my attention that the maximum length of any ban on Hogsmeade visits is 1 school term. I shall, therefore, lift your current ban at the end of the year. However, let me caution each of you. You may be under the mistaken impression that you can defy my authority and get away with it. I will give you this last warning. You have gone way beyond what will be tolerated in the future. This is not a game. Any further misdemeanors or any kind of provocation or troublemaking, and no impotent, childish threat against myself will save you. Is that clear? The three continued to flop limply in their chairs, but Snape knew they had heard and understood him. He swept his wand across them. Out. Get out of my office. I do not want to see you in here again. Ooh. We were dead lucky to get away with that. Gasped Neville breathlessly as he anxiously ran down the stairs with Luna. Snape didn't realize, when he countered the effects of the Veritaserum, it healed the shock of the Crucio as well. He's not as smart as he thinks. But Luna wasn't listening. She had stopped and was looking back up towards the headmaster's office. Ginny, she hissed. Ginny had learned something from Luna, and it was that very interesting things might be heard eavesdropping at the threshold of the enemy. Not that she planned it, but when you hear your foe talking in a room you know to be empty of anyone else. Then curiosity has to be satisfied, even if it kills the cat. In that case I'll have to proceed without your agreement. Snape sounded angry. There was another voice, but so faint that Ginny could not hear the words nor even who it might be. Had someone flowed into Snape's office as they left? More likely one of the portraits had been voicing an opinion. There were plenty of former headmasters that supported the dark side of magic. That would mean the entire plan fails because of one foolish student. There was silence for a few seconds, then Snape's voice continued, "It has to be done. There is no other way. The removal of one infuriating, interfering brat who is constantly looking for trouble, or, if you prefer, there is the possibility that none may survive. You do realize that, don't you? The Dark Lord's wrath is unlimited." The faint voice spoke again, but Snape cried, "Enough." After which not a sound could be heard. Ginny's face was white as she turned to follow Luna and Neville, who were staring back up at her, signaling her to come down quickly. They had one thing on their minds. They ran down and out of the entrance hall and towards the gardens with Ginny lagging behind, deep in thought. "I don't think we're in time," said Luna. "Oh, how I wish I could." Luna stopped and the other two halted with her. She was staring far ahead. A very large bird was swooping down towards the herbology gardens. "Fly," finished Luna. They resumed their race, with mixed emotions, but they did not get very far. Heading out from the gardens they could see Luna's tawny owl, and Ched in her talons something very white and very fluffy. "Dippity!" cried Neville, raising his wand, but unsure what to do. "Oh, I don't think we need to worry," said Luna chirpily, "they've got 9 lives, you know." The bird circled around towards them and Luna called her name. Audrey the owl came in to land at Luna's feet and released the kitten from its great talons. She did not wait to listen to much of Luna's gentle scolding, however, but swept away rapidly towards the forest. "Did that owl wink at you?" Ginny asked Luna. "Don't be silly," said Neville, as he scooped up Serendipity. "Owls can't wink." The three slunk back into the corner of one of Hogwarts Castle's great buttresses as the Carrows headed by them, muttering something about, "Gotta find a bloomin' dead rat from somewhere now." While Neville and Luna examined the kitten, Ginny turned in to face the corner and kissed her medallion. "Safe. Thank you. But never Hogsmeade again. Dippity's fine. I can't believe how lucky we've all been," said Neville to Luna. "Attacked by your owl, but she's survived. And I think it's us that's got 9 lives too." Snape asked all the wrong questions. Imagine if Ginny had really gone to meet Harry in the shack instead of getting whiz-bangs. He should have asked if you'd been up to no good. He's not really very clever at all. Neville laughed and slipped Dippity into his pocket. Ginny turned around and looked at Luna. "Yes, just imagine." Luna was studying the sky again. "I think it's going to turn colder," she said. "You can tell when all the clouds start to huddle together to try to keep warm. It looks bad." She shuddered suddenly and hugged herself as if she felt a chill. "I'll catch up with you two later," said Neville as he turned away towards the gardens. I'm going to find somewhere safer. They're not likely to want another kitten soon, Neville, Ginny called after him. I mean safer so Dippity can't get out again, at least until she's a bit older. He called back. Ginny rounded on Luna. Well, Luna looked blankly at her. Come on, how could I lie to Snape? Said Ginny. You remember when we went with Hagrid collecting ingredients? I lagged behind as we were about to return. Not really. Oh yes, I think so. What were you up to? Gathering Fool's beard. What for? Well, if you wipe off the silvery stuff it's exactly like Merlin's beard. And Merlin's beard is used for? Prompted Luna. Veritaserum. You diluted the Merlin's beard. You mixed in Fool's beard and gave it to Snape. Well, he was distracted by the stingers for a while, said Luna. Unless you actually test it. You cannot tell the difference. That's it for today, I will stop here. I hope you all enjoyed this video. If you please consider subscribe and make sure to hit that like button, share with your friends and don't forget to check out author of this story. Details in description.